Madwa Panya Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barakatha Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai Asherab Nathan Lanawe Hashabath Bashalawam the Wada Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. The Aliyah Ma'ah Sharai Machad, Psalms 121. Anya Harayim Mayim Yimye Oh Harayim Mayan Yabua Azarya Yabua Maya Shashab Shemayim Waratazala Yinathan Lamawat Regalia Yela Yanawam Shashramarka Hanad La Yanawam Wala Yeshan Shashramar Yashrele Yahweh Shemaria Yahweh Tazalia Ayo Ya Yim Yawamam Hashemash La Hakaya Wayarek La Balayela Yahweh Yashemaria Makal Rai Yashemar Na Pasha Yahweh Yashemar Awalakya Wabua Aya My Fab I will Basham Yahweh Shai for what a man. Psalms 121, a song of degrees. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon thy night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen. Shema Yasharella, hear, O Israel. Shema Yasharella, Yahuwah, Allah'inawa, Yahuwah, Achad. Shema Yasharella, Yahuwah, Allah'inawa, Yahuwah, Achad. Shema Yasharella, Yahuwah, Allah'inawa, Yahuwah, Achad. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen. Thapola Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abiyanawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Hayya Shamka Yahuwah Malakwaka Thaba'a Ratazawanka Hayya Aisha Barataza Kabashamayim Natanlanawa Lacham Yawam Zad Wasalak Lanawa Kabawat Nawa Kasalak Nawa Kabawat Yanawa Wala Abiyar Nawa O Nasayawan Nabal Hawashinawa Marak Kaya Laka Hamalakwat Wa Allah wa Thapara Wa Walam Aman. Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Ha'ashara Matazawa, the Ten Commandments. La Yahaya La Ka Alahayim Akharim Alpinyat La Thaisha La Ka Paso Wala Thaibadam La Thalaquakaf Shamwe Yahweh Elohayke Lashua Zakar F Hayawam Hashabeth Lakodashwa Kabad Abiyaka wa Amaka La Atharatazak La Athanaap La Athaganab La Athainat Shakur La Athachamad Ko Asherah Laraika Aman. Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen. Shabwa, please be seated. Barakateawa by Shimi Hawashai, Sharada Hanawa Paria, Gapan Thawada Aman. La Yahweh by Shimi Hawashai, Yasha'ala. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyua, Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatha Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyar, Wanawa Al Yawan, Malak, Shal Shamayim, Warataza, Wako, Dabariam, Kayayam, Wagam, Hamashayak, Mayahawa, Arawanawa, Hamnawa, Hapalat, Yawa Aitaza, Yahawashai, Zakarnawa, Yahawa, Bartazawan, Ainka, Yashala, Zarnawa, Bana, Wasap, Yashala, O Nanawa, Yam Yan, Aitha, Kayawamyam, Makodam, Babakusha, Shalak, Mike Allah wa Tazawadak, Allahayam, La Maganawa, Rapharnawa, Washamar, Alnawa, by Kwa Shalak, Haroka, Shal, Yahweh, Lanawa, Lalamanawa, Rabiam, Kakamat, Tabawana, Wada Aith, Shal the Barka Basham Yehoshai Thuwadatham Yad Why will man? English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Have us build and gather Israel, Most High, we beg you, right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherab, Nathan Lanawa, Hathawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherab, Nathan Lanawa, Awar, Lara Awath. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherab, Nathan Lanawa, Quran, Hayah, La Korab, Ha'aim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherab, Nathan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayath, Lamashak, Yasha'ala, Yeshabwa. Be seated. All right, so Shalom Yasharala. So Shalom, everyone that's here in Philly. Shalom, everybody watching us on live stream, and Shalom, everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Hayasharala Kanas, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the so-called Black, Latin, Native Americans are the 12 tribes of Israel, once lost, now found, and that we've fallen to a lower state politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God found in the Bible given to us by Moses. And that we come out of this lower state that we've fallen to by turning back to the commandments we broke by following Jesus Christ, who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth. One way we do this is by keeping the Sabbath holy. And today we're going to be going through a Sabbath service, which we normally do, our particular branch of Christ. This Sabbath service is going to be Ecclesiasticus, chapters 31 and 32. Once again, Ecclesiasticus, chapter 31 and 32 is going to be our reading for today. My name is Nabia Zerbabal. I'll be doing the service today. And just write down for your records that according to the Gregorian calendar, today is May 29th, 2021. And then according to the Hebrew calendar, it would be the second month and the 20th day. Once again, second month and the 20th day. If anyone feels the need to have anything repeated or something that wasn't heard either over the phone or over the internet, just feel free to post it in the chat or dial in and make mention. And I'll put the dial-in number down here in case folks don't know what it is. I'll put it right here. It's a scrolling marquee for this format, but it's all good. We'll just post it in the bottom part here. Chapters also, and I also put the number too. See if it fits all the way. Okay. All right, so let's go to Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29. Sorry, I'm backwards. It's 31 and 32. Thinking about last time. 31 and 32. Let me see if I set the right thing. Okay, yeah, we're good here. All right, so Ecclesiasticus chapter 31 and verse 1, which reads, "Watching for riches consumeth the flesh, and the care thereof driveth away sleep." So right here we get started off where Sirach, his father, and his son, right? The three generations that wrote or compiled Ecclesiasticus, or the wisdom of Jesus, son of Sirach. They start this chapter off by saying, "Watching for riches consumeth the flesh, and the care thereof drive away sleep." So, as we're going to read, it's not saying that riches themselves are evil. It's just a matter of knowing the place the riches have amongst everything else. Everything in the Most High's creation has its glory, from the physical to the spiritual, right? So let's make sure that we acknowledge that. Because some may be under the impression that, when it comes to the physical, right, it's just totally meaningless. It has no point. That's not true. Most High wouldn't have made it if it didn't have a point. The key is, how do you deal with things in their proper glory, right? How should things be revered in their proper glory? That's what's key to understanding. Not to deny one or to deny the other. Because in the world, you'll see people go to one of two extremes. They'll totally deny the physical, right? Claim to be totally spiritual, or they'll latch onto the spiritual and totally deny the physical. You can't do either. You have to acknowledge both. So to link with 31 and 1, you can link this with 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 9. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 9, I'm also going to read verse 10. First Timothy chapter 6 and verse 9 reads, "But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, or a trap, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition." Right? Remember when we talk about lusts, right? Lust just means a desire you have, right? All lusts aren't wicked, right? Some lusts are righteous, but the thing is if you have a desire and it becomes overbearing or too much, then it can become hurtful, or become a sin, right? As we're going to read later on, for example, drinking wine, right? Drinking wine is lawful. We can do it, right? There's a reason why the Most High showed us the grape and how to ferment it, right? We even go back to Noah doing that, right? As far as growing a vineyard. See, the problem comes in when you drink too much, right? To where now you become totally out of your right mind, right? That's where it becomes hurtful. And then you have lusts that are clearly just no matter what. You can't even, it's not even about moderation. If you do this particular lust or desires, it's a sin, right? So you have unlawful lust like fornication, right? Or eating animals that are unclean, right? Things like that. So let's make sure we understand that difference too. 1 Timothy 6:9, it says again, but they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish, hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition, which just means destruction. That's why it says in verse 10, remember, we'll take note of all the words in this verse, because if you remove one word, it can throw off the meaning of what's being said here. It says, for the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. See, it says, for the love of money, right? Like you have that song, I think it's by the OJs, they have a song, right? Called For the Love of Money, where they talk about this idea, right? So it's not saying money is the root of all evil, it's the love of money. Because in the world, sometimes they get it wrong, a lot of times. I'm thinking of another song. There was a popular rap group, I think during the late 90s, early 2000s called Dead Prez. And they have a song where they're talking about how money is the root of all evil. And they're getting into these strange philosophies about how there's no God, right? And that you are money and things like that. So it's truth mixed with lies when you look at the world. They always get a piece of it right based on the scriptures, but then they mix it with other stuff. And it just causes confusion. So 1 Timothy 6:9 and 10, also Matthew 19. Matthew 19. I'm going to start from 23. But yeah, money is just a tool, right? It's just a stand-in for a product or a service provided. But now when you begin to love it or covet after it, then you begin to what? Idolize it. And then if you begin to idolize it or covet after it, then it becomes what? Now you fall in the realm of setting up a false god, something before the Most High. You end up, as is stated in Romans 1, worshiping the creature more than the creator. That's when you've gone far above and beyond why the Most High gave us riches and the role that they play. So Matthew 19 and 23, it reads, then said Jesus, or Yahushua, unto his disciples, verily I say unto you that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. So what's Christ saying to his disciples? Verily, truly I say unto you that a rich man shall hardly enter. Not that he won't enter, hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. Because when you have more riches, it's easy for what? To you be tempted in the flesh, right? Because you have the means to do things in your flesh more than others. And if you're not rooted in the Most High's commandments, and more importantly, as we're going to read, the spiritual riches as opposed to physical riches, it's easy for one to be led astray. That's why he's saying, hardly. Reading on to verse 24, it says, and again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. So he's just making a comparison about something that's difficult to do. When here it says a camel going through the eye of a needle. The eye of a needle is not talking about like a needle point you use to sew. The eye of a needle is talking about a small entranceway into the gate of the city. When you look it up in pictures, right? That's what he's talking about here when he says going through an eye of a needle. Because a camel, right, is already tall enough as it is, right? And then it usually has a burden on its back. So it's tougher to get through the narrow entranceway of the gate of the city. And then I'll read 25 and 26 as well, and then we'll continue on. Verse 25 says, when Christ's disciples heard it, they were exceeding amazed, saying, who then can be saved? Right? Because they're looking around, they know how the nature of man is, even during their time. And they said, well, who can be saved, right? Because we know people what? Pursue riches, right? And oftentimes what? Their pursuits of riches gets the better of them. They can come out the spirit. But now Christ says this in response, verse 26, but Yahweh shall behold them and said unto them, with men this is impossible. But with God all things are possible. Right? So man alone, yeah, he can't save himself, but through God, he can achieve salvation. Right? Which is going to be what? Him being able to achieve salvation without the riches getting in the way. Right? Them being just a tool. Right? The key is to have riches, not for riches to have you. But for most souls, when they get riches, the riches have them, and they become a servant unto the riches, as opposed to the riches being a servant unto them. They're supposed to employ their riches like a servant or a handmaid, but instead they become a servant or handmaid to the riches, and that's where they go off. But that's what we're reading here. So it's about flipping it, and it's about understanding the difference between physical riches and spiritual riches, right? Which deals with your character. More specifically, your character as it's a reflection of Christ, who's a reflection of the Heavenly Father, and how you embody not only the commandments of God, but also the fruits of the Spirit, which govern your attitude. That's what makes you spiritually rich. But that's the big picture. But let's read that again back in Ecclesiasticus 31. It says, in verse 1, watching for riches consumeth the flesh, and the care thereof driveth away sleep. So it's hard to get a good night's sleep when you're always thinking on considering riches that you have, whether or not they are still going to be there, or if they're going to increase based on maybe some investments that you're trying to make. That's why, like you'll see now with the stock market, now you have stocks that not only are just active during, certain hours, like from 9 to the closing bell. Now you have stocks that go up and down, 24/7, right? And with technology allowing you to keep track of these things, we see it's become much more unnerving for people who do this, because they're always up trying to see if their investments have gone up or gone down, right? But they're trying to, play a short-term or long-term investments. Now they're always up, right? Always considering, as opposed to, from a righteous standpoint, just saying, okay, let me make this wise investment, knowing the future based on the scriptures, based on the prophecy, and in trusting, while I still keep watch, I don't let it overburden me. I know the Most High is going to be with me because I'm taking his counsel into effect. Just like our prophets of old, right, who were shown visions of the future, right? Some of the more famous ones being someone like Joseph or someone like Daniel. That's the way we want to approach something like this. But in verse 2, sorry.
On verse 1 also, we gotta put that in perspective in terms of those who have riches, and on the other hand, those who lack thereof also may find themselves stressing about the lack of not having money. So the rich can have money, yet they pursue riches, watch it, so that no one comes and take it. On the other hand, those who don't have it may stress out about not having it, because it's a necessary tool that everyone needs, whether you're rich or you're poor. So if those who don't have it stress about what they need to sustain themselves as far as paying their bills, because if someone don't have money or they lack thereof, they're always short, they might end up stressing about money as well, because they may feel like their survival depends on it. So that's why in Matthew 6:25, it let them know, even those people, to not worry about the things that are necessary or that are needful that money can buy.
What's that verse again?
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 25, where it says, therefore I say unto you, take no thought of your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink. Because people who have money, they don't worry about these things. But people who are in need or lack thereof, they worry about these things. So on one hand, the rich has his issue about money, and the poor also, the lack thereof, may have issue about money as well.
Okay. Are you linking this with verse 4 or
Verse 1.
it's going to go into that in verse 4?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now, because verse 1 focus on the riches about money. So I just wanted to bring that out to also bring the balance into those who actually lack thereof.
Linking with verse 1. I guess so for that point too, I guess you could put, I was going to pull it later, but Proverbs 30, 5.
Right.
Since you're going there.
Right. And most importantly, the reason why I pulled that is about the anxiety and driving away sleep. So those who lack thereof, they might stay up overnight trying to think about how they gonna, how they gonna pay their bills, and they have anxiety, they cannot even sleep at night. So that can also drive away sleep. Or working hard, 2 or 3 jobs, just so that they can make sure that they have it, for their security, even, in their low state. Mm-hmm. That also can drive away sleep.
Okay. Let's read Proverbs 30, not 5, sorry. 7 down to 9 on that point. You could read that, Baba Kusha.
What's the verse, chapter?
Proverbs chapter 30, and verses 7 to 9.
Proverbs chapter 30, verses 7. 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me then not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my power in vain.
So, excellent point. As far as whatever state you're in, how to deal with money, the rules are always the same. As far as money having its place, money having a glory, but it's not a glory in the same account or in the same level as spiritual riches. But I don't want to get ahead of myself because that's going to come up further down as we read. But in verse 2 of Ecclesiasticus chapter 31, Ecclesiasticus 31:2, it says, watching care will not let a man slumber, as a sore disease breaketh sleep. Right? So just reiterating what we read above, watching care will not let a man slumber. Right? A man always watching for what he has or what he doesn't have. Right? Like they say for jealousy and envy, they say jealousy is, well, I'm not sure if it's necessarily for sure, but they just say when you compare jealousy versus envy, jealousy is the fear of losing what you have versus envy, which is you looking at what someone else has and wanting it, right? So it kind of works both ways. So yeah, it won't let you sleep. It says, as a sore disease breaketh sleep. So same way you have some kind of illness and it's painful to where whatever your body system being affected, whether it's your nervous system, your muscular system, right? Your joints, whatever it is in your body, it keeps you from getting a good night's rest. So it's the same way that this can work against you. Now reading on in verse 3, it says, the rich have great labor in gathering riches together. And when he resteth, he is filled with his delicates, right? So there's great labor in gathering riches together, right? It's something you have to be consistent with. It's something that is part of the fruits of the Spirit, right? When it comes to what? Having faith, right? Having knowledge or experience, another fruit of the Spirit, even diligence, right? Or steadfastness, right? All these things are righteous things that can go into uh, building or growing riches, right? And that's not a bad thing, right? The thing is that like we are reading, when the riches become the object as opposed to doing it for the Most High that you may fulfill His will, that's where the problems come in. And Christ gives us a parable that talks about this, where He makes the relationship very clear. We can go to link with 31 and 3, Luke 12. Luke 12. Luke chapter 12, I'm going to start rather from 13. Luke 12 and 13. So Luke chapter 12, in verse 13, just say comment you haven't. So it reads, and one of the company said unto him, Master, speak to my brother, that he divide the inheritance with me. So someone's coming to Christ at this time. That's where they're calling him Master. Speaking to my brother, that he may divide the inheritance with me. So he sees Christ as a wise man, right? As the Son of God. Because remember, as Christ was out teaching, some believed in him, some didn't, right? Here, we see this man does, and he wants him to handle a matter that he has or issue he has between him and his brother. It says for them to divide the inheritance because the children get the inheritance from the parents, right? According to the law. So he had a case with his brother. 14 says, and he, Christ, said unto him, Man, who made me a judge or a divider over you? Right. So he's putting it back on the person asking the question, who made me a judge or divider over you? Right? Because he had many instances where people wanted to give Christ that authority right then and there. Whereas Christ was like, no, my coming this first time now is really to deliver a message. My second coming now is I'm going to take authority in the earth. Right now, just watch my example. Look at what I do. Listen to what I say. That's why I'm here now. And apply this when it comes to yourself and the relationships you have with others and the things that the Most High has blessed you with. Verse 15, and he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness. Now he sees this as a suitable time to now teach a lesson, right? Because remember, Christ, when he dealt with the people, he could see their spirit. And even though they would ask certain things, he could see the motivation behind what they asked him sometimes. So he knew when to speak on certain things as was necessary, as was appropriate to edify. So now he's going to tell a parable. He says, take heed and beware of covetousness. We're talking about earlier, like we read earlier when we were doing the prayers. Every time we always talk about the 10 commandments, the 10th being, thou shalt not covet what your neighbor has. Christ goes on to say, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the thing which he possesseth, right? So a man's life is not what he has, right? He has things, but the things shouldn't have him, right? You hear this in pop culture. You can hear it in certain movies where they'll say that, right? But how many really understand what that means and put it to practice within the context of the scriptures, within the context of the tree of life, dealing with the truth? Now here's the parable to help explain the situation. 16, and he spake a parable unto them, saying, the ground of a certain rich man brought forth plentifully. So a rich man has some ground that was fruitful. Verse 17, and he thought within himself, saying, what shall I do, because I have no room where to bestow my fruits? Right? So this man has an abundance, right? More than what he can deal with, right? Or what he has room for. 18, and he said, this will I do. I will put down my barns and build greater, and there will I bestow all my fruits and my goods, right? So he said, I'm going to need to put down my storage area and then make it bigger so that it can accommodate more, right? Of all the excess that I have. And here was where the issue comes in, right? Because there's nothing wicked about the Most High blessing you. Right? It's all about what you do with the blessing. Verse 19, it says, and I will say to my soul, soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years. Take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry. Right? Now, what is the Most High say unto this man in this story? Verse 20. God said unto him, Thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee. Then who shall those things be which thou hast provided? Right? So now if they're coming to that conclusion, right? As far as what to do with his excess and, why he has it. God tells him that, God calls him a fool. And he says, this night your soul is required of thee. Because remember, the issues of death come from the Lord. He's the one that decides when you live or die. But then he says something very important. Then who shall those things be which thou hast provided? Because the right attitude is, right, while I may store my things up, the idea is to take what the Most High has blessed me and figure out how I can use this to help out those that are around me, those that come after me, whether it be my children, right, extended family, friends, even other Israel that may be in need, right? How can I help them build and grow, right? Provide the necessity if they lack it, or help them grow with what the Most High has helped me to increase in. So that's the lesson here. That's why he says in verse 21, so is he that layeth up treasure for himself and is not rich toward God, right? So laying up treasure for yourself shouldn't be the object, right? While you had treasure for yourself, those physical riches have their glory, but which has a higher glory, which is even better, is spiritual riches. Once again, as we stated earlier, spiritual riches going into what? Your character, right? The fruit of the Spirit in you, right? These are the things that make you spiritually rich. When you employ those things, right, that's where now your physical riches will continue to be a blessing unto you and won't become a curse unto you. But as you read on, we're going to see other verses and other examples that are going to clarify this. But yeah, that was Luke 12. We started from 13. I stopped in 21. But definitely a good story to read, to be reminded of this important lesson. To understand that relationship. To not just say, oh, money's the root of all evil, right? Go totally spiritual, right? Or to say, oh, there's no spirit realm, right? It's only what you can deal with. It's only what you can perceive with your five senses. That's all that matters. Because the world tends to go to those two extremes in their own philosophy, trying to, end their suffering. But neither one are correct. I heard you mentioned him in last night, the brother we were dealing with last weekend at the camp, where he did the other version, right? Where he said, oh, the hell with the physical. I'm totally spiritual, right? And I don't have to deal with words and, read things on a page, I don't have to deal with language. Right? It was just shown to me, right? And it's just like, you must be very proud of yourself. Paul was certainly right when he said knowledge puffeth up. But now, how is that helping anybody, right? How is it helping anybody, which you've been shown, right? It's great you've been shown this, but how can you use what you allegedly been shown to help out your fellow brother or sister, right? With any philosophy that anyone deals with, we should always put that question back on them, right? Even if it's one of the world, put it to the test, right? Find out and let them come to that conclusion themselves. Like, really think about what it is that you are so lifted up by that you now know, right? That you've been enlightened to be aware of. How is it helping out other brothers and sisters, right? How is it helping out, people as a whole, which you've been shown? Right? It's hard for you to really put a finger on that, or really to look at your philosophy and see how it's really constructive. You really have to question that philosophy.
Also, you can write down Deuteronomy 32 and 15. While it's good to plan for future, like the man in the scripture you pulled in Luke, while it's necessary to plan for the future, for the benefit of your offspring or next generation, you have to work and plan for them. But it's important to always keep in mind the source of where all that comes from. And that plan right here, the man was making plan, but did not regard where the riches come from. Maybe it comes from his own ability to acquire wealth because of his knowledge. So it's good to plan, but plan with the source of where it all come from in mind. Because our people, we're looking for satisfaction because of the situation we're in. But once the satisfaction is pleased, it's easy to forget the Most High. But in our misery, we seek the Most High. But in our satisfaction, we should always remember the Most High as well.
Con, were you going to read that? Or you
I just quoted.
Okay. So link Deuteronomy 32 and 15 with Ecclesiasticus 31 and 3 as well. What's that? Mm-hmm. Con. I think I heard him read that before too. Right, and just to show that, as we're saying, hopefully this is clear. What's trying to be, what I'm trying to bring out here, that physical riches aren't wicked. What's wicked is when you don't hold them in the proper glory. When you put the glory of physical riches above the spiritual riches. Right? That's the main point I'm trying to convey here in the spirit. But just to show the physical riches are not wicked in that they do have a glory in that leaving something behind, right? To help out others, right? That's what the man didn't do in Luke 12, right? That's why he said, who shall those things be which thou hast provided? Because now you're taking your life, you're dead. So now all the riches that you accumulated, who's going to get that now, right? Implying that you should have been thinking about what I blessed you with and how it's going to be able to be used to help others. If you had that attitude, I would have called you a fool, wouldn't have considered you a fool. But right here in Proverbs 13 and 22, Proverbs 13 and 22, it reads, a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children. It says, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. Right? So the second precept is definitely tawab or good too. Right? The wealth of the sinner being laid up for the just. That's why every empire that's risen and fallen, they're all going to give their resources back to Israel anyway. Right? As the chosen of Israel are being proven right now, leading up to Christ's second coming. But the first precept, I'm mainly focusing on that here. It says that a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children. And remember, when you talk about good, scriptures tell you that the law is holy and good and just. You read Romans 7 and 12. So, once again, having those riches and handing those down to those that come after you is not a wicked thing. We have plenty of examples of this, right? Even the main patriarchs, right, that we always talk about, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham, when he died, right, he had something to hand down to his sons, right? Of course, those that had the inheritance would get the lion's share, obviously. But he still didn't leave his other sons behind, right? Even same with Isaac when it came to his sons, right? And he gave Jacob the main blessing, but even Esau, in his wickedness, right, despising his birthright, even he received an inheritance too. It was a different one, but he still got one. So we even see that with our patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then doing what we just read here.
And also, even if you're kicking up a notch higher, we go to Yahushua, he's gonna inherit everything. He's gonna have the kingdom at his feet, right? He's gonna have the kingdom, everything for himself. That's wealth. Think about all the land, think about all the gold, think about all the riches that the earth has. Everything's gonna be his. This is symbolic to how riches is important, but understanding the source of where that riches come from and who the riches belongs to, knowing that it's not ours to keep, but it's the owner to keep, which is the Most High. Everything, the earth and everything thereof, belongs to the Most High. So who's the real wealthy one ever? Right? It's the Most High. Then you have Yahushua and us, who's gonna inherit it. So riches, even though our street gonna be paved with gold, this is a display of glory, a display of wealth.
Come. Ask of me, right? And I'll give you the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost coast for thy possession. Thou shalt rule them with a rod of iron. Oh, sorry. The verse I'm referring to, you just write down Psalms chapter 2, and it's verse 7 down to 9. Yeah. I will declare the decree, the Lord hath said unto me, thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Was I talking to Christ here? Verse 8, ask of me, I will give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Verse 9, thou shalt break them with a rod of iron, thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. And this is repeated, this is referred to, this is quoted in Revelation chapter 2. Revelation chapter 2. In verse 26, in verse 27, Revelations 2 and 26 says, he that overcometh and keepeth my works until the end, him will I give power over the nations. Verse 27, he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I have received of my Father. When did he receive it? We read it already in Psalms 2. This is part of us being heirs of God and joint heirs with Christ, right? As Romans 8 and 17 mentions. So this is what we get. And like you were saying, Khan, all things come from the Most High, be it physical or spiritual, be it the physical riches or the spiritual riches, right? Everything is the Most High's anyway. Khan, so let's continue on. This is in Ecclesiasticus 31. Let's read on in verse 4. 26 and 27. So Revelation chapter, Ecclesiasticus 31 and verse 4, it says, the poor laboreth in his poor estate, and when he leaveth off, he is still needy, right? So people a lot of times they just say, oh, the poor, they're just poor just because, right? They're because of, their bad decisions, right? Or because, they're not good. There must be something wrong with them. No, not necessarily, right? It's not necessarily true. And that's another misnomer. People oftentimes will say, then and now, that their poverty is due to their lack of wisdom. Not necessarily true either, right? Because you got to look at everybody and see what they're up against, right? See what they have to deal with, right? As far as their situation, as far as, not only the poverty they're born into, but even those of their family, right? Because sometimes with folks who are poor, they may have cunning, they may be good when it comes to balancing their books, even though don't have that much coming in. Everything they have coming in has to go towards something, right? To where by the time they get done, they might still be in the rears, right? So that's as true then as it is now. And we know with the oppression of my brother Esau, right? It's his time to rule now, right? He knows that a part of his way of governing is to keep us even his own people, right, in the lower classes, in the other dark nations, keep them wanting, keep them in a situation where they're always wanting, right, where they don't or aren't able to get out of the situation that they're in, no matter how well they balance their books, right? And that's where unrighteous laws can come in, right, that will oppress as opposed to truly reward folks for being wise with their resources and giving them opportunities as they do oftentimes for their own, right? Just create money out of thin air just to give to their own people, as we see has been done in history and even now as we speak. You can link this with same book in Ecclesiasticus, chapter 38, Ecclesiasticus 38. And I'll read 31, but I'll read down to the end, right? Like I said, the wisdom of the scriptures is timeless. We see this even here too. This section I'm about to read, when you read above it, it's going into what today we might call blue collar, right? Folks that are crafts folks, right? Different crafts, whether they work with gold, silver, iron, brass, right? Whether they deal with like gardening, or they might be work with textiles, right? Things dealing with like your necessity, whether it be growing food, making clothes, building and fixing shelter, right? Check out what it says here. Ecclesiasticus 38 and 31, it reads, all these, referring to those, like I said, what we might call today the blue collar, trust in their hands, and everyone is wise in his work. So they have skills taught to them, and then they've learned skills over time by constantly working with their hands to build and fix things and to grow things. 32, without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down. So they're the ones that maintain a city, right? From then till now, you drive around, what do you see, right? Somebody fixing a building, somebody fixing a road, somebody cleaning clothes, fixing clothes, right? Tailor shops, laundromats, right? Somebody always working or fixing things, right? Because if that doesn't happen, you'll see what that property value will go down. You'll see, oh man, what happened to this? It used to be a business. What happened to this used to be a residential property. Now it's got the little yellow sign on it, right? Eminent domain or property of the city, right? And you pretty much see that, wherever you guys are at, wherever you live, right? Without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down. 33. They shall not be sought for in public council, nor sit high in the congregation. They shall not sit on the judge's seat, nor understand the sentence of judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment. They shall not be found where parables are spoken. So you're not going to look to these types of folks to be in those positions, right? Within government, working for companies, countries, right? Whether it be public sector or private sector or nonprofit sector, you're not going to look to them for decisions being made on that level. Not to say they won't have a perspective on maybe some laws that should be passed, right? Or some programs that should be created, but you're not going to look to them for these kinds of things. What does it say in verse 34, right? Something to consider. But they will maintain the state of the world and all their desires in the work of their craft, right? So you're not going to, like I said, hear from them like you would hear from somebody that's in a higher position, right? In a company or in the government. But the work that they do is key. The work that they do is important to maintaining the fabric of society. So, the poor can fall into this category, right? Especially when it comes to them starting off in whatever their craft or trade is. And they may be able to gain an amount of wealth where they can, hire others to do the same work and maybe create a business or businesses to provide whatever that service is or create whatever that product is with their trade or craft, right? But many times than not, what they'll maintain working class or they'll stay within that realm, right? As far as the full compass of the work that they'll do or that they'll participate in. But in verse 4 again, the poor laboreth in his poor estate, and when he leaveth off, he is still needing, right? So the key is to, and not everyone's going to do this, but the key is to try to figure out, okay, how to get to my place of poverty or being poor, and figure out a way to at least provide for my necessity. If I can grow beyond that, even better, right? But at least provide for my necessity. Because, like we read before in Proverbs 30, 7-9, right? You don't want to be in a place where you're cursing God, right? Because you're just so poor. Now it's just like you just have a bitter life. But then at the same time, say you are blessed in your craft, you're able to hire others and build a business around what your skill is or talent is. Now you might be able to sit in those high places now, right? To speak on sentences of judgment and things like that. You don't want to get so high up now to where you take the name of the Lord in vain. I'm sorry, you deny the Lord and say, who is he? Right? Because you've forgotten your humble beginnings, right? Now that you've moved up or you become elevated as far as your position in society. So the key is, like it's written in Proverbs 30, 7-9, like he asked for, feed me with food convenient for me. Because no matter where I'm at in society, I want to make sure that my soul is whole, right? And how's my soul whole? I'm spiritually rich. How am I spiritually rich? Through the fruit of the Spirit, through the character of Christ, when I had that in me, right? And like I said, we'll read other verses that deal with this as we go on. But that's what's key. You always want to make sure that you have that, no matter what you physically have.
Right. I was gonna say that in this system, people are categorized based on status in the social structure and based on wealth, which is a power. Status is power in the system. So, based on what we read, the scriptures pertaining to the system, how to deal in it, right? Like the scripture you pull in Proverbs 37-9. Like you reiterate, I'll add a little bit on it. It's about having the proper balance, dealing in the system. But those, the Most High, blessed with the skill, and from that skill they acquire riches in this system, they should always keep in mind is not to embellish themselves, is to continue in the line of helping the needy. Because it is not our system, it is not our rest. And if you being put in this position to have resources, financial resources, that is to come in through your hand, is to continue the righteousness of help the poor and needy. Because in this system, there's going to be many of us that's going to be on that level and poor and needy. Right? We always short of the dollar. We always short of paying this bill. We always short. So that's always in the system. That's going to be our situation. So to deal in the system, and if we have power, riches, is to just channel it to help the poor and needy, to help, to further the righteousness in this system to keep things going for our people until Yahweh makes the second coming. It's not to get riches to oppress your people, in the manner of some does in this society of our people, but they don't know any better. But if you're in the truth and you have come across some wealth, right? The Most High bless you to come across some wealth based on your skill. The key is to continue helping the poor and needy, not to oppress them.
Come. Just a verse you can write down for what you just brought out is Deuteronomy 15, 7 down to 11. If you could just read that biblical shot real quick. It's pretty self-explanatory, but Deuteronomy chapter 15 from 7 down to 11. And it's just coming from even a righteous standpoint, but yet and still, even in righteousness, we're going to have this situation. And as you said, this is how we need to deal when it comes to brothers and sisters who are without. So you could read that, Baba Kushan.
Deuteronomy 15, verse 7. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates, in thy land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shalt thine hand from thine poor brother, but thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need, and that which he wanteth. Beware that against thy poor brother, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the seventh year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not. And he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be seen, and it be sin unto thee, thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him, because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto.
Verse 11 too, Baba Kushan.
For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I commend thee, saying, thou shalt open thine heart wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land.
Okay. So that whole section is pretty twab on this. And I like that first part of verse 11 because, like you were saying, shows you, just as a test, the Most High might just have it to where no matter what, you're going to have those that just don't have. And it may be due to wickedness, it may be due to righteousness, it may just be a thing, right? Like you're not poor because you're wicked. You're not rich because you're righteous per se, right? You could be righteous and poor. You could be wicked and wealthy, right? Depending on the circumstances. But all in all, in the end of in any given day, the test is if you come across your brother that has not, how are you going to deal with your brother? How are you going to deal with your sister? Right? That's the question. Because even the wicked that have wealth can do the right thing, right? But that's what we're testing. So it's like the Most High have the situation, or just have things set up in a way where we'll always be tested to see are we going to do the right thing, be it poor or be it wealthy, to see if we can apply these laws. Come. But let's go back to 31. Let's read on in verse 5. Ecclesiasticus 31 and 5. It reads, he that loveth gold shall not be justified, and he that followeth corruption shall have enough thereof. So we can link this with Ecclesiastes 5 and 10, which echoes similar sentiment, says pretty much the same thing, which when you read Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 10, it tells us, he that loveth silver should not be satisfied with silver, nor that he abundance with increase. These things are also vanity, or something that's unprofitable or worthless. So the key is, as we're reading before earlier on, the parables and the scriptures, to use silver, not to love it, right? If you're going to love silver, you better love what the silver can do, right? The good that it can do, right? As far as what it can do for you, for your family, if you have one, for the community at large, right? Because in, I think I have this in the verses coming up. That there's like a verse in Proverbs that talks about that as far as there is one that hold back more than is meat, but then it says it leads to poverty, right? It's like you hoard, but then you don't put that whatever you have back out there to create opportunity, right? To like you always talk about, kind of, creating jobs, right? Creating opportunity for people. Now that can lead to poverty, right? Because you can't just sit on savings, right? You want to take that savings and try to what? Create with that thing. Not just let it sit and just say, yeah, I got this, I got that. Actually grow things. That's where we talk about being constructive, right? As opposed to just building a bigger barn just to store all the stuff that you got and not use that towards what? Growing, building, helping. So Ecclesiastes 5:10, it says, he that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver, nor he that loveth abundance with increase. This is also vanity. So more or less saying the same what Ecclesiasticus 31:4 is getting at. I mean 31:5. In the second part, he that followeth corruption shall have enough thereof. So there'll never be enough that you can do to, I guess you could say, to partake in corruption, because it'll just spread. Just like godliness will spread, right? If you do it, if you embody it, others will see your example and try to, exemplify it. Whereas corruption has the opposite effect, right? Instead of being constructive, it's destructive. It'll cause decay around you. Others will see it and they'll see, oh, what you gained from it, and they'll follow suit, especially in wicked times, especially like we see now, right? And people will just come back with that, worldly wisdom. They'll say, well, that's just how the game is played. You can't escape corruption. Well, let me be the one to benefit off of it then. Let me be the one to screw my people over, right? I don't want them to get those unprofitable riches and me be left out. That's what you have, especially today. Corruption is contagious, and the Heavenly Father couldn't be more displeased with men and women that choose this way.
In the case of people who acquire riches, billions and billions of dollars, and that billions and billions of dollars is confiscated or it's locked in a bank account or in some assets that is not working towards helping people. That's corruption. Because now because when it says in verse 5, those who love silver will not be satisfied with silver, you will never be satisfied because there's a lot more to be acquired than you can seek for. So if you're gonna acquire wealth, at some point in time, you're gonna take wealth from people that should be distributed all throughout the whole world. But by concentrating in an asset that only benefit you, so people can glorify you, people can talk about you, then that's taking the Most High's resources for yourself. That's corruption because it's not yours. It's using somebody's resources for your own gain, for your own glory. And that's corruption at the highest level.
Absolutely. Yeah, the verse I'm talking about in Proverbs to go along with what we're talking about now. I had the link, but it's going to come up when we get down to verse 24. So I'll wait till then. But we'll read it then, and you'll get to hear that. And then now, I didn't think of it before, but now I'm thinking about another one in Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes, I'll pull this one for where we're at here. To go with 5 and 10, also Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 1. I'll read it real quick and then we'll continue on. And we'll read the other one later on as we go down. Ecclesiastes 11:1, it says, "Cast thy bread upon the waters, for thou shalt find it after many days." Right? So it's like you throw something out at sea. Eventually, it'll bring it back. Right? So it's a metaphor, but pretty much going into that same wisdom that Solomon is trying to convey, because he's wealthy, so he knows what comes with wealth. He's dealing with the other kings of other nations and their issues. So he's able to provide this insight. So the idea is, like I said, we're going to read it as we continue. When you put what you have out there, it'll come back around. There's no need to feel like, this whole fear of loss, right? And to be, totally hell bound on this, well, I don't want to put it out there. I don't want to give it away, or I don't want to, give my opportunity that I have to others, because then I'll lose. But what you'll realize is when you're in that contrite spirit of wanting to see your fellow man, your fellow brother or sister do better, and you take your extra and help them do that, you'll be surprised how it comes back around. That same person, when they were down and out, they saw how you willingly gave what you had, right, as far as your resources and your opportunity that you could present. Now you see them doing something for you in return. It wasn't even something you were looking for. You're like, wow, what's this for? If you do that around town, people know, like, wow, this brother, this sister, man, they're just so caring and giving what they have. It's hard for you to even hate on them, even if they have more, or that they have something to be jealous over. Right? All I can do is just show that person respect and, go out of the way to, help that person when you're able, right? Or say, God forbid, that person, dies suddenly or dies due to old age. You see all the people show up to their funeral, like, wow, I love this man, I love this woman, because all the things that they helped me with, all the things they did for me. Everyone just, looks at it and goes, wow, if you didn't know that person, you know them even more in death because of how they dealt with the Most High's blessing.
And I know we're talking on that topic, right, based on financial resources, right? Because that's pretty much what what this society esteems somebody as, somebody that is big, when you make it high on the financial ladder, right? But on the balanced side, on the low side, in the righteous side, each and every one of the children of Israel, they worth more than any billions or any trillions or any gold money can buy, right? So let's say if the Most High bless you with ability to speak the truth, to rebuke unrighteousness, you don't do it, you're involved in that corruption as well, right? Because your mouth is a resource. Your arm is a resource. Your ears to hear stuff that are unrighteous and to correct the unrighteousness, that's a resource. Your eyes seeing things that are unrighteous, then you speak on it, that's a resource. So that's why the man is pretty much more important than anything money can buy. That's why restoring the men of Israel, that's where it starts. You restore the man, you restore the world. So it's not what the world make it seems perceived as if money, can solve everything. Yeah, money is a defense, it's a resource, just like anything else. But the man is the main resource, right? That's why the Most High focus on the man. In Proverbs 8:4, unto you, O men, are called. If you restore the man and its righteousness of Israel, then the world situation solved.
Come. Just like you mentioned last night in the class you taught, you hear all this talk about, and it's part of the prophecy, right? Daniel said in the end times, many shall go to and fro, knowledge shall be increased, right? Talking about the industrial age and the information age, right? And them coming on the scene. So Daniel spoke about this in the vision, and we're in it right now. What you'll hear in the world, that's what they'll do, right? They'll measure a man based on just his productive output on a physical level solely, right? That's a man's value. And then with the further advancement of industry and computerization, right? The information age, right? We're just making industry much more advanced. Now we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, robots, doing the similar work that people would do. Now you constantly see this comparison of, a man can only do this. A a man can only think of this or say this. We can get the machines to do these simple mundane tasks a lot more quicker, right? A lot faster, right? And there's an effect that goes with that when you hear that enough, right? It's just like, damn, I guess I'm just not good enough. And then you pride yourself off of, okay, I might be into the STEM fields, right? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and helping this process along. But then even you as the engineer, as the scientist, you're like, am I inventing my own demise, right? Am I making myself extinct? The more I work on these machines, right, that do this constructive stuff or even destructive stuff, right? This I'm creating a better soldier, right, through this robot that I'm devising. If we're talking about the other side, right, the more military side of things. But that's why the scripture says this. This is Isaiah 13, because the way the Most High made things, man can't go outside of that. He'll try. Esau at the helm now. He'll try, but what the Most High's will is for man, that can't be removed. And no matter how advanced things get, we can go into the scriptures millennia and plus ago and see the things that men can do with the Holy Spirit that still are what? Far advanced than all the things that we built with our hands. Right? Man with the Spirit can still go above and beyond. Machines still go above and beyond artificial intelligence, right? Go above and beyond what they would call, aliens. Those are, we know who those aliens are. Those aren't aliens the way they depict them. That's just Job 9:24. They try to cover the faces of the judges, right? We know those are just the angels of God, and they are here to look after God's people, but they're here to punish those of God's people and the other nations who don't want to follow his will. But yeah, this is Isaiah chapter 13 in verse 12. Just this verse and what we're talking about, Isaiah 13:12, it says, and I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir, right? Just showing that what? There's going to come a time when a man's value had to be reestablished in the earth. Because the Most High already knew how valuable his creation was, even from the beginning, right? But he knew that what? In the society at large, that wisdom would get lost, right? As life becomes more, commodified, right? As people's lives become more just a number on a spreadsheet, right? As far as what they're worth. So there it is, Isaiah 13:12 as an example. To go with Proverbs 8:4. Because without the Most High scriptures to put things in perspective, it can definitely make one feel less than. And that's not good. What's the famous story? It's like they considered it a folk tale, right? Like an American folk tale. Like you got the, Paul Bunyan that chopped down a tree, but they had one. I think it's based on an actual man, but his story isn't a rare one because you can see his story even this day. But there's a story about, they call him John Henry, the steel driving man, right? And the short version is pretty much he's a brother back in the 1800s that was like known for his strength, and he was working on the railroad back during the times when the industrial age was starting to kick off with the railroads being built in America, that being the cutting edge back then, right? As far as being able to transfer, goods and stuff back and forth. And they had developed a machine that could lay down track and hammer down the nails, right? Back then. And there was a competition between the brother and the machine, right? So they're competing with each other in a contest, right? He's laying down track, John Henry, right? And then you got the machine doing the same thing. Other men, they could just do one side. He was doing both sides. He had hammers in each hand, like hammering the nails down, right? And he had to drill through like some kind of hole or something. And the irony of the story is John Henry, right? He beats the machine, right? So he shows that, yeah, we can do more than the machines, right? We're more profitable than machines. But how ironic, he ends up having a heart attack and dies, right? So that's kind of what happens at the end. So man, who's better, man or machine? Well, this man, he beat the machine, but he dies as a result of it. So, what kind of taste that leave in your mouth when you read something like that? You know what I mean? As opposed to looking at things from a righteous standpoint and going, oh, all these things we build on the external, we already had that within us internally anyway. We have this power that we just need to tap into that can do that and beyond, right? Medical technology still can't compete with the gift of healing, right? Exoskeletons, cybernetic, strength enhancements still can't compete with the spirit of might. I can go on the list, but all these things still can't compete with just the power that we've had and that we had back in the beginning, as far as how long we lived, right? Hundreds of years. Hell, we weren't even supposed to die before we sinned. But still, in this day, they still can't compete with how we once were. Even they try to put it out there as if, oh, we're able to live so much longer now and do so much more now. But really look at things through the spirit. It's not true. We're actually far removed. And the technology has, years to catch up.
Right. So in the same example you bring out, like, what is the use of this man? He did that, right? He come up with some strategy, but he died. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing they're trying to get us on. What's the point of believing in a Christ? Then he got beat up and then died. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that's the foolishness that we believe in that actually got us in the right track versus, the people that feel invincible with the machine, right? That's the balance, right? I get the weak things I use the weak thing of the world to confine the wise. Mm-hmm. They cannot understand that, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right? Like how we read last night, we are fooled for Christ's sake, right? So the one that we believe in the eyes of men, dies, we deaf, but yet believe in that, we strong because he conquered death. Right? The same thing that people scared of, the world scared of is death, but yet he conquered that. But he had to go in the eyes of the world in a weak way where a lot of people would not see through it, but we can see through it by the grace of the Most High.
Kind of. I like that comparison. I do remember you mentioned that in the class last night.
Right. To the Romans, when Paul was speaking, that's weak. That's weak. Why you believe in a God that dies? He's supposed to be a God. Are you the king of the Jew? Mocking him while you the king of the Jew, right? You gonna die like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, Mesto, you mentioned that story that even the heathen Pontus, even he checked, what is it? I'm not sure if it was Caiaphas, one of the high priests, when he saw the king of the Jews, right? They put it on top of the cross, right? In the Latin and in the Greek, right? And the priest went to Pontus and was like, no, he said he is king of the Jews.
Right.
And then even Pontus checked him, right? A wicked ruler checked him, was like, I wrote what I written. Like, I'm not changing it, right? Because the Most High had it that way. Because it's like, you want to mock him, but still, he had a title. Like, it's truth. He is. Even though you want to deny it, he is. And my son's going to come back after all this.
Right. So those of us believe in that, we win. Mm-hmm. But those of them, we see it, they see it as a mocking. You the king of the Jews, look at you. Mm-hmm. You dying. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's the thing.
Right. Whereas if he had actually talked to Christ like the disciples did, and even they had a hard time grasping it first, he told them from the beginning when he first started his ministry, like, I must die so I may live again. Right? I have to be the first to show you how it's done. So it's like, oh no, this isn't weakness up here. I'm on the cross. This isn't weakness, right? This is an act of strength. But like you said, you were talking about last night, from a worldly standpoint, it's just totally backwards. It's foolishness. They can't understand it. What? Let me just read this real quick, and then we'll continue on, because I know it's easy to go deep on some of these. Let me just read this verse real quick. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 2. 1 Corinthians chapter 2. I'll start from 12. I'll read the 14, 1 Corinthians 2:12. It says, we have received not the spirit of the world, but the spirit which is of God. We might know the things that are freely given to us of God. 13, which things also we speak, not in the words which man's wisdom teacheth, but which the Holy Ghost teacheth, comparing spiritual things with spiritual. 14, but the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, but they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them because they are spiritually discerned. You see? So that's where the separation comes in, right? Where we're speaking on certain things and they don't have eyes that see, ears that hear, and heart that understands. It just sounds like gibberish, right? We're speaking, the living word, but it's all Greek to them. Like the saying goes, I don't know, it's all Greek to me. I don't know, I don't understand. That's where we hit him with verse 15, which says, but he that is spiritual judgeth all things, right? People say, you can't judge me, only God can judge, right? We take him to this verse right here. Okay, so would you consider yourself spiritual, brother, sister, stranger, right? Because, everyone says that in the world, right? It's the cool thing to say. I'm not really religious. I consider myself more spiritual. Okay, all right, let's read this. He that is spiritual judgeth all things. Oh, the Bible says you're supposed to judge. You have to show them. Okay, here's what judging is. You're doing it all the time. You did it probably at least 100 times a day already. And it's what, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., maybe even more times than that. It's just these things that, these conventions that people have come to, which the devil, he laughs. He's happy in the end of the day because people escape accountability. They escape accountability through this whole, we can't judge. No one can judge. But no, we're supposed to. We're supposed to use the Most High scriptures as a means to judge. Not condemn, but judge, right? The condemnation, we give that to the Heavenly Father, and His Son when the time comes. But we can judge, right? He gave us a brain to judge. He gave us a body to judge. And then 16, for who have known the mind of the Lord, that we may instruct him, but we have the mind of Christ. So, the world's out of order. Men want to be God, women want to be men, children want to be parents, right? But the key is for man not to be God. No, you want to be like Christ. Focus on the Son of God, of the Most High God. Work on that first, right? That's why He sent Him, right? Because that's going to be enough work for you. And as you begin to learn what that means, then you'll realize the Most High really does love us. The Most High is really considerate. The Most High sent His own Son, right? Which we know most carnal men would never do, give up their own son for the sake of others, right? Wow, He really gave us that bone. He really threw us a serious bone there to get right. And man, if it weren't for the Most High's mercy, we would all be destroyed. But yeah, just wanted to. Okay, con. So yeah, that's 1 Corinthians 2, just as a link. 1 Corinthians 2:12, and I read down to 16. You could link that with verse 5 still. 1 Corinthians chapter 2, 12, and I read down to 16 to end. But let's continue on in Ecclesiasticus 31:6. 31:6 reads, gold have been the ruin of many, and their destruction was present. So, continuing on what verse 5 says, gold have been the ruin of many, right? If you make it more than what it's worth, if you set it above its glory, its value, right? It has value, but not more than, like Kumbakwa was talking about earlier, a man or the souls of men, right? That has a higher position on the levels of power, right? Gold is notches down from the souls of men, or as we might say today, manpower, or the human resource, so to speak. So if you make too much of gold, it'll ruin you. You can link this with Ecclesiasticus chapter 8 and verse 2. Ecclesiasticus chapter 8 and verse 2, which reads, "Be not at variance or at odds with a rich man, lest he overweigh thee." It says, "For gold hath destroyed many and perverted the hearts of kings." Right? So clearly a man that has more riches than you, he's going to be able to garner more influence, right? He's going to have more ability to, pay his way, right? To gain the advantage. Now we know in a righteous, system of justice, it should be based on principle first, right? Because in the law, we're not supposed to respect persons, right? Meaning we don't just turn a blind eye to righteous justice because someone has riches. We're not supposed to bribe either to get a judge to go our way. But in a wicked world, these things happen. So yeah, know when to call it quits. Know who you can't, go up against, at least in that arena. That's what we see even today with the corporate takeovers, right? You might have your product or service. You might be a smaller company, a bigger company, buys you out, where they say, you know what? I'll double it. I'll triple it, because them putting out that gold to buy you out, right, at a price that's reasonable to you, they're going to take whatever you created and make even more money with it, right? But for some people, it's like, hey, I innovated. I started this little small company with this idea I had with this particular product or service. Let me cash out, live the rest of my days, or take the money and cash out and then create something else and see if I can do it again. So Ecclesiasticus 8 and 2 to go with 31 and 6. Let's read on 31 and 7. It says, "It is a stumbling block unto them that sacrifice unto it, and every fool shall be taken therewith." See, right here, they're making that point. Don't make gold your object. Don't sacrifice unto gold, right? It's not a god to be worshipped. The Most High created gold. Don't worship the creature more than the creator. Gold is a creation. It's not the creator. It can do a lot of things, but the only reason it can is because the Most High made it to do a lot of things. So give the Most High his props. And we know this is definitely a prophecy for what's to come, because in the last days leading up to when Christ makes his second coming, what's going to happen as a prophecy? You see people fighting right now for physical value, physical worth, right? Whether it be tangible things like commodities, gold, silver, or intangible things like Bitcoin, Dogecoin, right? These more intangible things that are considered wealthy, or intellectual property, or patents, right? Or royalties when it comes to, music, or what do they call it? Publishing rights. Something else I'm thinking of. Not the masters, but it escapes me now, but you get the idea. Having rights to the masters of someone's, work, as far as songwriting and the wealth that brings, right? These are things we fight over. But in the heavens, they're looking at our souls, right? Whether they're righteous. Our souls, as far as what our value is when it comes to our fruit of the Spirit, right? What the ticker symbol is as far as our faith, as far as our experience, as far as our humility, as far as our brotherly kindness, et cetera, other fruits of the Spirit. That's what the angels are tracking. Right? That's what's valuable to them. It should be valuable down here too. But that's where deception comes in. That's what it says here in the end times. Just to show what people are still going to be fighting for, even up to the time when Christ comes back. This is Ezekiel chapter 7. Ezekiel chapter 7 in verse 19. Ezekiel chapter 7, verse 19, it reads, "They shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be removed." It says, "Their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahweh. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bounds." Right? This is like a combination of things we already read, right? He did love his silver should not be satisfied with silver, right? It says their gold and silver shall be removed. It says it shall not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahweh. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bounds, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. See, it has the word stumbling block there. Right? It is the stumbling block of their iniquity. So this is the thing that's going to hold people back. Once again, as you read earlier, it's not to say to not get gold and silver, right? To increase wealth to what? Use it in a constructive fashion to help out others that are in need or to create opportunities for those in need. But you're just hoarding it just to have it, just to say you have more than the next man or the next woman. Then you failed. Now the gold and silver has you. You don't have the gold and silver. So yeah, Ezekiel 7 and 19. Still hasn't happened yet, but it's still a prophecy that is to come to pass, which we see in other verses too, as far as when Babylon the Great falls, it talks about how much the merchants are going to be weeping when they watch Babylon burning from afar, right? Because no one buys their merchandise anymore, so it's all connected. So back to Ecclesiasticus 31, verse 8. Blessed is the rich that is found without blemish and have not gone after gold. So blessing goes to those who are rich, but now this is the other kind of riches, right? The riches that we want to have first and foremost, which may lead to physical riches, but we don't care either way. If we're led to physical riches through our spiritual riches, beautiful, right? I always say, yeah, if you have spiritual riches, you do better, right? If you only have physical riches, you do well with physical riches, but you do better if you have physical riches with spiritual riches. But if you just have physical riches but no spiritual riches, as you read in other verses, it's only a matter of time before you're going to just give your riches back to the righteous anyway. Even though they may be poor right now, physically, you're going to give your physical riches back to them that are rich spiritually now, and of course there will be in the kingdom, because the law is going to be written on the inward parts in that day. It won't be in rehearsal anymore, right? We'll have it down pat at that point, but right now it's time for practice. So to link with verse 8 of 31, we can link this with Ecclesiasticus chapter 18, verse 30. So Ecclesiasticus is definitely the jewel box, right? Spiritual jewels, where the book links with itself on most occasions. Where this is an excellent verse that just deals with the fruit of temperance, right? One of the fruits of the spirit is temperance, which just means self-control, right? Being able to control your impulses, right? Your desire. Have desire, but not have desire have you. Ecclesiasticus chapter 18 and verse 30, it reads, "Go not after thy lusts, but refrain thyself from thine appetites." Right? It says in verse 31, "If thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee." Right? Like I said, there's nothing wrong with rewarding oneself, right? Or giving yourself, reward for a job well done or profits made. But you shouldn't make this thing a habit to where you become insatiable, right? That's why it says you'll be made a laughing stock to your enemies, because they'll see, oh, we see how we can get the advantage over this man, right? We see how we can better him because he's a man that can be, or a woman that can be bought and paid for, right? Once you figure out their price, we can then bribe them later. We figure out their vice, right? Something that they might have an addiction to or something like that they have to bend. Your enemy will see that and they'll laugh and they'll go, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to come up with a scheme to take advantage of this man or woman, because we see how weak they are when it comes to their own desire, when it comes to this, when it comes to that, right? So if you're up and coming and you up and coming as far as physically, best believe in the world, folks are going to be checking for that. See how they can get the advantage. Also linked with this verse, this is Luke chapter 6. Luke chapter 6. In verse 24. Luke chapter 6 and 24, which reads, "But woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation." And it says, "Woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. Woe unto you that laugh now, Ye shall mourn and weep. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you. So did their fathers to the false prophets, right? So Christ is just putting it out there for those that are rich for riches' sake, that are hypocrites. He's telling them what? It's going to come back around to bite you. If you don't realize the deeper meaning behind why you are rich and who's responsible, and not doing what's necessary with your excess. So these are bad examples, right, of being rich. Also, James 5:1. James chapter 5 and verse 1. James chapter 5 and verse 1, it reads, Go to now, you rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Verse 2, your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth-eaten, right? Because of what? How they got their riches, or what they're doing with the riches once they have them. They become corrupted now. Remember, Proverbs 13:11 tells you, riches got by vanity shall be diminished. He that laboreth shall increaseth. Verse 3, your gold and silver is cankered, and the rest of them shall be a witness against you. You shall eat your flesh as it were fire. You have heaped treasure together for the last days. So you're like that man who just decided to build bigger barns to store your excess, instead of seeing he can help others with it. Verse 4, behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud, crieth. And the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabbath, right? Which, you look at that word and look at the translation, just means the Lord of hosts. Verse 5, ye have lived in pleasure on the earth and have been wanton, right? Meaning you give in to your desire. Like we just read, don't do it. Ye have nourished your hearts as in a day of slaughter, right? Like a lamb being fattened for the slaughter. And it says, ye have condemned and killed the just, and he doth not resist you. So I'll stop there, but you get the idea. So that's James 5, 1, and I read down to 6. So this is the way not to be if you have riches. Once again, the way not to be if you have riches. James 5, 1, and I stopped at 6. But now, here's the way, if we're talking about riches, not so much physical riches, but spiritual riches, here's what we want to do. So here's an example. Now, I referred to this earlier, but now we're going to pull it. Proverbs chapter 13. Proverbs 13 and 4. Proverbs 13 and 4, which reads, sorry, 13 and 7. Proverbs 13 and 7, that's the one I want. Proverbs 13 and 7, it reads, there is that maketh himself rich, yet have nothing. There is that maketh himself poor, yet have great riches. See that? So there is that maketh himself rich, yet have nothing. Right? Meaning they maketh themselves physically rich. They watch for riches, right? They concentrate to increase what they have physically. It says yet have nothing, because in that process, they've developed a character opposite of Christ. Like we just read about in Luke, right? And also in James, right? How they become horrible people as a result of, following that spirit to pursue riches just to gain. Then it says, but there is that maketh himself poor, yet have great riches. So a person who what? Restrains, right? Who may even take you could say a proverbial, or so to speak, like a vow of poverty, if you will, right? They do kind of what we read in Proverbs 37:9, right? They say, Lord, feed me with food convenient for me. Or for a time, let me just not deal in excess. You have this in the world, people do this. But now, how much more doing this for righteousness, doing this for the Most High in Christ, right? Not just some oath that you might make with some kind of order or some sort of society, right? Where you make a vow of poverty, but to do it for righteousness. We see even the Nazarite vow in number 6, it's somewhat of a reflection of this, right? Where when you willingly take the vow, right, you're willingly restraining yourself from certain things. You still partake in the things that are lawful, of course, but certain things that'll be lawful, you say, you know what, let me abstain, from that, right? So that's like a righteous example of that, right? There is that making themselves poor, you have great riches, because by withholding those things that you would desire, you now can then what? Give more when it comes to spiritually, right? Now you might have to be more faithful, more patient, because you got riches. There's no need to have faith. You can just buy away, your money can answer your issues. Or no need to be patient, right? To say, okay, I don't have as much. It's going to take me a while before I can buy this product or this service. Whereas when you don't have, it might take you some time to build up that wealth, that money. So that teaches you character, right? Teaches you experience too, right? We need to work through things, figure things out, problem solve with less resources and time to operate with, as opposed to being rich. Oh, you just hire somebody to fix the problem. Hire someone else's labor to get it done. So you can gain more when you have less. You can gain more spiritually when you have less physically. So yeah, that's Proverbs 13:7. You could also link 18:1. It's kind of going back to what we read earlier in that chapter 38. It talks about this as far as how one who has little business can become wise, right? Because if you're always busy with your craft, it's hard for you to sit back and reflect on the why behind what you're doing, right? You're just focusing on, the what and the how to get certain things done. As far as really considering, why things are, as far as the way things are set up, right? Government as a whole, right, from all sectors, you don't really gain that insight if you're constantly working on whatever product or service that you provide, right? Or working on whatever craft you do, whatever it is. That's why it says this in Proverbs 18:1. Who desire a man having separated himself, seeketh intermeddleth with all wisdom. Right? So that separation is kind of dealing with that too. It's like kind of coming away, taking a sabbatical, if you will, right? To sit back and to reflect on the work you have done and the work in the world at large around you to gain insight. It's hard to do that when your nose is to the grind every day and every day and night. You got deadlines and goals to meet. It's hard for you to gain that deeper perspective. So Proverbs 18:1. Once again, this is linking back with we didn't read the verse, but let me read it. Back in Ecclesiasticus, you can link Ecclesiasticus 38. Ecclesiasticus chapter 38 and verse 24. Ecclesiasticus 38 and 24, which reads, the wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure, and he that have little business shall become wise. So along those same lines. Spiritual riches over physical riches, right? There's a trade-off, right? When you sacrifice one, you can gain the other, right? And then you may not have to do it forever, but for a certain period of time, right? A couple months, a couple years. And then with that newfound wisdom, then you can go back into the world. And now something you may want to pursue physically, right? As far as build a business or invest or do things like that. Now you can get better results, right? And even over a shorter period of time, because now you have more of that insight. You sat back to actually reflect, consider, study, right? Develop your systems and processes, right? To be more efficient, to tackle certain things, right? So you could make better decisions in a quicker amount of time. You couldn't have gotten that unless you separate yourself, right? You couldn't have done that unless you took leisure. And this leash, like I said, it's constructive, even though from the outside looking in, it may not appear to be constructive. Right? Someone looking out from the outside looking in may look and say, "Oh, you're not doing anything," but you are doing something. But it's a different kind of work, right? It's this kind of work, as opposed to the work that people can, immediately see, right, or perceive with the senses. So, also, 1 Timothy 6. Let's go back there again. Let's read on to see. Once again, these are the type of riches that we want to have. It's like Paul told Timothy, the love of money is the root of all evil, the love of it. But he also talks about riches and the role that riches should play in our life. Not to say per se, not to say necessarily that we shouldn't have them, but if you are going to be rich, here's how you should be rich. So this is 1 Timothy chapter 6. I'm going to start from 17. 1 Timothy 6 and 17, it says, "Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded." Remember what Christ said earlier, right? Rarely shall a rich man enter into the kingdom of heaven. Rarely. Let's say he won't. It just says rarely. Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded. Don't be proud. Be humble. Remember, the fruit of the Spirit deals with humility. The opposite is pride. So if you're dealing with pride, it's not good. Nor trust in uncertain riches. So don't trust in riches gotten by vanity, right? Or something that's unprofitable, right? Something that's wicked, something that's uncertain, as opposed to things that pertain to labor, right? An honest day's work, right? Investing in those types of things that are actually going to be productive and not destructive. But in the living God, who giveth us richly all things to enjoy, like Khan was talking about earlier, all things come from the Most High, even those physical riches. Once you forget that in the chain of whatever you do, there's going to be problems. Verse 18, that they do good. Remember, we quoted it earlier, Romans 7:12, right? Which says, the law is holy and the commandment holy and just and good. So good is kind of like love today. You say good, people, they have their own idea. Just like love, they have their own idea. The scriptures make it very clear the goodness of God, the love of God, can't be separated from his laws, statutes, and commandments. So that's the true goodness. It's not, what you think is good or what she thinks is love, right? It's what the Most High thinks is good. It's what the Most High thinks is love. That they do good, that they be rich in good works. Same thing, righteousness. It has to be according to the commandments. Otherwise, it's not good. Ready to distribute. See that? So you're ready to distribute, especially if you have excess and those are in need, right? Whether it be, extra, items, whether it be consumer goods, right? Things you consume, right? Or even capital goods, right? If you're trying to, give someone an opportunity to make money for themselves, right? Whether you're giving fish or you're teaching how to fish, right? Be ready to distribute, willing to communicate, right? Don't be like how the celebs are and the rich folk where, you can't touch them, right? They're untouchable, right? You see them out in the public and it's like, oh, I'm afraid to even go up to them because if I do, the security might, jump on me and break my arm, right? Or like you had with was it Lehman Brothers? They said the guy who ran that, Richard Fole, they said that he had his own. I'm sure he's not alone. I just remember they talked about it in the news. They said he had his own elevator, right, in that building downtown that only he rode. So just imagine that, you stand in line with the other elevator and you see the president of the company walk in. People might be having their conversations waiting for the elevator to go up, the regular elevator for everybody else. Or say the workers who work in a building who ride the freight elevator and, blue collar to white collar, they got their elevators and you just see the president walk by and go into his fancy elevator. It's just like, wow, I actually got to see him today. Wow, how amazing. Right? It's almost like he's not even flesh and blood. It's like he's just this God on earth. Without him, you wouldn't be able to feed your family. So Paul is saying, don't be like that if you're rich in this world. And it says in 19, lay up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come. They may lay hold on eternal life. So, once again, going back to the parable read in Luke, you want to be rich toward God first and foremost. Before you stack up anything in this world to hand down to to your kids, to your other family, your friends, your community at large, you want to lay a good foundation against the time to come. The only way you do that is by building up yourself according to the fruit of the Spirit, through the Most High's righteousness, developing your Christ character. That's the way you do it. 1 Timothy 6:17-19. Very important, which clears the record for anyone that wants to say money is the root of all evil, because it's just not true. And this is proof of that. It's all about what you do with the money. One more for this group, James chapter 2 and verse 5. James 2 and 5, it reads, hearken, my beloved brethren, have not God chosen the poor of this world, rich in faith, and heirs of the kingdom which he hath promised to them that love him? So James asks an appropriate question. He says, hearken, my beloved brethren. Who are the brethren? The children of Israel. Romans 9:3-5, right? Have not God chosen the poor of this world, physically poor, rich in faith? Rich in faith. What's faith? One of the fruits of the Spirit, spiritual riches. Rich in faith and heirs of the kingdom. Remember, Romans 8:17. Heirs of God, joint heirs with Christ, like we touched on earlier. Joint heirs with Christ. What's Christ going to inherit? The heathen, the uttermost parts for his possession, right? Psalms 2:7-9, Revelations 2:26-27. Just going back to verse we read earlier in the service, just connecting the dots here. So that's James 2 and 5. So back to Ecclesiasticus 31. Let's read on in verse 9. Ecclesiasticus 31:9, it says, who is he? We will call him blessed, right? Just going into the person like we read in the verse 8. The rich that is found without blemish, that have not gone after gold, right? We have different examples of that in scriptures. I mentioned Joseph and Daniel before, them being in high positions in government, but they weren't blemished by their high position or their resources. Or even someone like a Job, right? He was a wealthy man, right? More wealthy than all the men in the East, it says. But his riches, he didn't allow to become a blemish. Even after being afflicted by Satan, as the Most High allowed it, right? He didn't allow that to corrupt him. As tough as what he went through was, which I know, most of us, if we went through just a portion of what he went through, we might be having second thoughts about the truth, right? We're looking at the Most High sideways, like, really? I'm following the truth. You Most High, you let this happen? Or we might feel some kind of way, right? That's where the parable of the sower and the seed comes in, right? The seed that fell on the stony ground, right? Persecution arises because of the word. By and by, he is offended, right? We want to watch out for that temptation. It's easy for us to fall into that, right? Because affliction is a tough temptation to deal with. It can be very tough, depending on the type of affliction and how we are. Reading on in verse 9 again. Who is he? We will call him blessed, for wonderful things hath he done among his people, right? So this blessed rich man is going to do wonderful things among his people. He's going to do right with what he's been blessed with, and help out others, as we see is indicative of the verse here. It's expressing that idea. Verse 11 says, verse 10, who have been tried thereby and found perfect, then let him glory. Who might offend and have not offended, or done evil and have not done it? So just showing us, like we read in the other scriptures, that, yeah, this mature man is found without blemish, right? Even he's going to what? Make a mistake every now and then, but it's not going to be his consistent thing that he does, right? It's not what he's going to be about or she's going to be about, right? But you're showing that, yes, we are all flesh, right? We're all going to make mistakes. But the key is to strive for that perfection. And the way we prove that, you can just write down, because people will oftentimes use these verses as an excuse to not even try. No, not saying that, because the person that this verse is talking about is someone who's trying. Yet they themselves are not going to be, completely perfect without sin. Never made a mistake, never said or did anything wrong. Right? The key is to cut those things down to a bare minimum, if you can. So link with verse 10, Ecclesiastes 7 and 20. Ecclesiastes 7 and 20. Which reads, there is not a just man upon earth that doeth good and sinneth not. So showing that what? Yeah, we've all made mistakes. We've all transgressed at one time or another. Especially those of us that, learn the truth, but didn't grow up in the truth, right? From the time that we learned the truth before all that, yeah, we were in the world doing all types of wickedness. So, we're all, worthy of that punishment, that destruction. Had it not been for the Most High's mercy in sending His Son on our behalf. So this is Romans 3 and 23, which says the same thing as Ecclesiastes 7 and 20, which Romans 3:23 tells us. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Once again, don't let the so-called Christians use verses like these as a crutch to not even try to keep the commandments. All the excuses that come with that, which all try to escape accountability. So back to Ecclesiasticus 31. Verse 11, it says, his good shall be established, and the congregation shall declare his alms. Right? So the things that he has are going to be established, right? They're going to stand that test of time. And it says, the congregation shall declare his alms, right? So that rich man is going to be, this righteous rich man is going to be one that's alms giving, right? That gave because he was in a position to do so, right? We can look at someone like Tobit in the Apocrypha, right, of Naphtali, as an excellent example of this, right? Where he was a man of authority, right? A man who actually had means, and he gave, right? He gave back to his people, right? Even when the Assyrians were mowing us down, right, killing us, he took the time out to what? Which put himself in danger to bury their bodies, right? To bury their bodies were just left out there, right? So he gave his own brothers proper burial, right? Which was considered a dangerous thing, and that others might run and tell the Assyrian authorities and get him in trouble. Even when he was through circumstance, he was blinded when he was sleeping by the wall after being unclean from burying bodies, and the bird pooped in his eyes and it made him blind. They were him and his wife were given a gift, and he was stern in telling his wife, "No, it's stolen. We're not going to take anything that's stolen, right? Give it back or take it away, right?" And she had to help him realize, well, hold on, think about this, right? Like, haven't you been one that's giving to the community, right? Don't be taken back that it comes back around, that someone may not be willing to give to you because you've given to them or given to so many other people, right? So she had to, remind him of that. His first instinct was to think, oh, it must be stolen. This isn't, we didn't demand this, or this wasn't the work that you did, right? Didn't deserve this kind of pay, right? So even, when getting a little bonus from the Most High, he was still a little worried, because he was a man of even dealings. But yeah, she had to get him to consider that, and say, maybe it's just something on top of the practice, the services you provide. We have to remind ourselves of that too, Sometimes, the Most High will give us a little extra, and to not refuse it, right? It may come in certain forms we may not be privy to right away. To be in that spirit to willingly accept it. So verse 12, it says, so we're going to shift gears, going to a different section now. So now it's going to talk about something more specific as far as liberty when it comes to manners, when it comes to sitting at a feast or dinner. It says in Ecclesiasticus 31:12, if thou sit at a bountiful table, it says, be not greedy upon it, and say not, there is much meat on it, right? So you see a table and it's furnished with all types of, food, different things. Don't let your eyes, get bigger than your stomach, or think about your stomach later on after you eat. Be like, oh, look at all this food. Oh, it's saying don't be like that, right? Verse 13 says, remember that a wicked eye is an evil thing, and what is created more wicked than an eye? Therefore weepeth upon every occasion, right? So you don't want to have this wicked or evil eye, right? Which is pretty much just dealing with like having an ill will, right? Or, wanting something that you may perceive or see, but for the wrong reason, right? It deals with your consciousness. It deals with your way of thinking, your motivation. As we talk about very plainly, it's about the why behind what you do and how you do it, right? That's what's humongous when it comes to matters, when it comes to judgment, right? You always want to get around why somebody says what they say and why someone does what they do, right? To get the full picture, right? If the why they're doing it is of a destructive nature, they've got an evil or wicked eye. But to have a full or wholesome eye, the why behind what they're saying or doing has to be for constructive reason, constructive purpose. So to think with, or rather to link with 31 and 13, link this with also Ecclesiasticus chapter 14, verses 9 to 10. Ecclesiasticus, let's go back to 14. I'll read 9 and 10. Ecclesiasticus chapter 14 and verse 9, it says, a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion, and the iniquity of the wicked drinketh up his soul. Verse 10, a wicked eye envieth his bread, he is a niggard at his table. Now, we see niggard, remember this isn't the expletive they came up with as a proverb and a byword, right, to call us, right? Nigger. That's not what this is saying here. So if you look this word up, when it ends with an ARD, we see it means something else. Just based on the context, probably can figure out what it actually means. So let me just share. So I'm going on dictionary.com and I'm putting in the word. Let me share this particular window. Let me see here. Chrome tab, dictionary.com. All right, boom. Pop up, sorry. So it says here, a niggard, A-R-D, an excessively parsimonious, miserly, or stingy person. That's a word right there, parsimonious. What is that? Characterized by showing parsimony, frugal or stingy. So it's just another adjective for being frugal or stingy, right? Remember, being frugal isn't bad per se, right? If you're trying to stack up, right? If you don't have a need and you can, you don't have to expend, Remember, it's all about the why you do what you do. Not so much what and how, but the why you do what you do, right? You're doing it because you just want to keep, you don't want to help out those with need, you want to keep it to yourself. That's now where you get into trouble. So that's what that word means. As we're going to see it more than once as we go on. Let me take that out. So let's continue on again. So let me read 13 again. It reads, I finished this. That was Ecclesiasticus 14, 9 and 10. When it says, he's a niggard at his table, right? As far as being stingy, not wanting to share, especially if he has an extra at the table to share with. It's also a link with Ecclesiasticus 31:13. Just as far as talking about the kind of eye that we want to have, let's go to Matthew chapter 6, verse 22. You hear people in the world talk about this, right? Keep your third eye open, brother, sister. Keep your third eye bright as a street lamp, brother, sister. Even when you know what that means from a righteous standpoint. See what Christ had to say about it. So Matthew chapter 6 and verse 22, it says, the light of the body is the eye. It says, if therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Verse 23, but if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? So we have physical eyes, right? But when we have a spiritual eye as well, right? Which is pretty much how we see things, but in our mind's eye, if you will. Even Christ has some wisdom about this. When he says single, he's talking about what? Oneness with God, which represents the tree of life, dealing with the commandments. The true tree of life. You have people in the world that deal with, say, what they call the Kabbalah, so-called Jews, Kabbalah. They have their counterfeit tree of life, which deals with stuff on the left-hand side, the occult, which the Most High says, refrain from that. Don't do that. So not there. They claim that the Kabbalah is the tree of life, but no, the true tree of life is the law, statutes, and commandments, as they're written in the Torah, right? Or in the ancient Hebrew, Thawarah. That's what Christ is talking about when he says your eye be single. You're not dealing with the tree of knowledge of good and evil anymore. We're trying to, deal with doctrines that embody both. See, most people are in that realm, but you're supposed to be what? Just dealing with the commandments and the commandments wholly, and pushing and presenting that in the world, right? And if we are dealing with doctrines, that's the way we measure them against the truth. We say, what is this doctrine about, and how does it align with the scriptures? How does it not align with the scriptures, right? That's how you dissect something righteously as far as any doctrine that's out there, right? For whatever intention that it was built, whether it was a religious doctrine, economic doctrine, political doctrine, right? We always want to weigh it against what the law says in the Bible. You give credit what credit is due. We could say this part of that doctrine is on point because the scripture said. This part here, that's of man. Most High didn't say that. So we want to be able to show that difference. So link this also with Luke chapter 11. Luke chapter 11. Luke 11:34, it says, the light of the body is the eye, therefore when thine eye is single, thy whole body is also is full of light, but when thine eye is evil, thy whole body also is full of darkness. 35, take heed therefore that the light which is in thee be not darkness. 36, if thy whole body therefore be full of light, having no part dark, the whole shall be full of light, as when the bright shining of a candle doth give thee light, right? And the scriptures also tell us that what? The light or the lamp is dealing with what? The law of the Most High. When you read it from a righteous standpoint, right? That's where Proverbs 6:23 comes in, Psalms 119, 105, verses like that, where it talks about what? The light representing the commandments, the law. So that's what we want our spiritual eye to be. Or like they claim in the world, they refer to like the third eye, because sadly, in the world, they incorporate that with a lot of other stuff that's just not needful, right? They talk about, we want to make sure your kundalini is aligned, right? That your chakra system is all aligned, right? Even the half steps, right? Between different chakras and all that. When you're constantly meditating on the law day and night, as the scriptures tell us, Joshua 1:8, Psalms 1:3, etc. You don't have to worry about that, right? When you're always meditating on the commandments and have those be a part of you, right? All throughout your body, right? You girt your loins, right, with the righteousness of God and meditate on those laws. And even in the world, seeing in the world around you and trying to pull out scriptures, you constantly are doing that. That's how you gain that oneness, that alignment with the Most High. You constantly make that a practice, right? These are the things that these gurus and yogis aren't going to tell you. And they're stuck in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's as far as they'll ever go. They'll never attain the tree of life, which is what it's all about. All right, so that was Matthew 6:22 and 23. Luke 11:34, and I stopped at 36. One more, and then we'll continue on. Let's go to 1 John. 1 John chapter 2, verse 15. 1 John 2 and 15. 1 John chapter 2 and verse 15, it reads, "Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, love of the Father is not in him." Right? So the world, all things that are in it, don't love it. That's why it says this. 16, "For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes." See that? So you see it, you want it, right? Covetousness, right? You desire it. If it's righteous, you desire too much of it. If it's wicked, you desire it, period, which you shouldn't desire it at all. Lust of the eyes. And the pride of life. Remember, the fruit of the Spirit was supposed to be meek, humble, not proud, right? Is not of the Father, but is of the world. So, there it is again. All right, so let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 31. Let's read 1 and 14 now. So that's 1 John 2, 15 and 16 to add to the list. 1 John chapter 2, verses 15 and 16. So Ecclesiasticus 31. In verse 14, it says, "Stretch not thine hand whithersoever it looketh, and thrust it not with him into the dish." Right? So don't be reaching in where others are reaching in. Right? We know we have a famous example of this, which this action will be parallel with what? The one that would betray the Christ, as was prophesied by Christ right then and there. Right? Which they couldn't see in the moment, but Christ already knew who amongst his 12, who this would be, which was Judas Iscariot. To link with 31 and 14, let's get the verses that deal with this. So just in general, you don't want to do this, and you definitely don't want to betray Christ at any time. But we just see this, not wise, but this foolish behavior of reaching in at the same time. We want to abstain from that as far as manners go. Matthew 26 and 23, which reads, Matthew 26 and 23, it says, He answered and said, read above, Christ is putting it out there to the disciples. He says, "One of you shall betray me." And they're all asking him, who's going to betray you, right? Because I feel some kind of way too. If I'm with Christ, I'm one of his disciples. He put it out there, but he's not telling us who it is. But he's saying one of us is going to be the betrayer of Christ. I'm going to have the same question. Is it me? Is it over here to my left? Is it over here to my right? Who is it? And he says in chapter 26 and verse 23 of Matthew, "He answered and said, He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me." So, it's referring to Judas Iscariot. Also, Mark 14 says the same thing. Mark 14 and 20. Mark chapter 14 and verse 20 answered and said unto them, it is one of the 12 that dippeth with me in the dish. So same thing. Same instance, but different gospel. Mark 14:20, Matthew 26 and 23, linking with Ecclesiasticus 31:14, right? Showing us this is unprudent or unwise behavior. Then it says in Ecclesiasticus 31 and 15, judge thy neighbor by thyself and be discreet in every point, right? So a more general statement, judge thy neighbor by thyself, right? There's no need to get others involved at first. First, go to your neighbor, right? See what's what, right? Figure out if what they said, they actually said it. What they did, they actually did it, right? Go to that person one-on-one. You see this starting to come out, this wisdom come out more and more, even though they're not giving the most high props for it. But when, rumors get spread, between different people, right? Now you're seeing it on social media. People will, meet up on like, they might do like a live stream or something, or they might go on social media, right, and do a live, right, and then they might have somebody call in that they have an issue with, and then talk it out. People will watch it and they'll go, yeah, that's what's up, no beef, right? But scriptures also always say we're supposed to be like that, right? Instead of just hearing what was said on the, as far as rumors, getting mad and then writing something back on social media to come at the person, right? You should talk to that person one-on-one. And yeah, while televising that conversation, sadly, like we said before, why are you doing it? A lot of times people might do it for clout, right? To appear to be good, right? Hopefully it's not your reason. If you're going to do it live, hopefully it's for educational reasons, right? That's your motivation. But what's really best of all, right? Not just doing well, but doing better. There's no need to televise that to everybody. Just call the person on the phone or go pay them a visit if they're close enough, right? And talk to them one-on-one, right? Shouldn't be about showing off to others, right? Look at how good I am. Look at how wholesome I am. I'm not, falling victim to the rumor mill. I'm trying to make peace, right? Just do it. No need to show off about it. But Christ told us this, Matthew chapter 18 and verse 15. Matthew chapter 18 and verse 15, which says, moreover, if thy brother, is Christ speaking, he says, moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and him alone. So, this whole, look at me on social media, doing the right thing. Christ said, just go to your brother or your sister one-on-one. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother. Right? So go to your brother and just talk to them one-on-one. Right? That's the best course of action because a lot can be resolved that way. You're talking to your brother or sister, you're looking at them, you're seeing their body language, right? You can make sense of the situation, right? Or just tell them, how you feel. This is how I felt about what you said, what you did. I liked it or I didn't like it, right? And your hope is that they hear what you're saying to them, right? They understand how you feel about it, and they take it into account, right? You can also link this with also in Ecclesiasticus. We read this a couple weeks back, but Ecclesiasticus always linked, one of the few books that actually links with itself, right? The wisdom books are like that a lot of times. But Ecclesiasticus chapter 19. Ecclesiasticus chapter 19. Let me start from 13. This whole section is good, but it pretty much parallels what we're reading here. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 19. Sorry, I'm trying to type it here. So I'm adding this to my list. 19 and 13. It reads, Ecclesiasticus 19 and 13. Admonish, which just means correct, a friend. It may be he have not done it, and if he have done it, that he do it no more. Right? Remember, we are the sum of our words and deeds. Right? Our words and deeds, which pretty much deals with speech and decision making. Right? That's what defines us. Right? Now, if we perfect how we speak, we perfect how we decide, we then can what? Become mighty. Or we can become weak at the same time. We can become mighty and elevate spiritually and physically, right? When we use the scriptures to what? Perfect our words and deeds. But that's what you read about when it comes to our great leaders like Christ, even Moses before him. The scriptures tell you that they were mighty in word and deed, right? So that's what we want to be. We want to aspire to be that too. We're going to see this correction here as well. So this is dealing with deed. Admonish thy friend, it may be he have not done it. If he had done it, that he do it no more, right? The thing that he or she was doing, they shouldn't have done. 14, admonish thy friend, it may be he had not said it. His words, deeds and words, words and deeds. What you say and what you do defines you. Admonish a friend, thy friend, it may be he have not said it. And if he have, that he speak it not again. So there it is. Those two are covered. Then it says in verse 15, admonish a friend, for many times it is a slander. Right? That's what the word devil means. The word devil means slander. It comes from the Greek diabolos. Where you get diablo from. Diabolos, which literally means dia across, bolos, to throw across. Like throwing an accusation across, like the way a prosecutor would in the courtroom to prosecute whoever's in the on the side of the defense, right? Whoever's on trial, the prosecutor's going to prosecute. So they're going to act as a slip to throw accusations across, or to literally be a devil. That's what you have in Job chapter 1 and 2, right? Satan was being the devil by them having a case in court up there in the third heaven. What did Satan do? He was slandering Job. He said, does he love you for nothing? Haven't you protected all his stuff? You put a hedge around him. Take his stuff from you, he'll curse you to your face. Right? So Satan was being a devil. Right? That's one of the best examples in scripture you can use to show Satan in the role that he plays. So that's what it means to be a devil. It means to be a slanderer. When you look the word up. To slander, to throw across. All right. It says many times it is a slander, and believe not every tale, right? Remember the law talks about that, right? Not going up and down as a talebearer. I think it's Leviticus 19 and 16. Not go up and down as a talebearer in the land. Telling tales, telling stories, right? So we get the expression tall tale, right? That's why you go to them one-on-one, because you don't want to disbelieve what somebody said on social media or said out there on the streets. Go to that person one-on-one about what they said, what they did. 16, there is one that slippeth in his speech, but not from his heart. And who is he that is not offended with his tongue? So there's another situation you got to deal with too, right? Sometimes you may have said something, right? It can be taken a certain way. But then by you going to that person one-on-one and saying, hey, you said this, I didn't like it. And then you say, well, why didn't you like what I said? And they explain why. And you go, oh, okay, I didn't mean it. When I said that, I didn't mean that. I meant this. Sometimes a statement can be read more than one way, depending on what's being said, right? Words can have synonyms, right? Or the context of what you're saying could be missed, right? So now there's a perfect opportunity, right, to take that into account. Not to jump the gun. Oh, I can't believe they said that. I'm going after them. Talk to them first. Find out. Why did you say this? Because, or find out what they said and find out why did they say it. At least find out what they meant. Because what they meant, you might miss altogether. But at least if you have that down, then we can go into why you said it. Verse 17, and then we'll go back. Admonish thy neighbor before thou threaten him, and be not angry. Give place to the law of the Most High. So this is all part of the law. Like we're talking about now, about not being a talebearer, about, correcting your neighbor, right? Which is also in Leviticus 19, verse 17, as you read down, right, and 18. So just apply those laws. And that's what Christ is referring to as well in Matthew 18 and 15. Apply those laws first. Because you may find out, I thought we had an issue, but we really don't. It was just a misunderstanding, right? A lot of times that's what it is. Sometimes it isn't, but at least you've done your due diligence to make sure. That's what it's about. So Ecclesiasticus 19, 13 and 17. We stopped in 17. Also Matthew chapter 18 and verse 15. All that linking with Ecclesiasticus 31, 35. Judge thy neighbor by thyself. All right, let's continue. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 31. So judge of thy neighbor by thyself. Then it says, and be discreet in every point, meaning being wise or precise in every point, right? So every point, right? That's part of where we get in the swordsman's code, hit the point first, elaborate second, right? Because what people oftentimes will do in communication is make multiple points and then not give you a chance to respond to the first position, right? They try to overwhelm you. So yeah, you shouldn't interrupt people in their speech. Sometimes you have to stop folks in their speech, right? And just ask them not to forget, or please write down your second or third point, but just for the sake of communication, you may hold a lot of points, because what people will do, and sometimes they do this intentionally, they'll make 3, 4, 5 points, and then before you can even deal with one point, they'll say, "See, that's why we know this situation will never get resolved." And they keep walking, right? So it's their way out, right? To try to attack all their problems at once, and then if they can't get an answer to everything that they're saying at that one moment, then they're just ready to walk off. You gotta stop them in their tracks and go, "Hold on, brother, sister, stranger. Slow it down. Slow it down. Address one point at a time, right? Take your time. Bring them down to your speed." Those are also principles in the Swordsman's Code, right? Which deal with effective speaking based on scriptures. So you got to slow them down sometimes. Hold on, you just said 4 different things. Let's deal with the first thing that you said. That's if you really are trying to get an answer, or if you've already made your mind up, right? Because I take it you're just ignorant, maybe you're rebellious. So if you're just rebellious anyway, I'm not going to go through it. You're just looking for a way out of the discussion. But if you truly are ignorant and just don't know and are seeking, then let's talk about it. But let's slow it down, right? Let's deal with the things you said one by one. And that's how you do it, right? Because oftentimes when you tackle the first 1 or 2 things, it'll cover 3, 4, and 5, right? Because usually a lot of times people that are in the world, their questions are stacked on each other. But if they understood a certain basic idea, like, okay, nationality, it'll just answer all the other questions. Or they understood, regeneration, our spirits come back every 3rd or 4th generation. That would answer everything. Or the love of God is keeping the commandments. They just understood that one thing. It'll cover a lot of other questions that they have. That's why we always talk about why the milk is so important, because for a lot of people's questions, they don't have the foundation of righteousness, which is the milk of the scriptures. And those are the topics that come up most times, right? You see the most experienced teachers out there teaching, whether it's in person, you're watching on YouTube, they usually are dealing with milk topics for the most part. They're not going into, deep breakdowns like you would in class for like certain signs and visions. Every now and then they may do that, right? Depending on who they're dealing with. But for the most part, when we go out there and teach, people are missing the foundations. They're missing the fundamentals, the basics. The first principle, as it says in Hebrews, right? The milk. Hebrews chapter 5 at the end of that chapter. That's what they're missing. So that's what you hear being talked about the most. All right. Excellent verse. Much can be said on it, but that's all we'll say about that on for now. Let's read on in verse 16. So going back to the manners again. Ecclesiasticus 31:16 says, "Eat as it becometh a man, those things which are set before thee, and devour not, lest thou be hated." Right? So as whoever's preparing these arrangements, right? As we're going to get into more detail from their side, from their standpoint, the preparer of the feast, just eat what's presented in front of you, right? Because usually when they prepare things, they're doing it in a way to where, right, everyone gets their fair share based on what's available, right? You might start off somewhat small, and then whatever left over, for those that have already satisfied, they can say, okay, I had enough. Those that are still hungry can go for their seconds or third. Once everyone else is at least eaten once a certain amount, as opposed to trying to get as much as you can on one plate, and then you can't even hold the plate right as you go to sit down, right? That's why it says, "As it becometh a man, those things that are set before thee," right? "And devour not, lest thou be hated." Right? So eat, but don't devour. Don't do that. If you guys that watch the Japanese anime, you'll see it a lot of times with the MC or the main character, especially in the shonens, which are like the Japanese animes where it's like usually they're fighting, they're getting stronger throughout the series, right? And you'll see it's usually a thing with the main character or the supporting character. Anytime they go somewhere, it has like some food, you'll see them eating quick. It's like you're so used to seeing it now when you watch those shows. The scriptures are saying, don't be like that. Just eat enough, Eat till you're satisfied, not until you're full. Right? Because really, you're not supposed to eat till you're full. You're supposed to eat until you're satisfied. A lot of us grow up thinking you're supposed to eat till you're full, and that's not good. And that's how we have, especially with the food that's been, genetically modified. That oftentimes is cheaper and it's easily available in the worst parts of the city where we're at. That's why you have so many of us overweight by the time we're in middle school. Right? Got diabetes or other illnesses because of our diet. But it says, verse 17, it says, "Leave off first for manners' sake, and be not unsatiable lest thou offend." Pretty much saying the same thing the verse above said. And this verse 17, 31 and 17, you can link with 37 and 29 of Ecclesiasticus. So Ecclesiasticus 37 and 29. It reads, "Be not unsatiable in any dainty thing, nor greedy upon meats." So, same thing. No one to say one. Eat till satisfied, not until you're full, where you're like, and you can't even get up from the table. Don't do that. All right. Verse 18. "When thou sittest among many, reach not thine hand out first of all." Right? Don't be the first one to reach. Right? If anything, let the master of ceremonies, whoever sits at the banquet up, let them be the first to do it. Or, everyone kind of do it at once. Don't be the first one. Everybody looks at you like, somebody can't help themselves. Look. Somebody don't have no home training. Look over there. Somebody over there, they ain't used to nothing. Look over there, right? You don't want to be talked on. Right? So don't be the first to reach. 19. "If very little is sufficient for a man well nurtured." Right? So you don't have to have that much, just enough. "And he fetcheth not his wind short upon his bed." Right? To where, for the person who, is not well nurtured, right? Who doesn't really know when to say when. Eat to their full, not to their satisfied all the time. There'll be ones that'll be laid out on the couch or on the bed afterwards. Right? He always doing that because he done ate too much, right? Or God forbid they maybe gotten hiccups if they're drinking too much, right? Or they didn't ate too much, right? They keep doing that little short, they're taking those short breaths. I'm sure I know I have my own stories, but any of you folks, you could probably remember back to your youth, first time you went to a buffet, right? You probably got excited as a youngster. Wow, you pay once and it's all you can eat, right? And your folks like, yeah, all you can eat, son, daughter, all you can eat. Right? If you didn't learn this lesson then, you would have learned it, if folks let you take free reign to teach you a lesson, right? Like happened to me, right? It's all you can eat, son, right? And I went to town, and then afterwards, got back home, and I remember I just laid out in the bed like this verse here, like, oh. I remember my old man looking into the room where I was at. And he just looked and laughed, right? I said, I learned my lesson. Never again. Right? Just because you can don't mean you should. Right? Just because it's available doesn't mean that you have to partake. But if you desire, if you are hungry, then yes, partake. But till satisfaction, not until you're full, just because it's there. Because a man well nurtured who's dealing in righteousness, he's gonna know the Most High always provide a way, right? He'll always provide a way for you to have access. But for a lot of our people that grew up in the world, grew up under the curse, right? To flip it on the other side, that's all they know. All they know is gotta get the getting while the getting is here. Because might not be another chance for this because living in poverty, we're always eating the least out of necessity, not just due to manners. It's the minute that there's more available, they just they go after it even more because it's not something that they're accustomed to, that they're used to. It's due to wickedness. That's due to the curse, which is due to wickedness, right? Which is what suffering before our enemies and hunger, thirst, nakedness, want of all things, or lack of all things, which will lead to doing the opposite of what we read here, right? Like people always complain. They say, "Well, us as people, we don't tip, right? We don't tip when we go out to eat, right?" A lot of that goes back to that poverty, right? Because it's like, I barely got enough to be eating out like this, so I don't know extra money for the waiter or waitress, even if they did a great job, right? So people don't oftentimes take that into account. That it's not always a lack of manners. Sometimes it is. You got it, and you still don't care. But a lot of times it's just you're just not used to it. You're just not used to having much. You're always, penny pinching. You know, going to bed hungry sometimes, right? Because what you had isn't enough. Because you got to feed the kids. So when you do go out, it's just like, you know. So always keep that into always put that into context. When it comes to our people that don't do this, because this is a great opportunity for learning, right? To say it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be you don't have to be coming from, like, as they say in the world, right? These self-help groups, they all talk about this scarcity mindset. You don't always have to come from a scarcity mindset. But that's a lot of times all we know. Growing up in ignorance, not knowing who we are as a people, not keeping the commandments, and thereby growing up under the curse, right? Where a good meal is hard to come by. All right. Verse 20. Verse 20 says, sound sleep cometh of moderate eating, right? He riseth early, and his wits are with him. But the pain of watching and choler and pangs of the belly are with an unsatiable man. See that? So sound sleep come with moderate eating, right? So you can rest well. Whereas, if you eat a whole bunch, especially before you go to sleep, a whole bunch, now when you rest, you're not really resting, right? You're tossing and turning, right? You're waking up multiple times to use the bathroom, right? Because you ate or drank too much right before bed, right? So that's what it'll lead to. It says he rises early and his wits are with him, right? So a person who eats a good amount gets a good night's rest. They can sleep that whole night and then wake up, be ready, right? After getting, however many hours they need, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, right? Whatever your body requires. Then you, bright and bushy tail, you can get right at it, right? Sharp as a tack. Whereas, eating too much and you wake up and you're like sluggish. Drinking too much, sluggish. Yeah, another day, another dollar. You don't want to do anything, right? You spend the first 5-10 minutes just moping around. So yeah, he rises early, his wits are with him, but the pain of watching and choler, it's another word we don't see a lot of. Let's get that word. So we got niggard, and now we got choler. Let's see what that word means. Share the screen so we can see it. I'm going to pull it up here. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's add to stream. Choler, not like collar, like collarbone, but choler here, choler. Irascibility, anger, wrath, irritability. And it says old physiology, yellow bile. Then it says obsolete, biliousness. So let's see this here. What's this word? Irascibility. So very irritable, right? So that's how one can get, right? When over consuming, right? Yeah, food or drink. So it says very irritable, easily provoked to anger, right? So that's what that word means, since we probably don't see that word too much. All right, so let's go back. Let's continue on. It says, but the pain of watching and choler and pangs of the belly or pains of the belly are with an insatiable man, right? So you see people, getting and getting more and getting, like you have to say to yourself, you may be satisfied, but you see people get more, and it's like, oh, I have to get more because they got more. It's just like, not necessarily. If you're satisfied, then why do you have to get just because they're getting? It's a lesson that, you got to learn as kids. You learn being fair, but at the same time, after you learn, everybody getting their fair portion as far as siblings go. Sometimes if your sibling wants to get a little bit extra, you don't have to get extras because your sibling did, especially if you're not hungry anymore. Right? Younger kids, do that initially. They gain more maturity. It's just like, okay, I know there'll be food tomorrow, right? I know we'll have leftovers, no problem. But some kids don't grow out of that, right? Sometimes certain siblings, and you might be that one sibling, or you might have siblings that were like that, where it's just like, you can't leave anything with them. You can't leave a box of nothing with them or a jar of anything with them because they'll just eat till they can't eat no more. It's just like, come on, leave some for everybody else. Like, we need this for the whole week. Don't go through it in like a day or two. Let it spread out for the whole week. And a good way to do this, if you have a problem with this yourself, you're not really sure where to cap it. Just look at the servings. Just look on the nutritional facts on the side of the box or the jar or the can or whatever it is, and just look at the nutritional facts and see serving size, and then say servings per whatever. Like You get like some wheat thins, for example. You'll see serving size. It'll tell you how many are serving. So just try that. Just try a serving and say, okay, how do I feel? If you don't feel good enough, then just do a second serving. But I wouldn't go above 2 or 3. Otherwise, you just got the munchies. Because what it'll tell you is, oh, serving size is 6 crackers, right? Or 8 crackers, however many. Then it'll tell you, oh, 11 servings per box. So that means, okay, it's 88 crackers altogether, right? So if I eat 8 crackers a day, right, that means this box will last for 11 days. But if I do twice the serving, right, if I do more than that, that means it'll be half the time, right? If I do 11 crackers, right, a day, and it's 88 crackers total, right, because it's 8 crackers per serving, 11 servings altogether in the box. If I do 11 crackers a day, it'll last me for 8 days, right? If I flip it. So, try that first if you have an issue with, okay, am I doing too much or am I, eating moderately? Just start with the serving size of what you see on the side of the box, on the nutritional facts. Try that out and get accustomed to that. Right? That'll be a way that you can exercise temperance, one of the fruits of the spirit, when it comes to eating. Right? A lawful lust of the flesh, right, which is food, but now you get in the handle of it where, okay, I'm only eating a certain serving or 2 servings, and that's it. I'll eat the same amount the next day. So we can link 31 and 20. We can link 31 and 20 with 37 and 30. Same book of Ecclesiasticus. We can go to 37 and verse 30. Which Ecclesiasticus 37 and verse 30 reads, "For excess of meats bringeth sickness, and surfeiting will turn into choler." Right? So, like we were before, as far as becoming irritable when you eat too much, right? And the sickness that it brings. So you don't want to be like that. You want to be in a state where at least you're what's the word? You're sociable, right? You're not like, people talk to you for 10 seconds. It's just like just walk the other way. This guy's a jerk. And we even got the reverse, right? Where people haven't even started to eat, and they're already irritable, right? You see, they made T-shirts, right? They made a meme out of it in T-shirts. They say "hangry." I'm hangry, angry with an H in the front. Which is, you're angry because you haven't eaten yet, right? So they even got ones for before you even start eating. So you irritable before you start eating, then you eat too much, and you still get you're still irritable. Come on, man, you can't lose on both ends. That's crazy. So these are all unwise things that we do that we think is cute, but it's not. So back to Ecclesiasticus 31. 21. Then it says, "If thou hast been forced to eat, arise, go forth, vomit, and thou shalt have rest." Right? So you might be in a certain circumstance where you're compelled to eat due to something, some unforeseen circumstance, and for sake of manners, you're eating lawfully, but you don't want to be rude. You're presented with a meal and whatnot. Right? In some cases, you can just step off and say. In most cases, you just step off and say, no thanks. Or you may eat something that you didn't even know, right? Was iffy, but you may find out afterwards. Could come up from a place of innocency. Or you may eat a little more, or eat what you didn't expect. Do for manners' sake, right? If you're held to it, due to some kind of arrangements you didn't know about. All in all, it's saying if you're eating too much, this it's contextual, right? Like I said, hopefully it's lawful food that you're eating, but if you realize you ate something that's unlawful and you didn't know, it says, "Arise, go forth, vomit, and thou shalt have rest." because that way at least you'll have an empty stomach. It's kind of like when you have eaten something that you probably shouldn't have eaten, even if it's lawful, might have been something that was bad. Food might have been spoiled or something like that. You didn't know. It might have some kind of poisoning. Eat it, and it's like, oh man, you just feel it. It's gonna come out one way or the other. I don't know if it's gonna come out this opening or the other one. The minute it comes out, right, through either end, you just feel that relief. Oh, I got it out of me, right? I had the, nauseous. I was nauseous, right? Like if you're out at sea, on a cruise or something, you get nauseous after eating, a certain thing or eating too much of a certain thing, you get nauseous, right? You throw it up, or you get the bubble guts, and you throw it up to the, as they say, the porcelain god, right? Not to be idol worship, but you know what I mean. You feel relieved because it's like, oh, finally out of my system. So that's what I mean. It says you should have rest. So we can link 21, 31, and 21 with Isaiah 28, verse 7 and 8. Isaiah 28, verse 7. Isaiah 28 and 7, which reads, but they also have erred through wine and through strong drink, are out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean. Right? So, a literal statement, but speaking to the spiritual state of our leadership at this time, right? We read above talking about the drunkards of Ephraim, which Ephraim being the head tribe of the northern kingdom, them dealing in excess when it came to drinking, right? But then it's carried over into spiritually as far as them dealing with idols and being drunk when it comes to idolatry, right? Which reading their history they were known for. So Isaiah 28, 7 and 8, it's not fit for a priest or a prophet, right, to do the priestly duties or prophetic duties to be inebriated, right? It's a bad thing. You don't want that. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 31 and 22. It says, my son, hear me, despise me not. So, don't fall into that trap of not listening to parents just because, they're my parents. Yeah, they're always saying something. No, listen to what they're saying, right? Because you never know. They might have an idea. They might understand. Unlike the Will Smith song, right? Parents just understand. Maybe they do. Maybe they've been there too. Maybe it might have been a different era, but temptation is temptation, regardless of era. Regardless of what time you grew up in. We might grow up doing different music, but all in all, a foolish teenager will be a foolish teenager, right? I don't care what generation, what time period, right? And the temptations that come with that, as far as the need to fit in and, peer pressure and all that. Every person on earth has been through that. Regardless of age. So it says, hear me and despise me not. And at the last thou shalt find, as I told thee, in all thy works be quick. So shall there no sickness come unto thee. Right? You know what quick, it means fast, but also means to be alive, right? To be living. Remember, the scriptures say the spirit quickeneth, right? The flesh profited nothing in John 6:63. Right? Because if you're not quick, in that context, you're dead. So we want to be alive and lively, mainly by means of the righteousness of God. It says, so shall there no sickness come unto thee. Right? So you don't want to become sick by these things, right? As far as, eating too much, overeating, right? You want to eat moderately and eat the right things when you eat moderately. So it's a matter of what you eat and how much you eat, and even when you eat too, right? As we just read. So you only be waking up in the morning, sluggish because you drank or you ate or drank too much the night before. It says in 23, whoso is liberal of his meat, men shall speak well of him, and the report of his good housekeeping will be believed. But against him that is a niggard of his meat, the whole city shall murmur, and the testimonies of his niggardness shall not be doubted of. We already looked it up earlier. To be niggardly means to be stingy. So you want to be liberal of your meat. It says, if you are, they shall speak well of him, right? So if you have and have abundance, right? If you're willing to share with others, right, of your abundance, then it says what? You'll be known. You'll be known in a good way in the city, not despised, as opposed to the other person who, has to hold on to everything, even beyond his or her necessity, right? It's even the point where it's like, you hold them back so bad that even your extra is going bad. It's not even like you're preserving it for a later date, even for yourself. That it's just food going bad, and you don't want to, you don't want to give it up just because it's yours. That's crazy. If you're not going to eat it and you got excess, why not partake or why not give it unto those that are without, right? To help them out. So that's the lesson here. So to link with 23 and 24, this is the verse I was referring to earlier about how holding back, you think you're saving by holding back, but actually you're hurting yourself. Instead of what? Giving your extra fish or teaching a man how to fish if you have time to spare. Sometimes you might have both, right? So instead of you giving a fish, extra fish, and teaching a man how to fish, you're just keeping the fish to yourself. And you're not giving out any lessons. That's where this verse comes in. This is Proverbs 11:24. Proverbs 11:24, chapter 11, verse 24 reads, there is that scattereth and yet increaseth, right? So it might not necessarily be fish. I'm just using that as a metaphor. You may have seed that you might plant, right? And you want to spare your seed that you can get to your fellow neighbor that can farm him or herself. You just want to hold on and hoard the seed to yourself. Only I can grow stuff, right? So there is that scattereth yet increaseth, because now you have got your neighbor. Now they have more. They have plenty. Now they can provide for their necessity. They do wisely with what you gave them. They may even have excess themselves, which now, them being in that spirit of giving because they saw how giving you are. Well, let me pay back the person who gave to me when I was down and out, when I was in a bind, right? So there is that scatter, but increaseth. It may not happen right away, but it happens. It says, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet or that is right, but it tendeth to poverty. So you don't want to become a hoarder to where you hold on to so much, and then the stuff you got as extra you could have been distributing to others to help them grow, for them to eat fish and to feed themselves, to fish themselves, to become their own fisher persons. Now you're holding on to that, and that can go bad within your own storehouse that you have so much extra, or a fire can happen, right? Most likely have where a fire happens and all your excess gets burnt. And then you're going to be going to those people who may not have as much as you, saying, oh, can I have a little bit of what you have? And it'll be known, like, damn, you were the one that had all this extra. You didn't want to share with nobody. Now your extra then went bad, got spoiled, or got burnt up in a fire. Now you want to come to us for help. You're going to be looked at sideways at that point. And then people are going to see it like, damn, the Most High could have jacked you up because you had extra, you want to give it up. Now he done taught you a lesson by having all that extra you got that you didn't want to share. You have it burn up. Most I can have it happen that way. So just remember that wisdom. You always want to do something with what you got. Try to grow it, right? Not just for yourself, but grow it so that what? You can help out others. By either what? Giving them a fish or teaching them how to fish. So let's go back. Ecclesiasticus 31, let's read 25. It says, show not thy valiantness in wine, for wine hath destroyed many. Right? So, don't try to turn this thing into a competition. Right? You try to show how much you can handle, how strong your liver is, right? Just show not thy valiantness in wine. Right? Because the name of the game is not to drink till you're drunk. That's where you sin. But it's to drink until what? You're merry. As they say today, you take the edge off, right? A hard day, a hard week, a hard month, hell, a hard year. You have a drink or two, right? Take the edge off, cool out, have you mellow. Not, keep throwing back and getting, SHI faced, right? That's not what this is about. That's not the proper use for wine or for strong drink. It says wine has destroyed many. So link this with 31 and 25. You can link Isaiah chapter 5 and verse 22. Also, Judith 13, verse 2. And I'll jump down to verse 8. Just a couple examples of how wine can be a destroyer. So Isaiah chapter 5 and verse 22, it reads, it says, woe or destruction to them that are mighty to drink wine and men of strength to mingle strong drink. Woe meaning destruction. This isn't going into, you're doing it, in moderation. This is going into you overdoing it. So woe or destruction to that person that just makes this a habit, right? Almost like a devotion to drinking, right? To where, you get the drink and you just like, so happy to have the drink and just like, this beautiful glass of wine, this beautiful bottle of vodka. Oh, my baby. Right? You want to get into it like that. You go far above and beyond if you're that bad into it. All because of how it makes you feel. So this is Judith. She was dealing with the captain of the host, Holofernes, or rather Holofernes. That's how you say it. Holofernes. She used this to her advantage. Right? Her story is reminiscent of David's story, right? As far as the small and weak as David was, she's like the small and weak in her case, taking on the big, strong giant, right? In this case, it's Holofernes. And they both end up taking the giant's head off. David cut Goliath's head off. She does the same with Holofernes. But this is Judith chapter 13 and verse 2. It says, and Judith was left alone in the tent, and Holofernes lying along upon his bed, for he was filled with wine, right? Because they had a feast and stuff. He had a whole lot of wine, right? And it says in verse 8, jump down, and she smote twice upon his neck with all her might, and she took away his head from him. You guys were talking about last night in the class, the Sabbath service a couple weeks back when Judges, you guys were talking about, it was during the time of Deborah and Barak, but it was Sisera, right? That's who Barak was fighting against. He was fighting against Jabin. He was the king, and you had this guy Sisera. He was the captain of the host, or like his top general. In the heat of the battle, Barak and them won the fight, and Sisera tried to flee. And that's when Jael, she said, come, I'll hide you. And he said, if anyone comes asking for so-and-so, just say I'm not here. And he says he was real tired, and he went to sleep. He was in a deep sleep. She took one of the nails that kept the tent down, right where he was hiding out. She took the nail and hammered it right in his temples, right? Hammered right to the ground. Imagine being in such a deep sleep. You get the nail hammered through your temples to where you don't wake up. You know, he woke up all right. He was in the third heaven when he woke up. He was dead. So yeah, so she got the victory, like how JL got the victory, but all through the Most High, obviously. So yeah, these are some examples, right? So when you get too much wine, you can easily be taken advantage of. Don't let it be, you someone that's in wickedness, especially a heathen. You dealing with one of us, dealing with the truth. Anything around you can be used as a weapon, right? Most High, if he wants, he could smite you right there with some kind of disease. He's done that before too with certain people. They just get a disease they can't cure. It just starts destroying them from the inside out. They start rotting right there, start rotting and stinking. And that's all she wrote. So you don't want to be one of them. All right, so Ecclesiasticus 31 again. Verse 26 reads, "The furnace proveth of edge by dipping, so doeth wine the hearts of the proud by drunkenness." The same way the furnace proveth the edge by dipping, like they make them like a sword or some kind of cutting tool, right? It says the furnace proveth the edge by dipping, right? As far as if the metal's strong enough, right? So strong constitution, right? Before you hammer it out, to hammer out any of the leftover properties, right? Like they say, iron begat steel, right? Through hammering out down iron and processing iron, you can make steel, right? So the furnace proveth that edge to see if it's sturdy. Same way, doeth wine the hearts of the proud by drunkenness. So the wine will expose the proud, right? Proud will be like, oh, yes, I'm this, I'm that. I have this, I have that. No one better come against me. Yeah, I'll sue you, or I'll make your life a living hell, right? Because I have this and that going on. You get a couple drinks in them, they start telling the whole life story, start exposing themselves, and they become a laughing stock, like we read earlier. Maybe made a fool of before all. And you say, oh, that's what pride did to that person. 27 says, wine is good as life to a man if it be drunk moderately. So verse 27 is key. If it be drunk moderately, it says, what life is then to a man that is without wine? For it was made to make men glad, right? So it's showing you here that drinking wine is not wicked. It's lawful, right? You can drink wine, but the issue is, we'll read in the next verse. But before I go on real quick, just a link with 31 and 27. We can link this with the same book of Ecclesiasticus, 40 and 20. Chapter 40, verse 20, which reads, wine and music rejoiceth the heart, but the love of wisdom is above them both. So showing that wine and music rejoiceth the heart. So I'm going to come into that later on in the next chapter. But wine and music rejoiceth the heart. So these are things that were made to lift your spirits, just not overdone. Only when it's drunken moderately. So there's nothing wrong with drinking. Just don't get drunk. That's the difference. That's the lesson. Psalms 104 and 15 says the same thing. Let's get that. Psalms 104 and 15, which reads, and wine that maketh glad the heart of man, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread which strengtheneth man's heart. Right? These are all things that are considered blessings from God. Wine that maketh glad the heart of man. Right? So it's supposed to bring joy. Right? You drink it, it makes you merry, happy, right? Like we said, takes the edge off, especially if you're under stress. Right? Also, Ecclesiastes 10 and 19. It's actually connecting with not only what we're reading right now, but what we're reading above too. Ecclesiastes about riches. So this verse has both. Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 19, it says, a feast is made for laughter, and wine maketh merry. It says, but money answereth all things. So a feast and wine, right? We're going to read about a feast in chapter 30, the next chapter 32. And wine maketh merry. That's what we're reading right here in chapter 30, reading 31. But money answereth all things. That's what we're reading above in the beginning of chapter 31, as far as the role that riches should play, as opposed to the role that riches tend to play when you're not dealing with the truth, not dealing with the commandments, or dealing with righteousness. Riches will get the best of you. So yeah, those three precepts can all be connected to, the three sections of what we're reading today. One more, and then we'll continue on. Get this in the Apocrypha, First Esdras, which is just another way of spelling Ezra. Chapter 3 and verse 20, you can link also. First Esdras chapter 3 and verse 20 reads, it turneth also every thought into jollity and mirth, so that a man remembereth neither sorrow nor debt. Like we were saying, takes off the stress of your everyday life. This is during the time when there was a question being posed. Different men were coming up with what's strongest in the world. This is part of the answer that the man gave that said wine is the strongest. So that's what he's talking about here when you read above First Esdras 3 and 20. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 31, verse 29. Rather, I jumped 28. Let me read 27 again. Oops, didn't write these. 104:15. Ecclesiastes 10:19. First Esdras 3 and 20. But then yeah, 27 again. Wine is as good as life to a man if it be drunk moderately. What life is then to a man that is without wine? For it was made to make men glad. Right? So once again, you can drink wine. You don't have to, but you can. It's lawful. Here's where you mess up. 28. Wine measurably drunk and in season bringeth gladness of the heart and cheerfulness of mind. 29. But wine drunken with excess maketh bitterness of mind with brawling and quarreling. So that's where you go wrong, right? With what verse 29 is talking about. That's where you mess up. This is where we can link up. For example, at least at that first part. Well, the verse, actually 29 as a whole, right? Even going down to the end. But we can get, for example, Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 1, and then we'll jump to chapter 23. But let me get this first. So Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 1. So hold this. Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 1 reads, it says, wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. The key is to not be deceived by wine, to where it impairs your judgment, to where you say what you ought not, and you do what you ought not. So wine's a mocker. It'll make fun of you. Right? You see people, you go around, downtown, on a weekend, right? Friday night when you're supposed to be out doing your own pleasures. Even one night you can, but then you still break the law by getting drunk. Or you go to a college parties, right? You get these kids, going home from these frat and sorority parties, trying to find their way back home, right? Where they get and they drink too much to where you see them and it's just like, God, look at this person. They're totally trashed, right? And, think about the risk that especially women are under being the weaker vessel, to where a man who's physically stronger cannot take advantage of her, right? And as we have seen, that can happen, right? And it happens on college campuses to where they set up what they call, they have campus security riding around, right? Especially during the nights when there's partying going on to make sure that, young ladies, if they're not walking home in a group, they get home safe if they're walking home by themselves. Or on campus, they have a little call box, right? Where you can push a button, right, to get campus help. And they have them different places on campus just in case something goes down. But all in all, wine is a mocker. Strong drink is raging, right? Because it'll get a girl and a guy in their wrong frame of mind to where they'll say and do things that they'll regret. And by the time they come back to a clear mind, the damage has already been done, right? Whether they, force themselves on the other one and rape them, or if they get behind the wheel of a car and get into an accident and kill people, right? There's all types of things that can go wrong. Proverbs 23:29. Here's another verse dealing with this topic. Proverbs 23 and 29, it reads, Who have woe? Who have sorrow? Who have contentions? Who have babbling? Who have wounds without cause? That's going to come up again as you read on Ecclesiasticus. Wounds without cause. Who have redness of eyes? This is starting to sound familiar. Sounds like somebody I know. It sounds like me, God forbid. This was me last week, right? I got trashed with my buddies last week, right? Don't let that be you. Verse 30. They that tarry long at the wine, they that go to seek mixed wine. So that's the folks that check off all these check boxes. These check boxes aren't good, not altogether, bad. And it says in 31, you can tell Solomon, he knows how it works, the way he explains it. Just look. He says, Look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth its color in the cup, when it moveth itself aright. Right? So he said, don't look upon it when it's red. You got your cup and you're looking at it, like, yeah, real nice. He's like, don't be that person, right? You're looking at it and just kind of like we were talking about before, where it's like you worship, the alcohol. It's like, oh, baby, you and me about to have some fun. I can't wait to down you, right? You don't want to be that person, right? Drink, enjoy it, let it, make you happy, let it mellow you out, but don't go above and beyond. Don't be like this person here. You're in the cup looking at it like, yeah, I can't wait to drink you and drink some more of you. It says, don't look in the cup. Well, don't look at the wine when it's red, the way it giveth its color in the cup, when it moveth itself aright. It says in 32, at the last, it biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adder, right? So it's going to bite you like a snake would, right? It's going to catch you. It's going to make you vulnerable. And you might hurt yourself or you might get hurt by others because they see, oh, this person is free reign, right? Whether it be a man or woman, and they take advantage of you, rob you, rape you, both, God forbid, any of those, beat you up, right? Take your pick. 33, it says, Thine eye shall behold strange women, thine heart shall utter perverse things. So now you're looking at strange women, right? Saying stuff you wouldn't normally say, right? That's wicked. Thy heart shall utter perverse things. You're saying the worst things, right? That you got no place talking about. You might even swear certain things. And most, I don't care if you're drunk. You better not be making any oaths. You shouldn't even make an oath when you're sober, let alone drunk. Now you're really stuck if you do. 34, yeah, thou shalt be as he that lieth down in the midst of the sea, or he that lieth upon the top of a mast. So it's like you're someone like this in the midst of the sea, just lying out there, like you got no hope, you got no life raft or anything. It's like you about to drown. I hope you enjoy drowning in your alcohol, because now you're really about to drown for real. You're about to lose your life if you're not careful. Or at the top of a mast, right, like of a ship. It says in 35, they have stricken me, shalt thou say, and I was not sick. They have beaten me, and I felt it not. When shall I awake? I will seek it yet again. So this is the attitude, right? This is what happens, right? You say, they have stricken me, and I was not sick, right? I mean, it hit me up, but I wasn't sick. I wasn't, what's the word? I wasn't, not feeling well, so to speak, at least as far as I could tell. They have beaten me, and I felt it not, right? Because you're getting trashed and taken advantage of, you know, you don't know what's going on, right? You got what they call the beer muscles, right? Where you get extra courage beyond which is meat. You might say and do the worst, and say and do the worst to the wrong person. They may not care if you're drunk or not. They may get to swinging or punching or swinging something, some kind of object at you, right? It says you felt it not. When shall I awake? Because you lose track of space and time. You don't know where you're at. You don't know when it is. It says, I will seek it yet again. So after you come to, after your hangover is through, right? They made those movies, right? The Hangover. After you come to, you realize that whatever happened, you're like, oh my God, what's going on? How did this happen, right? Where am I? Who is this? I will seek it yet again. You want to put yourself in this situation all over again. Don't be that person. Psalm is giving you warning here. Don't be that person. And if you got a problem with it, get help. Right? 12 steps. Right? Prayer, fasting, right? Go to the Most High directly, right? If you want to go to a group, go to a group. People dealing with that same issue. All right. Let's finish that up in Ecclesiasticus. Let me read 29 again and finish up the chapter. It says, but wine drunken with excess maketh bitterness of mind, with brawling, which is fighting, and quarreling, which is arguing, right? It says in verse 30, drunkenness increaseth the rage of a fool till he offend. It diminishes strength, it maketh wounds, right? So it increaseth the rage of a fool until he offend, right? So if he's mad, he's going to get even more mad. Until he's going to say or do something that's going to rub someone the wrong way. Right? First, folks may think it's all fun and games until you put hands on somebody you didn't mean to, or you say something about somebody you didn't mean to say, or that you probably did believe it really did reveal what you really thought, but probably something you should have told them one-on-one, not in front of others. And now they're ready to what? Retaliate. They're ready to beat you up at that point. That's why it says it diminishes strength, is it maketh wounds. Those wounds can be coming from others. Those wounds can also be coming from what? You realize the next day, like, oh man, I got a bruise on my arm, or I got a bruise on my hip, or on my knee or my ankle, right? Because you done twisted your foot trying to walk around. You done bumped into the sharp corners, right? At the bar or at home, right? And you're waking up with wounds. Oh man, someone gave me a fresh one in my cheek. Oh man, I think I'm missing a tooth, right? Because somebody socked you so hard it knocked your teeth out. Oh, Dad, I gotta get this black eye. Oh man, somebody socked you in your eye. So yeah, it makes wounds, right? Either self-inflicted or inflicted by somebody else who didn't care that you had a drink or two too many. 31, it says, rebuke not thy neighbor at the wine. This is important if you are clear-minded and your neighbors had a little too much, right? Sometimes someone does it out of ignorance, right? They have too much. They're trying to only drink in moderation, but they have too much. They don't know their own limit. Or they may be trying a different kind of drink, and their body may be more susceptible. So remember, someone isn't always willingly drunk beyond, a clear mind. Sometimes it may happen by accident. Sometimes somebody slips something in your drink, right? That's why I say always keep an eye on your drink, or take your drink with you, right? You want to beware of people trying to take advantage, be it man or woman. So it's that, or you could be doing it yourself willingly, or it could be done against your will, and you're just not aware. It could be, like I said, just an honest thing. No, nothing spiked in your drink. You just had the wrong drink on an empty stomach, right? And it really got you messed up. You thought you could handle 2, but 2 was too much for you. So you become that person, and now somebody else sees you as that person and says this: rebuke not thy neighbor at the wine, and despise him not in his mirth. So regardless of whether they did it through ignorance or they willingly got wasted, it says don't despise them in their mirth, and don't rebuke them at the wine, because it's going to go in one ear out the other. They're not going to remember most of what you said anyway. Give him no despiteful words, and press not upon him with urging him to drink. So don't encourage him or her to have any more. right? If they're yelling, carrying on, saying whatever, just somebody, you or somebody else, get them home. Call them a taxi, call them an Uber, call them a Lyft, call them a whatever, right? Get the person home safe, right? Help them out, help them get in the car, help them if they got to throw up, whatever they had in them, right? Sometimes they may not even be aware, right? But help them at least throw up whatever's in them that's got them bothered, and help them get home. If you're not the person, find them a ride home. Don't let them get behind the wheel, right? That's why a lot of folks, sadly, they go to a party with the intention of getting drunk, and they'll take an Uber there, right? Because they don't want to drive home because they know they'll be risking it. So it's a good action to not drive there, but it's bad that you're going to get wasted. Nothing wrong with having a couple drinks and you're below certain blood alcohol content. Don't go there to get just totally wasted. So it's like a good thing not driving so that you can get drunk, which is a bad thing. Right. So now let's flip it from the person who's preparing the banquet. Let's flip it to the person who's actually setting up things or setting up the event. Let's see the wisdom behind this now, how they're supposed to operate. It says in 32:1, if thou be made the master of a feast, lift not thyself up, but be among them as one of the rest. Take diligent care for them, and so sit down, right? So, whether it be a small event, a great event, right? You got people who make, who actually are entrepreneurs, right? And that's what they do. They do a event coordination, right? They sit down with folks. They set a date and a time. They got people in their Rolodex. They don't use Rolodex anymore. They got people in their contact list, right? Different catering companies, different companies as far as like DJs or bands, right? They got a list of like venues, right? That they have the phone number of, right? So that's like their job, right? To help the people who want to do whatever the event is, set the time and place and the arrangements, all that, right? They can make that into their job, right? To be an event coordinator, or you just be doing it just to do yourself, right? Just to have for family or friends or something. It says, "Be as one of the rest," right? And you don't have to pat yourself on the back as you're getting things in order, especially the night of or the day of the event, right? You get things in order, make sure things are situated. And then once things are pretty much flowing smoothly, everybody's in their right places, right? If you got catering, the catering is there. If you got waiters and waitresses serving food, you got them serving the food. Like I said, adjust this for the size of the event. If it's a great big banquet, or just a smaller event where people can serve themselves. After everything is in place, it says, sit down, take diligent care for them, and then so sit down. So enjoy the fruit of your labor, right? Enjoy the arrangements you put in place. Then it says in verse 2, and when thou hast done all thy office, I'm not sure who's on a teleconference. If you could just mute your line, you're hearing some background noise. Do a *6, please. All right, the water. It says, and when thou hast done all thy office, take thy place, that thou mayest be merry with them, and receive a crown for thy well ordering of the feast. Right? So then people can give you props and say, oh man, it's a great party you put on. Oh man, this is awesome, but enjoy it. Like I said, once everything is in place, just keep an eye on things and make sure everything is, good to go. But once everything is set up, sit down and enjoy the feast. Right? Don't just be the whole time just running around. Oh, are you okay? Are you okay? Do that in the beginning. After everything is is in its right place, just sit down and enjoy the festivities yourself. Right? That's what's being said here. Let's get an example of this. We were talking about Tobit earlier when we mentioned alms. Let's get Tobit again. So link this with 32 and 2. Go to Tobit chapter 2 and verse 1 as a link. Tobit chapter 2 and verse 1, which reads, Tobit chapter 2 verse 1, now when I was come home again, and my wife Anna was restored unto me, with my son Tobias, in the feast of Pentecost, which is the holy feast of the 7 weeks, right? Which we know is the next major holy day coming up. There was a good dinner prepared me, in the which I sat down to eat, right? So he helped prepare for the feast of Pentecost, but then it says he himself eventually sat down to partake in it himself, right? So we see him doing this too, right? So even he knows when to enjoy the, for lack of better words, fruits of his labor. But I'm changed fruits since the feast of first fruits. But even he sat down to enjoy. He was one that gave to others, right? So it wouldn't be surprising him being at the helm of an event like this, especially for the Most High. Him being a righteous man amongst his brothers and sisters and community of Naphtali, of that tribe. So back to Ecclesiasticus 32. Let's read on in verse 3. This is important as well. It says, "Speak, thou that art the elder, for it becometh thee, but with sound judgment, and hinder not music." Right? So if you're an elder at the party, if you have some words to share, some wisdom to impart, yeah, do so, right? As becometh thee, right? And do it with sound judgment, right? Considering everybody that's there, right? Say what needs to be said, be brief yet complete, right? Because you don't want to hinder the music, right? You don't want to make it into like a drawn out speech, right? Yes, someone might want to make a toast. Someone might want to make an announcement, right? And to say something that they want to just share with everybody or some other important news. But you don't want to draw it out. You want to make it into like some kind of big speech. Just let it be long enough to where you get your point across. And that way you can go back to the festivities. So reading on in verse 4, it says, "Pour not out words when there is a musician, and show not for wisdom out of time." Right? So along those same lines, right? Because you're there to have festivities, to enjoy yourself. You're not there to quote this or go into that or break this down or break that down. Keep it at a minimum, right? It's okay to take leave or relax, right? Especially if you've been putting in work. Nothing wrong with easing back. Yeah, you still do it. You still are in righteousness, but you don't have to be quoting a verse every single second while you're partying, right? Like we would do, say, in a Sabbath service, or like when you're in a class or out teaching, right? You can laugh, you can joke, things like that, just as long as you just keep it in righteousness. That's all. Link this with Ecclesiasticus chapter 20. I'm just going to link verses 7 and also verse 20 in that chapter. I'll read them real quick. Ecclesiasticus chapter 20, verse 7. It says, "A wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity, but a babbler and a fool regard no time." Right? So someone babbling along and a fool is not going to give time to how long he says something, takes to say something, or when he says something. That's why it says, verse 20 of the same chapter, "A wise sentence shall be rejected when it come out of a fool's mouth, for he will not speak it in due season." So what's this dealing with? This is going back to what? Ecclesiastes chapter 3, right? Ecclesiastes chapter 3, the famous chapter, which talks about what? How there's a time and place for all things. Okay? Cool. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, which reads, in verse 1, it says, "To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven." Then we jump down to get it more specific. It says, "A time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance." So, time and place for all things. It's not always a time to cry. It's not always a time to laugh. It's not always a time to mourn. It's not always a time to dance. But in the time of a banquet, it's a time to laugh and dance. So do that during a banquet, right? So that's what this is trying to convey here. Then jump down to verse 7 in the same chapter, Ecclesiastes 3. "A time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak." Right? Emphasis on verse 7. The second precept, a time to keep silence and a time to speak. Right? Sometimes it's not time to be pouring out wisdom. Right? Keep quiet when it comes to that. Right? It's time to enjoy yourself, right? No need to pull heavy sentences, right? There's a time and place for that. That's what we got the class for, Sabbath service, right? Holy days, right? As far as, why we come together, we talk about it during that time, but then afterwards, we take our leisure, we relax, we eat, we drink, we laugh, we joke around, right? We encourage each other, et cetera, et cetera. See, that's Ecclesiastes chapter 3. I read verses 4 and also verse 7. We also linked Ecclesiasticus chapter 20 and the Apocrypha Ecclesiasticus chapter 20, verse 7, and also verse 20 as well. Let's go back to Ecclesiasticus. Let's read on in 32. Now we're in verse, I'll read 4 again and read down. It says, pour not out words where there is a musician, and show not forth wisdom out of time. So those are the verses we read to link with that, right? Then it says in verse 5, a concert of music and a banquet of wine is as a signet of carbuncle set in gold. So it's like a nice precious craft, right? Like a goldsmith putting together. A signet of carbuncle set in gold. The same way that's glorious and pretty to look at and to behold, that's how it's beautiful to behold and to be a part of a concert of music and a banquet of wine, right? So nothing wrong with celebrating, having a festival, right? As long as you stay in righteousness, you're not out there getting drunk or carrying on or exposing yourself, et cetera, like you see a lot of times in this Greco-Roman society, right? Modern day, the West, like America, Britain, places like that, where they take on that same Greco-Roman spirit where they do this, but then they revel, they go deep. They even have a god, a false god they deal with that celebrates this. What is it? Bacchus. The Greeks called him Bacchus. No, the Greeks called him Dionysus, but I think the Romans called him Bacchus. They had entire festivals for this dude. You read about that in the time of the Maccabees. They talked about Bacchus. I think I might have them switch. I'm not sure which one is the Greek or the Roman one, but either way, that same dude, that same God was dealt with he was the god of wine, the god of reveling. So he had a false god they celebrated during those times where they went above and beyond just celebration. So yeah, we can celebrate, but we shouldn't be letting this lead to us be doing something wicked. That's where we go too far. Reading on in verse 6 of Ecclesiasticus 32, it says, as a signet of an emerald set in a work of gold, so is the melody of music with pleasant wine, right? So same as what we read in verse 5, right? It's comparing these loving festivals, these fun festivals with like some kind of craft work when it comes to jewelry, right? Or something that's made of precious gems and metals being compared to these festivals. And it says in verse 7, we're going to shift gears a little bit. It's going to focus specifically on something you could apply it to the feast, but this can be taken away on its own too. It says, speak, young man, that there be need of thee, and yet scarce when thou art twice asked, right? So as a younger person, right, of younger stature, not necessarily age per se, but especially when it comes to wisdom, it says, speak if there be need of thee, right? If there's something you need to report, something you need to speak on or give clarity on, if there be need of thee, then say it. But then it says, scarcely when thou art twice asked, because for a younger person, especially a younger in wisdom, it's going to take them a lot longer to get out their position or their point, right? They may ramble on, right? They may use too many words to convey a simple idea. So the key is to what? Figure out how to what? Like we talk about in the swordsman's code when we teach, hit the point first and elaborate second. We read that in the last chapter, right? 31:15. Be discreet in every point. So make it a practice, right? Not to say we're all experts, but make it a practice to try to hit to the point first and then give details or elaborate afterwards if there's need. The person understands the point you made, and there's no need to give an example or a parable or similar to, then leave it be. Move on to the next thing. So it says, scarce when thou art twice asked, because clearly, if the people who are elder that you're reporting to are asking you to repeat yourself, could you say it again? Like, what did you see? You kind of lost me. It means you're a little rambled on a little bit too much. You should have been a straight shooter, So, have that be something that you perfect, right? Not only within a righteous setting, right? But just even socially, especially if you're, on a job, right? And you're important to management and whatnot, apply that principle there too. Where if you need to report on something, be brief yet complete. And the way we always talk about that, we use the scriptures where we ask the questions, right? We do this in pretty much any language. We ask the 5 W's, right? Who, what, where, when, why. And the H is how. And on top of that, how many, how much when we're talking about weights and measures, right? Things that are that can be quantified, right? Anything you ask can't go beyond that. Any language that you speak, we're talking English, but any language is going to have those same structures, right? Who, what, where, when, why, how many, how much, right? Even with as high tech as IT and databases and data analysis is, that's all databases are tracking, right? When they advertise to you on your phone, right? Try to market to you, that's all they're tracking. Those same things, those same concepts. And Christ tells us why those concepts are important by the parable that he gives us, right? He gives us parables that address why asking who you're dealing with is important, or asking what the situation is, or where did this thing take place, or when did this take place. His parables give us or tell us the importance of why these things are, depending on which parable we look at. So that's a good way to hit the point when someone's asking you about a situation, right? Think on those things first, and then any other detail you can add later. Let's get to it. Who was involved? What took place? Where did it happen? When did it happen? As best you can, why you think it happened, right? Sometimes you may want to leave that out and let the elders consider that. They may already have an answer.
I'll let you mention Ecclesiasticus 7:14 to link that verse.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
I was going to actually got a link in Job, but you can read yours first.
Ecclesiasticus 7 and verse 14 reads, use not many words in a multitude of elders, and make not much babbling when thou prayest.
Anything else you want to say on there? That was it.
That's pretty much it. I would only add that just be, like you said, get straight to the point. When you're in the multitude of elders, you don't have to do much explanation, because more than likely they are privy to what you're bringing out, except if they ask you to elaborate more on what you just say. For whatever reason, they might be ambiguous to the audience, then they have to elaborate on it or speak on it more in more detail than you elaborate. But in the midst of elders, you don't need to go too much in detail unless they ask you.
Absolutely. Let me get the link I have for this. This is in Job 32. My favorite exchanges, right? This is Job and his friends. They're trying to figure out, what's going on with Job? Why is he catching all this hell, right? Trying to make sense of it. Is something he did wrong? Something he said wrong, right? But then you have a younger man who comes up, and he's disappointed in what he sees. But we're going to see this young man is applying wisdom, and based on what he says, after listening to them. So Job 32. Starting from verse 4. So Job 32 and 4, it reads, now Elihu had waited till Job had spoken because they were elder than he, Job and his friends, right? It says in verse 5, when Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of these three men, then his wrath was kindled, right? So he's listening to them talk about the situation. It says his wrath was kindled after hearing there was no wise answer that they came to as far as anything that they were saying. Then it says in verse 6, and Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite, answered and said, I am young, and ye are very old, wherefore I was afraid and durst not show you mine opinion. So right here we see he's going through the proper protocol, right? He's like, what the hell am I even talking about? I gotta listen. I'm listening to these guys first because clearly they're elder than me. They should have more wisdom than me, right? So let me just keep quiet and just listen. Like what you guys talking about the other night? I think I heard it somewhere. It was like it's a common saying. They say, two eyes 2 ears, right? 1 mouth, right? So it's like you got more of this, more of these, and more of these, and you got this. So maybe you should spend more time looking, listening. Like they say, stop, look, listen, right? It's so easy for you to just have a knee-jerk reaction when you hear something, right, or see something. It's like, no, pay attention, examine everything. Make sure what you see was actually going on, because you might be deceived. So he's doing that. He said, I was afraid, didn't show my opinion. Verse 7, I said, days should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. Right? Your time on earth should go along with how much wisdom you have. But verse 8, there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Then he says in conclusion, for what I'm bringing out, great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment. Right? So he's coming to this wise conclusion, which is, wow, just because you've been on the earth for a certain period of time doesn't necessarily mean you have the wisdom that those years should show, right? So you have the exception to the rule, right? Typically, that's how it should be, but that's not how it is. And it wasn't how it is in that situation there with Job and his friends. After listening to them go back and forth and deliberate, because to bring it to now, you may have someone who's older, right, 50s and 60s, but they're saying and doing things like they're a teenager, right? Still running around, still running in the streets, right? Doing all the stuff that we just read in these chapters of Ecclesiasticus not to do, right? Trying, to get rich quick schemes and getting drunk, getting wasted, right? It's just like, you're supposed to be an elder, someone older in the community we look to for counsel, advice. How come you run around more like a fool, and you're older than me? What's going on, right? So you have that. Just like you might have someone who's younger, right? It could be teenager or college age, and they have, what you might say in the neighborhood, they call it, someone who has an old soul. They have a certain gravity to them, right? You say, man, someone's wise beyond their years. They're so young, but they have so much wisdom, even though they're just young. The older folks who look at them and go, oh, what do you know? You're just a young whippersnapper. But it's like, based on how you are and how they are, I want to listen to the younger person. Because clearly, what you're saying and doing hasn't worked out for you. And it don't make much sense. The younger person, they may be younger, but what they're saying and doing is actually something I can follow, I can get behind. And this young person actually is getting results what they're saying and doing, whereas you, look at you, look at your life, right? Running around out here. I don't want to end up like you. So what he's saying is on point, that and other scriptures talk about it as well, as far as wisdom being the gray hairs unto men, and how unspotted life is old age. Let me get that link real quick. Oh wow, I flipped right to it. I didn't even try to do. I guess that's the spirit. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4. To go along with what Elihu is sharing with us, which we need to consider. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4. I'm going to read verses 8 and 9. Which reads, for honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time, nor that is measured by number of years. Verse 9. But wisdom is the gray hair unto men, and an unspotted life is old age. See that? So your gray hair is really your wisdom as far as your spiritual body, right? You should be, even though you might be physically young, your spirit should be like an adult, like an elder, right? Your spiritual body should be mature. That's going to be your gray hair. Folks act like, oh, I got a full head of gray hair. Listen to me. It's not always the case. Sadly, with Israel, and not just Israel, but even the heathen out there, other nations, every gray hair or gray head shouldn't be listened to. Right? Some of them will have all types of advice that they're putting out there that will get you jacked up because they're still foolish. They haven't learned the lessons they needed to.
It's almost like every man and woman come here with a purpose for why they were created. Some will catch and discover their purpose, and when they're in their old age. But But some will discover their purpose at a young age. So with their purpose come their ability to understand things better and faster, because whatever the purpose is discovered, then the ability to accomplish the purpose comes right along with it. So that's why a young person would discover his purpose will sound wiser than somebody who take 50 years to discover his purpose. Right? So the young person with his purpose comes along the ability to exercise that purpose, because it's all go hands in hand. But some of them who are lost and they, let's say 80, 70, 60 years old, they still don't discover why they hid of their purpose or their ability or their passion, right? They will not get, they will not be wise, because all along they've been trying to figure out their way throughout life. So they don't have the ability to understand certain things the same way a young person would. And it could be the other way around and vice versa. But the faster one discovers his purpose, then the ability to understand certain things, along with with his purpose, will cause him to be seen as wise. He may not be, well versed in everything, but just discover his purpose will help along his ability to discover other things.
And sometimes it's not a willful ignorance. I'm talking about the willful ignorance, right? Sometimes an older person may have been seeking, but the Most High has kept them away from finding the right thing. And they just happen to learn at an older age. And that's another scenario too. Remember, anytime we share the truth with somebody and they don't receive it, it's always two things, right? It's either one, they're just blind, they just can't see it. That's part of the curse, right? Deuteronomy 28. Should be smitten with madness, blindness, it's time for the heart. Or the second thing, which is you're rebellious. Right? This is rebellious people, right? Sodist children, right? Like it says Jeremiah 4:22, Isaiah 30:1, right? Talking about our people being rebellious, right? Willfully rebelling against the message when it's being brought to them. So that's where we're all at, as far as our walk. Either we're just ignorant or we do know, but we're rebelling against it because due to us trying to either to avoid affliction or partake in our own lusts, our own desires, we reject the righteous doctrine that the Most High has. So that's everybody. So the question is, you just have to ask, okay, in each case, are they the former or are they the latter? Are they just not aware, or are they aware, they could care less? And they just like being a fool, like the pleasures of, instant gratification. They're just old children. Come. So reading on, it says, that was Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, verses 8 and 9, and Job 32, 4-9, as well as Ecclesiastes 7:14, all that links with 32 and 7 of Ecclesiasticus. Reading on Ecclesiastes 32 and 8, let thy speech be short, comprehending much in few words. Be as one that knoweth, and yet holdeth his tongue. So just the key verse you want, just to say, brief yet complete, right? Try to be as terse or as brief as possible, but still be complete. And the way that you do that without missing any key details, once again, ask the key questions, right? Like you do in any language, English notwithstanding. Who, what, where, when, why, how many, how much. And the parables that go with that, like the Good Samaritan, or the Pharisee and the publican, or the friend that comes to visit at night when you're asleep, or Christ has all these parables that compel us to ask those questions when trying to decide or make decisions, right? Whatever it is that we're trying to do. Where is the product or service located? How much does it cost, right? How many can I get for that price? What are the features of this product or service, right? Who is selling the product or service? And are he or she, or is the company, are they reputable, right? When should I get the product or service? Because there might be a sale going on later on, or maybe there was a sale earlier in the year, right? Why do I want to get it, right? Do I really need to get it out of necessity, or is it something I'm getting for recreation, right? So these are the questions we want to ask when it comes to things we're trying to decide on, whether it be, small matters or great matters, we're still going to ask those same questions. And based on how those answers weigh out, that's where you'll be able to decide between, say, 2 or 3 options. Okay, this is if I take this option, I'm doing well. If I take this option, I'm doing even better, right? Based on how those questions weighed out, you can be able to discern between doing well versus doing better. Like I always make the comparison. I say, well, small matters, it's usually right and wrong. It's pretty clear, right? Do this, don't do that. But with more greater matters, there's a little more nuance, right? Sometimes there might be 2 or 3 or 4 things that could work. That's where asking those questions comes in, and then you figure out, okay, if I do this, I'll do well. If I do this, I'll do even better. So you're able to figure out what doing better is. There may not be a clear yes or no answer. So yeah, when we speak, especially when amongst elders, always cover those bases first, right? The key ingredients. That's a key way to make your speech short. By focusing on those things, those W's and those H's, or just change the letters depending on, if you speak in French or Spanish, right? Spanish probably like the however many Q's and the D, right? You're talking what? Que, quien, donde, right? Just change it for whatever language you're talking about. It says in verse 9, if thou be among great men, make not thyself equal with them. And when ancient men are in place, use not many words. Right? So more wisdom, more counsel as far as how to deal with those that are considered great, whether it's in righteousness, especially in righteousness, of course, but even if you're in like society, right? Even if you're in the world, you know the truth. There's no need to compete with your brother or sister who's in the world, but who may be in a higher position in the company, right? Or may have a business that's more successful than yours, because the scriptures talk about that too. Or it could be a heathen, right, that you might answer to, or your boss's boss that might be a heathen, or it might be Israel, right? Don't try to make yourself equal with them. Just play your position as far as this setup goes, right? What did Christ say? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? But render unto God that which is God's. Let the world's hierarchy be the world's hierarchy. Let the real hierarchy, as far as the truth, let that be its own hierarchy, right? As far as who gets what when it comes time for Christ to come back. So don't try to make yourself equal with them. It says, and when ancient men are in place, use not many words. So that's what's key. Kind of recapping what we read above. If you're being brought before them and they have certain questions for you, whether it be a judge or a lawyer or somebody or the head of a company or organization, and they summon you for a meeting and they want you to report certain things, just keep those same things in mind, those same W's, right? And just answer what they say and be complete yet brief as possible. You might be surprised. You might get an invite back, or they might say, wow, you know what? I could use someone like you, someone who's really good with their words, right? Or really good at figuring out situations, right? I want to have a follow-up meeting with you, right? Or let's talk about something else at a later date. What's your calendar like? Now you're like, oh wow, I'm just coming here to handle this, that, and the third. But now I done, been invited to this or invited to that. Now you might have yourself an ally. Yeah, they're in the world, but scriptures talk about, make to yourself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. Because when you fail, they'll bring you into everlasting habitation. So it can happen that way if you apply this, right? You're not verbose. You're not trying to impress with, fancy big words, right? You just get right to the point. As far as I know, boom, 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 boom. As far as I could see, X, Y, Z, boom, boom, boom. And just leave it at that. So yeah, give it a try. Practice at it, right? Because you're going to get a response. You'll see it from, regardless of what station that they're in, right? If you're in a conversation, right? If it's in a business setting, you're just running errands, right? You make that a practice, right? Comprehending much with a few words. You'll be surprised. Just the kind of response that you'll get from folks. And how, how you'll rub folks the right way, or how they'll want to hear more from you, because it's like, wow, you're so deep, but how do you say that thing? But you just said it so to the point, but you just covered so much with what you said, because Because I'm sure, Kahan, you can relate to this. Like in the world at large, in Esau's world in particular, it's like a business to whatever your industry is to create a vocabulary out of the industry that you're in, a specialized vocabulary that the more you use it, the more it gets involved, the more it just sounds like, like you listen to someone give a speech, like a lawyer talk about something or a medical doctor talk about something, you're just like, huh? They're like, oh, well, if you want a consultation, my hourly rate is, right? And you're like, right? Like they make a business out of making things as complex and as confusing as possible. Like I understand specialized language to explain certain things, but at the same time, as far as the main point, medical doctor, lawyer, consultant, finance person, right? Whatever industry, you should be able to explain things at a high level and on a low level. You should be able to explain things to like a grade school classroom and get the big picture. And then from there you drill down. Like there's these YouTube videos, not to go into about it too much, but there's a YouTube videos where you have certain PhDs, right? I think they're like in the STEM fields, like physics or engineering, right? And they're explaining certain concepts like quantum physics or theory of relativity, whatever. And they're explaining it to say like a grade school, like a elementary school, like for kindergarten. And explain it to like a middle schooler. And explain the same thing to a high schooler. And explain the same thing to like a college student. And explain the same thing to a grad student. You kind of see in progressions, how this PhD explains what they do, right, what they work in to each grade level. And it's kind of interesting. That's kind of what we're talking about here. Same idea.
Right. It's like when it comes to language, there's no culture, right, without language. Mm-hmm. So, like you're saying, if you're speaking to someone, let's say same word that we communicate may not mean the same to somebody else. That's in a different culture, mm-hmm. right? In different respect of industry, right? But again, it's the same word. So just to show you, even in Hebrew, when we see Hebrew, we see symbols, right? We see symbols. We see a resemblance of a house or something that means something, right? So different people see words differently, depending on their culture, right? So I say that to say, when you read in Hebrews 12 and 11, that's where the discipline come in. Know how to communicate to everyone the same word, but being able to break it down based on their level. When I mean level, I mean the discipline of what they're in. In Hebrews, I read it real fast. And pretty much, as I noted, this is pretty much about discipline in speech. The section that we read in.
Hebrews 12 and 11 to link with 32 and 8.
Come on. Got that real fast. Hebrew 12 and 11. And it reads, it said, now no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous, the discipline, right? Learning the discipline of anything is not fun, right? To train yourself to not speak when it's not your time to speak, when you feel like you have that burning desire to say something, right? But the time is not right. But to restrain yourself to say, you know what, I ain't gonna say anything at this point. Let me wait, because even though I feel the burning desire, I know that the time is not the right time to say it. Even though what I'm gonna say, that's the truth, but it's not applicable in the moment of what I'm gonna say. So this is now, that comes discipline. It says, seemeth to be joyous, but grievous. Nevertheless, afterward it yielded the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them which are exercised thereby. People who train themselves in these fashion, we will be able to see the fruit. Now, like you said, by not insist in being very insistent to authority, for example, they might say, you know what, this person, he could have said something. We say something to him that can agitate him, but yet he kept his cool, right? He didn't get out of control, right? It says, I remember when I was in school, like one of my economic teachers, he used to pick on me.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to just like be cool about it. Then after when the semester is over, he came and he said, "Man, you're a good sport." Right? Because he say things to me that could have get me upset and get out of character. But I was just like playing cool. But at the end, he acknowledged, "Yeah, you're a good sport."
This is like,
it was Edomite, you know.
It's just like, why? You know?
Yeah.
Why? Like I said, someone else says like short fuse. Oh, why is he singling me out? He don't do that with the rest of the students. Why me? You know,
Right.
You could have did that. You were like, why is he focusing on me? Let me consider. Let me just watch. Let me observe. Because oftentimes it'll come out as it did.
Right.
You'll find out exactly why. And you'll be surprised. Because like you said, it's easy to make that assumption. Like, oh, he singled me out because of racism or whatever, you know? But that same person, you know, when you're just quiet, like you said, they'll pull you to the side and be like, wow, you know, you actually, you know, one of my better students. I get on you because I know you know. You know? It's kind of like amongst the siblings. You might not be the oldest, right? But you might be the one that the parent always gets on. You see the siblings getting away with stuff. You're like, Dad, Mom, what gives? How come you give Mr. Hard way? But then you let so-and-so, and it's just like, because, and you find out later, it's like, because I know I can trust you. I know you're actually competent, you know. I love your brother or your sister, but they're simpleton. You know, they don't know what they're doing. They're not there yet. You're there. And you're like, oh. And you're like, then you feel like, oh man, you know, I was mad at them, but it's really a compliment. Happens like that. Look at Joseph and his brothers, right? And Joseph was the youngest for a while until Benjamin, right? But he was the one that was actually the sharpest, sharpest out of everybody, you know. And the brothers were foolish for being jealous, you know. They just took heed. Just because he's the youngest, don't mean he don't have nothing to offer, you know. But they made it personal because they were jealous. So Ecclesiasticus 32:10. It says, before the thunder go of lightning, and before a shamefaced man shall go favor. So you always see lightning, right? And they taught us as kids to count 1,000, 2,000, right? Once you hear the rumble, oh, that's how many miles away the lightning was, you know? So you're going to see the lightning first, then you're going to hear the thunder afterwards, right? Especially if it's at a distance. Same way that works, shamefaced man shall go favor. So a man who's shamefaced, right? Meaning a man who's modest, favor shall go before. I mean, it'll be known. Okay, that man, he's modest. He's not one out here that's like proud or bragging, this, that, and the third, right? He's not all like extra flashy, you know. He's well put together, but he's not like out here just to show off or to be like, look at me, you know. So that person's going to have favor with them, right? People are going to be more than willing to help that person out, give that person the opportunity, right? Then it says in verse 11, rise up betimes, which just means early, and be not the last. It says, but get thee home without delay, right? So another practice, right, which you could relate it to what we're reading about as far as the whole banqueting and stuff. But it stands alone too as its own piece of wisdom, right? As far as rising up betimes and be not the last. So you're trying to get a certain business done, right? You may have a night job. Okay, we're not talking about so much, you know, you may work at night and then you rest during the day. But it's talking about you always want to know if you got things you got to take care of, you know, you're going to even talk to customer service at a company, right? Or go down to City Hall to handle some business. the key is to, hit them up right when they open because the line's usually short. You don't have to wait, right? You can get in. Sometimes you might still have to wait, but at least you'll have it done, by hopefully early afternoon. Like say you got to go to the DMV, God forbid. Everyone has nightmares about going to the DMV, right, to handle some stuff for their car. But you got to be there, butt crack of dawn, as they say, right? Be there nice and early, handle your business, right? Hopefully nobody's there. Catch them before lunch, right? Because once people come back from lunch break, the food's their food is digested in their stomach. The enzymes they might be getting the itis, as we call it, the itis, right? You might get a little sleepy, right? So people may not be as sharp and may not be as as keen after lunch, right? Sometimes you might want to meet someone after lunch, especially if you're doing like negotiating, right? Because after lunch, like I said, they're going to be digesting food, they're going to be more at ease, feeling more relaxed. Sometimes you might want to go afterwards, but typically we want to handle certain things. You want to hit up as early as possible, get it out of the way before the long line hits, before everyone else comes. So don't be the last, because sometimes when business is heavy, folks might have to close up early because they might run out of supplies, right? And you come in there, they might be closed at 5, you come at 4. Oh man, you should have came earlier. We had a whole bunch, but we had a rush coming around lunch or before lunch. Now we're short on supplies. We have to come back tomorrow or next week. We get our next shipment in. I'm sorry. So that's the wisdom behind this, right? Rise up be times at the last, and it says, "But get thee home without delay," right? So the second part, is dealing with, there's no need to, loiter or hang around, right? After you get done, okay, you might, just take a breather to chill after a long day's of work. But whatever you got set up for the evening, as far as things you want to take care of, just head home and take care of that. But it can be tempting to, want to go to this store, buy this little knick-knack here, do this little that thing here, right? Take care of your necessities, your necessary things first and foremost, right? And don't dilly-dally. Get home and take care of what needs to be taken care of at home, right? As far as just hanging out and just doing whatever before you come back to the spot.
Right. It's like also, how some people, when let's say they had a banquet or they had an event, and it's getting really nice, they feel like they want to stick around until the last minute.
Right.
So now they get taken by the moment, right? They can see themselves just leave, right, an opportune time. So the key is enjoy yourself, but don't let yourself get taken by any situation, any moment, no matter how good it feels. Always go back to basics. Right? Going home is just go back to basics. Go back to your regular moment and reflect on the good time without let the good time get the best of you. Right?
Come. Yeah. And when you narrow it down more specifically to the banquet piece, as opposed to just generally speaking, when it comes to Israel and the world, I think we definitely know why the last part is there, because it seems like without fail, I don't care what tribe it is, Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Ephraim, right, Asher, we know if you stay at a function long enough, what's going to happen?
Yeah, this is going to be a fight. We don't know how to control that fun. Hey, the more fun they have, the more drinks they start getting. And we are a nation that is we've been frustrated in the system, and when the time comes, we don't want it to finish, and then we pretty much abuse it, right? Because we work every day, and then you're frustrating at the job. Now you got some drinks in you, and you start to forget about the problems. That's it. It cannot be managed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Like you say, you find yourself like, how did I get here? Why am I fighting this dude? This guy. That's not even my girl. Like, I didn't know she was with anybody. I'm just dancing. Like, how are we fighting? It's my girl you're dancing with. It's my girl. It's like, what? I had no idea. I'm just trying to enjoy myself. Or she's checking for me. I'm not checking for her. Why are you mad at me? We talk to her. This is all types of unprofitable things can can come to pass afterwards. I think we can. I'm sure folks are watching. Can probably tell some stories on that, personal stories they witnessed, where they just said, "Look, I already know where not to go after a certain time. I already know when it's time to dip out because you want to go to a play, an after hours place, right? You might do a little dancing, drinking. You want to still be in there when the lights come on, right? This is like last call, really. The DJ just like put the little last song on. Like you want to be out. You would have already had your drinks, had your enjoyment, and then leave with your people, whoever you came with or whoever you left with, and just be on your way.
Right.
That's why it says in verse 12, there take thy pastime and do what thou wilt, but sin not by proud speech. So once again, kind of going into you're not trying to impress the big people at the gathering or the banquet, right? The elders that are there, right? There's no need for you to boost yourself up. And it's not related directly, but let me just pull these real quick, and then we'll finish this up, and it's getting pretty late. But let me link this with 32 and 12. Like I said, it's not direct, but you can say it's indirect, but it's also part of like manners, like how to conduct yourself when it comes to dealing with the elders. Not so much just dealing with them, but I'll say the seating, where the elder are seated. This is I know it's chapter 18, trying to think of a gospel. I just thought of this now. I want to say it's chapter 18. Let me see. All right, let me get the one in Proverbs first, because the link might be there. Proverbs. All right, here we go. Okay. I'm in the right book, the wrong chapter. Luke 14. Luke 14, 7 to 11. That's the one. And it's going to link with Proverbs 25. Let me get it in Luke first. Luke chapter 14 and verse 7, it reads, "He put forth a parable to those which were bidden, when he marked how they chose out of the chief rooms, saying unto them," verse 8, "When thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him. And he that bade thee in him come and say to thee, Give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest room." So you don't want to be the one they call out and go, "I'm sorry, this is a reserved seating, sir. You might want to go to the back or go down low." Don't be the one that sat in the nice spot and it's like, "Sorry, so you got to go." And it doesn't just be a wedding; it could be like any event. It could be like a sporting event. You got like the regular 100 level, 200 level seating, right? Like in a stadium, like for sports or something. And you have like the lounge area where you have like the nice little special section, right? I remember this whole setup personally because I worked at the when I was still at Temple. I worked at the football stadium when they first built it here in Philly, briefly, and we had this like experience. We were like concierges in like the higher end lounge area, right? So we had to help people with getting around the stadium and give them advice and stuff, and make sure people that didn't have the right armband that they didn't get in, right? But it says, "But when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room, that when he that bade thee cometh, he may say unto thee, Friend, go up higher. Then shalt thou have worship in the presence of them that sit at meat with thee." And it says in verse 11, here's the theme of what the story is trying to convey. "Whosoever exalts himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted." Right? So if you humble yourself and just say, okay, let me come down low, right? Let me sit in the lower area. For the people that, take note of you, right? If you're shamefaced and the favor is gone before you, like the verse we just read in Ecclesiasticus, they'll invite you in or invite you up, right? And they'll say, oh, yeah, that's so and so. Yeah, come on up, right? That's better as opposed, and then, you're not trying to get everyone's attention. You're just there, humbly, right? Not trying to be showing. You're known for your reputation, how you treat others, right? You're short to the point way you speak. People like that. And they say, come on up. As opposed to you sit up in the high area like you somebody. And they say, oh, sir, ma'am, I'm sorry. This seating is reserved. You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go down. Everybody's just sitting there that sees it, just looks at you like, So yeah, that's timeless wisdom, but we see it here in the scriptures. So Luke 14, 7-11 links with Proverbs 25. Proverbs 25, 6 and 7. So Proverbs 25 and 6, it says, put not forth thyself in the presence of a king, and stand not in the place of great men. Verse 7, for better is that he saith unto thee, come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince whom thine eyes have seen. So the parable that Christ gives conveys this wisdom that was here in Proverbs, right? So Proverbs 25, 6 and 7 links with Luke 14, 7-11, which all connects with Ecclesiasticus 32 and 12. So let's read on. Bold this from now on. Everything is bold. Because I didn't pull any of this stuff yet. All right, so Ecclesiasticus 32, and now we're in 13. And it reads, these things bless him that made thee and have replenished thee with his good things. Right? So once again, always giving props to the creator of heaven and earth, the reason why we have anything that we have and can do anything that we do and can say anything that we say. Wouldn't be with it at all without him. It says, whoso fear the Lord will receive his discipline, and they that seek him early shall find favor. So with 32 and 14, right? Going back to Hebrews, you quoted Hebrews 12. Let's go back to Hebrews 12. And we can link Hebrews 12 6, and I'll read down to 8. So Hebrews 12 and 6 reads, whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. Verse 7, if ye endure chastening, God deal with you as with sons. What son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? Chastening is talking about what? Correction, right? Correcting your child, right? This is different from abuse, right? Or punishment. Chastening is like, okay, I'm just doing it for you because I'm trying to get you better. I'm trying to improve you. As opposed to you just doing wrong, I'm just gonna give you the whip, just so that you can fear. I see your hand. It says in verse 8, but if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. So it's like you're a bastard if the Most High don't chasten you to make you better. It's like he don't care about you. It's like you can say and do whatever, I can care less. Have fun. So that's what he does with the other nations, right? The Most High will come in and check the other nations when it's too late. There's no chance for him to come back. Whereas with us, the Most High won't get us too far in wickedness before he brings us down and punishes us.
Right. This shows in verse 14. Seeking the Most High early, Most High obtain favor. When we seek the Most High early, we seem to have wisdom that the older people who seek the Most High late, right, find favor. For example, when you look at I'll take an example, Babylon, right?
Okay.
When he used to teach, he's a young man, yet when you see that he has a lot of wisdom at a young age. Whereas people who are maybe way older than him might think, man, how old is this guy? He knows a lot. Right? So that's seeking the Most High early. Seeking the Most High early, you will find favor. It will seem in the eyes of people you're full of wisdom at a young age.
Come, Tawab. Oh, link Hebrews 12:6-8 with Deuteronomy 8:3. Deuteronomy chapter 8 in verse 3. You can link that. So Hebrews 12:6-8. Connect that with Deuteronomy 8:3, which Deuteronomy 8:3. No, sorry. Deuteronomy 8:5. Deuteronomy 8:5, Salakia. 8:3 is the other one. That's the man shall live by bread only. Which kind of relates to what we were saying earlier, but not what we're talking about here. I want 5, which 5 says, thou shalt also consider in thine heart that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. So there it is in the Old Testament. It was repeated in the New Testament. In Hebrews 12:6-8.
Also for verse 14, I got a verse 2.
Yeah, that was it. You got it.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4 and verse 13. And it reads, he that hold of her fast shall inherit glory, and whosoever she entereth, the Lord will bless. So those who seek wisdom and hold on to it fast, early, then you shall be glorified. People might glorify you. Said, man, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Full of wisdom. Man, I learned something from this person. I learned something from that person. But all I know is not even you. It's wisdom that's in you that is being manifested in terms, make it seem like you know a lot. Right? When you hold a fast. And it says, whosoever she entereth, meaning wisdom, the Lord will bless her. Will bless. So the fruit of what will be coming out of that individual will be fruit of the spirit, right? The result of the wisdom entering into that individual will be seeking justice, seeking righteousness, exemplifying how it is to look out for your brothers and sisters, right? Fight for them, do justice to those who are being abused. So all these things will be the result of wisdom entering into the individual.
Come. One more. Hosea 5:15. Hosea chapter 5 and verse 15. To link with 32 and 14. Just dealing with the seeking him early. This is sad but true.
You never heard like some people say, man, I wish I had found that years back. I wish I had known this years ago.
Yeah, I found out at the end of college, and I was mad because I remember seeing it in high school and seeing it in middle school, but I just didn't know what I was looking at. I said, man, if I'd have known this when I first saw this in middle school, public access TV, if I found made sense of this when I heard this in that rap song, I didn't know what I was hearing, but man, if I could have seen it then, yeah, I feel you on that. Okay, I can't find the daggone book. Where is it? Okay. Hosea 5:15, it says, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction, they will seek me early. So that's the attrition versus contrition. A contrite spirit does the right thing, right? Because it's just the right thing to do. An upright spirit or attrition is doing the right thing out of fear of punishment. When we're mature, we become more of a contrite spirit, right? We do it because it's the right thing to do. We're not looking for a reward, right? Or a pat on the head. We're doing it just because we like to do the right thing. We like to see our brother and sister doing better, especially if we can help them, right? It's not like, I'm gonna get this. Attrition is where you're less mature. That's okay. I'm gonna say and do what I'm supposed to do. Otherwise, if I don't, I'm gonna get beat. But daddy and mom are gonna beat me. They're gonna take my game from me, right? Or not let me, do online gaming or whatever it is. They're gonna punish you with. I gotta do extra chores. That's the attrite spirit. But sadly, most of us fall into that category, and the Most High knows this is why it's written. Right? When things get rough, that's when we're gonna run to the Most High. Like I said, before I came to the truth, I remember brothers who were in the truth before 9/11. That's what they always would say. They would say, when 9/11 happened, right, in 2001, brothers who were in the truth back then, they said the school was packed. People flooded into the school, right? They wanted answers. Oh my God. What's this? What's that? What's happening? Oh. He said they stayed for a couple weeks. And after that, most of them just right back out.
Sometimes he has to go to that extreme, get some people up to get noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, we see it, we didn't capture it, walking by, but the interest was not there to hold it fast because we had other interests. It was like going to the mall, shopping, trying to holler at young girls and stuff.
About my money, man. I'm trying to get my business, trying to get my this, my yeah.
That was the interest back then. But as we getting older, then we start having our interest start to develop to other things.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's the time. So everything happens through time and space.
Yes, indeed. So let's continue. 32:15. He that seeketh the law shall be filled therewith, but the hypocrite shall be offended therewith. Right? So we want to seek the law of the Most High, right? Because if we do, we'll be filled with it. You can link this 32 and 15, also in Ecclesiasticus. You can link it with 39 and 6. Ecclesiasticus 39 and 6, which reads, when the great Lord will he shall be filled with the spirit of understanding. He shall pour out wise sentences and give thanks unto the Lord in his prayer. Going into read above in this chapter, it's talking about those that give his mind unto the law of the Most High. It's occupied in the meditations thereof. This is the reward the Most High gives to that kind of man. This whole chapter is good to read, but just verse 6 for what we just read in Ecclesiasticus 32:15. Let me go back to verse 16 in chapter 32. And 6 to link with 32:15. So reading on. Oh, I forgot Hosea 5:15 to link with 32 and 14. So Ecclesiastes 32 and 16, it says, they that fear the Lord shall find judgment and shall kindle justice as a light. Right? The same way we kindle the law as a light of the Most High, it says here, if you find judgment, whether you'll find judgment if you truly fear the Most High, right? So judgment is decision making, right? Knowing how to what? Choose right from wrong. Knowing how to choose well and better, right? When it comes to greater matters. So that's where judgment comes in. But it's connected to the commandments when you read about the law, keeping the law. One verse you can go to that's key to showing that. Psalms 111 and verse 10. Not the only verse, but a good verse. Psalms 111 and verse 10. Which reads, Psalms 111 verse 10, it says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. It says, a good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endure forever. So you can't disconnect fear of the Most High and doing the Most High's commandments. Leave up to the world, they'll tell you, keeping the commandments they'll tell you rather fearing God is something else. God fearing is like, according to them, it's, Christianity. Christianity preaches. That's not what the Bible says. Not in the slightest. So Ecclesiasticus 32 and verse 17 now, it says, a sinful man will not be reproved, but find an excuse according to his will. So that's a heavy verse right there too. And you see it all the time because why? People always want to have a reason, right? Because that's how temptation works, right? Remember that the temptations come in three flavors, right? Either your seed that fell by the wayside, seed that fell on the stony ground, or the seed that fell amongst the thorns, representing doctrines, afflictions, and lusts, right? Those are the three flavors that temptations come in, right? When you read the parable of the sower and the seed, we read what Christ himself went through when he was being tempted himself. Satan tempted Christ those same ways. He tempted Christ with a false doctrine. He tempted him as far as affliction. He tempted him as far as lust for power. Right? Just as an example, when you read in Christ is being tempted. So, I'm saying all that to say, when it comes to a man or a sinful man not being reproved, usually he's going to what? Embrace a false doctrine, because why? That false doctrine allows him to what? Avoid affliction, right? Or alleviate affliction, or affliction to those he cares about. Or that false doctrine is what? Going to allow him to partake in his own lust, his own desire, be it lawful or not lawful, right? That's usually why that's really the only reasons why someone will embrace a false doctrine. So it shows you temptations, yeah, they're individual, but they can team up too, right? I choose this particular doctrine here, right? Be it religious, economic, political, doesn't matter, because it allows me to what? Avoid certain affliction, right? But then it also allows me to partake in certain lusts of the flesh. I mean, that's every soul. We're all different, but scripture say there's no temptation that's taken us, but it's just common to man. Temptation is the same. Usually you can always narrow it down just based on the parables that Christ gave us. So when you talk about people and try to help them out with what they're dealing with, or correct them, and they'll come back with the emotional response like, you don't know me, right? You don't know my life. You don't know what I've been through, right? Israel do that a lot, right? If you see something they're saying or doing, you're like, yo, according to the Most High, that's off. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. You're right. I don't. But I'll tell you what I do know. I understand temptation. Knowing's half the battle, right? So when it comes to temptation, we can narrow it down, right? And what you'll find out is your situation, your story isn't as unique as you may think it is, right? Not to take away from the pain that you've undergone, but your story isn't as unique as you may think. And the Most High has got it covered in the verses. He also has a solution there too, if you so choose, if you so seek it.
You on verse 16, right?
17. You have a link for 16? Okay.
It's Psalm 37, verse 5. Psalm 37 and verse 6. I mean, for the time being, you could just go on.
Okay. So yeah, he'll find excuse according to his will. So in other words, if it suits him or her, they're gonna always have a reason because they don't want to upset their lifestyle, right? You can link this with the Psalms 50 and 17, 32 and 17. This links with Psalms 50 and 17, which reads, "Seeing thou hatest instruction and casteth my words behind thee." Right? So you don't want to be that person that hates instructions, and then when the words of God come, you want to deal with them. But that's what people do. It's not right, but it's human nature. It's the fleshly nature. It's not the spiritual nature, though. So reading on 32 and 18, it reads, "A man of counsel will be considerate, but a strange and proud man is not daunted with fear, even when he himself have done without counsel." Right? So a man of counsel will be considerate. You're going to think. You're going to consider. Like we talked about before, we're going to ask all the appropriate questions, right? We're going to ask the W's and the H's as far as English. Like the parables say. We're going to ask who. We're going to ask what. We're going to ask where, when, why, how, right? We're going to consider these things when it comes to weighing things in the balance as far as the best choice. This is a strange and proud man, right? Not humble, but proud, right? It's against the fruits of the Spirit. Is not daunted with fear, right? This fear talking about what? Fear as far as the Most High, knowing that what? You do things against the Most High, it's going to put you in danger. But you're not daunted by that. You could care less. It says, even when he, of himself he had done without counsel. So, shoots from the hip, right? He's, what they could say in the world, happy-go-lucky, right? What's going to happen to me? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to just say it. I'm going to just do it. No thought whatsoever. Just, I'm out here. I'm out here, right? It's just like, good luck with that, you know? You know, by luck of the draw, you know, that person may get a couple wins under his belt or her belt, but you know it's only a matter of time before they have to slow down their tracks. They just keep deciding like that. That's why it says in verse 19, "Do nothing without advice. And when thou hast once done, repent not." Check out that second part. The second part is very important, right? So do nothing without advice. Okay, yeah, we're good on that, right? We even learned that in the world. We may not have had a sound framework to do it with. We heard that in the world, right? You know, always get advice. Always get a second or third opinion, right? Depending on your situation, right? You're trying to get, you know, if you need medical attention, get a second or third opinion from a doctor, right? If you need legal advice, get a second or third opinion from legal counsel, right? We heard that in the world. But it says, "And when thou hast once done, repent not." So what's that saying? That's now saying that what? Once you've made a choice, the best choice you could with all the information you could gather around the question, don't repent. Because the confidence should be, all right, Most High, I know I don't expect you for you just give me all the answers. You give me the scriptures. So I'm going to use your scriptures. I'm going to use your fruit of the Spirit. I'm going to use your parables, right? To try to ask all the right questions. Now, if I do that and I make a choice and things still don't work out or don't work out the way I think, I'm not going to lose sleep over it because I know I did my due diligence based on the scriptures. I'm not going to, feel bad. I just know it's just something you're trying to teach me. Now, I might do that if I just, like we read before, you just go ahead and just do something. The guy that was the strange and proud man. Now I can maybe feel some kind of way when something doesn't work out because I didn't even take time to do proper counsel. But now if I did do it, if I did take the fruit of the spirit, as far as I made sure I was patient, I relied on experience, I was I was kind to those I was trying to get help from. I was applying all the fruit of the spirit. I was applying all your parables, right, when it came to questioning certain things, right, asking those questions. When I do that, things work out, things don't work out, I can rest easy. And I did the best I could using the Most High's framework to make the choice. Outside of that, now, okay. Now I can see why someone might, like it says here, might repent, might have second thoughts or feel remorse for the choice they made. But as long as you, like we said, use the Most High's principles to make the choice, then whether things work out or don't work out or happen the way you expect or not expect, you can do this. You cannot repent. Because the Most High is going to see that and go, oh, he or she trusts me. So yeah, I might not have this thing right here work out, but as long as they keep doing that, I want to have the reward come later on. Because sometimes a no might lead to a yes that you weren't expecting. You're like, oh man, the Most High told me no. I took counsel. I took righteous counsel. I got a no. I got a fail, quote unquote, a fail. But the Most High set me up for a win later on because he trusted me here. He got something better for me later on. You don't see it in the moment when you get a failure, right? You may think, oh, maybe I shouldn't have used the Most High, or maybe I should have just did things on my own, right? Or God, the Most High has it out for me. That's why it didn't work. No, you did what the Most High said. You applied the principles. If you got to fail, okay, you got to fail. Learn from it, consider it, move on, try again, try something else, try the same thing, different approach.
I mean, it's very profound the way the scripture is written. While we're here and not in our kingdom, but the Most High is showing you our destiny to make it to the kingdom while live in the midst of the nation, using principles in the mindsets of the kingdom. Right? But use this world as practice ground. Not yet in our kingdom, but yet we're supposed to apply kingdom principles as if we were living in the kingdom while we practicing, this on the world. Things that are happening in the world. It's like we playing two games here. Kingdom mindset with the principle of the kingdom, without the kingdom being here physically, but in heathen nation. But so practice it to find a balance. Then ultimately practicing it enough, that's gonna lead you to the real kingdom.
Come. Also, if we accumulate here in this world, as long as we have it and it doesn't have us, it's going to be translated over into the kingdom anyway. Consider the parable of the talents. What did Christ tell us in that parable? He said, I'm going to give you all the same amount of talents. I'm going to leave, I'm going to come back. I'm going to see what y'all did. Came back, your talent made 5. Boom, you get 5 cities. I took your talent and made 10. Oh, you get 10 cities. Oh, I took your talent, wrapped it up, put it in a napkin. Fool, I could have took that. You could have took that, put it in the bank. I could have got my own with some interest on top. Take his talent, give it to the guy who has 10 talents, because I know he's going to multiply. So we shouldn't have any fear of loss in this setup, right? Whatever we may build carnally, but through righteous principles, because it's going to be transitioned over into the kingdom anyway. And it's going to be added onto beyond what we can even imagine.
Right. That's what Yahushua came and did, right? He came and test this world, test himself in this world to get the kingdom, right? He made him deal with the Father, right? To come and die. He come out of a point where, man, at the end, the battle was tough, right? Before he died, it's like, man, this is it now. The time has come, and I'm gonna feel every blow and every nail that's gonna be pierced in my body. Is there any way we could do this? But not my will, your will. Yahushua has his own will too,
right?
But the key is he prioritize the Most High's will over his will, so that he can go through, everything that he went through. So he pretty much using this world and all the infirmity that in the world, being that he was in sin, but he made himself, right, like be all things to all men. It's like make himself to a sinner, right, so that he can actually live and experience in everything that we experience.
Right. So we can never say, "Oh, you can't relate. You don't understand me. You understand what I've been through." It's like, oh no. Look at my life. Because Israel's big on that. You haven't been through what I've been through. You can't talk to me about nothing. It's like even if I could say the right thing, if I haven't been through the same exact suffering, what I'm saying is just null and void. That's how Israel operates a lot of times. Unless you been through the suffering that they've been through, it's like you can't tell them anything.
Right. It's almost like they create a situation that is obscure, right? Where you can't find the what is right, what is wrong in the situation. And I don't know, right and wrong. But a man of understanding will draw it out. Mm-hmm. Will draw, what the righteousness of the situation is. Whereas they trying to play the victim and, it's not me, I did what I did, this, trying to find excuses. Where, there's no right and wrong here. I mean, it's gray areas. But the man of understanding said, man, come on, look.
Right. Like this part, okay, that's outside of your control. But this part, you're accountable for that part. Yeah. That's what they do in the world. I'm sharing my truth. My truth. Share your truth.
And what's good is it's okay to fail. So long that you try to, pretend to the Most High don't see you, and you know what I mean? You're gonna try to get a one up. Because as we read last night, right? It's the challenge is on the Most High to clean us when we mess up, so long that we go back to him and acknowledge it. Because as his product or as his creation, he's almost like obligated to fix us. Because that would be his reputation on the line.
Yeah. That's the one Most High's his one limitation, the Most High. He's bound to his word. He can't go outside of what he said. It's funny, I heard a Christian pastor say that in the world. He said the Heavenly Father, he's got one limitation. People hear that, what? God has limits? No. Yes, one limitation. He can't do anything beyond what he said in his word. And I was like, even a broken clock is right 2 times a day. Not bad, Christian pastor. That's on point. He's right. That's just one limitation. Yeah. Truth, Lord. So, yeah. Verse 20 of Ecclesiasticus 32. Go not in a way wherein thou mayest fall, and stumble not among the stones. Right? So clearly, if you're making a choice and you see there's stones and bumps, and there's all types of stumbling blocks, don't go that way. Just stay away. Don't say, oh, yeah, it's a tougher road, but, I want to put my nose to the grind, give it a try anyway, right? Like, dude, your bike only has, your tires aren't built for riding over that kind of terrain, bro. You're going to pop a tire, I guarantee, before you cross the bridge, riding across that rock. Those rocks, don't do it. Like, it's not saying look for the easy way out, but at least look for something that's, that can at least be accomplished, something that at least you stand a shot at actually completing, based on, your materials, what you got, your tools that you have on hand. If it's an area that most people have fallen down in and stumble and hurt themselves, don't go that way. But then on the flip side, what does it say in 21? Be not confident in a plain way. So that's like like we were talking about earlier, as far as get rich quick. Riches gotten by vanity shall be diminished. We were talking about that earlier. So while you don't go for the path that's just all types of rocks and crevices, if you go to a path you see it's just real smooth, real plain, you want to avoid that one too, because now that one on the other side is like too good to be true. You kind of, it's like the Goldilocks, right? This bed is too hard. This bed is too soft. This bed is just right. Right? You want to find the Goldilocks. You want to find the just right. Okay, this is something that, yeah, it's not ridiculously challenging. At the same time, it's not like easy peasy, right? Let me go this way, because at least this way, it's like it's not gonna be easy. But at least I know that I have a chance at some level of success.
And even that, depending on the individual, you still might fall.
Mhm.
But the key is go back to the Most High. Don't give in to Satan.
Mhm.
Because when you fall, Satan, as soon as you fall, Satan goes right there. And I told you, man. That's it, man. See, you can't do it. You can't try to be all super righteous, man. Come on, man. You've been in this thing for how many years now? You fall for this?
He said you can't do it,
man.
He said you can't do it.
Nobody can do it. You cannot do it. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Now, you see what I've been telling you now. Example, David, right? David, see with the woman, send the guy on the finish line, on the front line to get killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the key is he never give to Satan. He go right back to the Most High and say, Most High, that's it, man. I know I messed up real bad.
Come.
Don't give in to Satan. He's like, man, woe is me. That's it, man. That's it. I'm finished.
Yeah.
Once you get into that attitude, saying, see, that's it, man. Come to my, come.
Let's party.
Let's party. Yeah.
All right, let's dance the dance of death. Come. Yeah. It's true. Come clean with what Come Quiet is saying. No matter what, come clean. Because he knows. He knows everything anyway. So you might as well come clean anyway. Right? What better option you got but come clean before the Lord? Because you can't hide. You can't lie. Now the Most High looking at you sideways like, you lying to me? Really? Like I didn't see it. Like I didn't know you were going to do it before you did it. You're going to come and BS me? Yeah, man. So, yeah, I like how 20 and 1 kind of play off each other. But then check out 22. Because it kind of makes you think of chapter 33, which we're not going to read tonight. But 22 says, and beware of thine own children. So I like this because it's kind of dealing with, since we're talking about the whole, council thing and like decision making and stuff. We could parallel to that as far as when it comes to decision making, we don't want to make sure we don't respect persons, right? It's very easy to respect persons when it comes to family, right? People who are close to you, blood relatives, right? What they're saying or doing you can clearly see in reason it's off, but it's family. So you're like, oh, no problem,
You in verse 21?
22. So it's easy to fall into that trap, right? Because, like I said, they're near kin, they're close to you. And even on the flip side, for us in righteousness, we deal with that on the reverse side, right? Where we come into the truth. We want our family and friends to know. What did Christ say? A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and his own house. So now, the people you care about the most, you want them to see this the most, right? Because like I always see is every time folks like first come into truth, so I come into the classes, and dialing in and all that. And as I hear and talk every week, they're always talking about what? Their immediate family, right? I keep talking to my sister. Oh my God. I keep talking to my cousin. I keep talking to my nephew. Oh my God. I keep talking to my auntie, but she just won't. Like, yeah, it's just like, I hear you, brother. I hear you, sister. But they're not the only Israelites. Why don't you talk to the person at the checkout line at the grocery store? Why don't you talk to the person that was in line at the post office? Why don't you talk to the person that you know from whatever you do after work, whatever extracurriculars you got. You might go to the shooting gallery or something. Why don't you talk to the person at the shooting gallery, right? Why don't you talk to them? Why are you just talking to the immediate family? Like Christ already told us, because look what he went through. His own family was like, right? Look at Christ like, like his mom, okay, but rest of his brothers and sisters, they all looked at him like, he only had one brother, I think James. He had a brother named James. You read about him in the scriptures. And he didn't believe right away, because Paul talks about him later on in Acts of the Apostles, the brother of Christ that was a disciple as well. But the rest of his siblings were kind of like, I don't know. That's why Christ himself said, a prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and his own house. And it said he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief. He went back to his hometown. He just didn't do it because he already knew, I'm too familiar to them. So that's it on the flip. That's it on the flip side.
Right. And also make sure that take good heed or take good control over the household. Right? Take good control over the kids, over the house, in the household. Because what the scripture says, your enemies are they of your own household.
Right.
Right. And he that don't have control of his own house, right? He cannot have control over anything. Right? That's where the line of authority comes in. So that goes a long way. You don't want as say you the men of the house, you want to make sure that you control the spirits that are in your household.
Mm-hmm.
Because then they're your kids, but don't fall into the trap of kids as fleshly wise. And in the household, you are the head of the household, but you control all the spirit in the household. So that you know when the spirit is getting out of line, when another spirit jumped into your household. So you know how to act. So always be aware, be mindful of your own children, how they operate, wife, and everybody else in the household. That's why the man is supposed to be, have authority in the house. You have authority over the spirits in the house.
Right. So every government has a body, right?
Right.
Every community has a body. Every family too, right? We learn growing up the woman is the backbone of the family, right? So the woman's the backbone of the family. Who's the head? And the arms and legs of the children. That's the family body, right? So that's like you said, what if that the body not to be sick, right? They all need to be working together. And if they don't, they need to figure out a way to resolve it. And here, we're going to read it next time we do Ecclesiasticus, but next chapter, it talks about this. So you can link this with Ecclesiasticus 33, 19 through 21. Because when you make a certain decision, it may involve you becoming indebted, right? And when it comes to your own children, being indebted to your own children might be a situation depending on the circumstances, right? But not just them. We're going to read here. Ecclesiasticus 33 and 19, I'm going to read 21. It says, like I said, we'll go into this again when we read a couple weeks from now. It says, give not thy son and wife, thy brother and friend, power over thee while thou livest, and give not thy goods to another, lest repent thee, and thou entreat for the same again. 20, as long as thou livest and hast breath in thee, give not thyself over to any. 21, for better is that thy children should seek to thee, and that thou shouldest stand as to their courtesy. Right? So to the best of your ability, you want to have something to hand to them, right? With the lower classes, right? Was it Robert Kiyosaki? He always talks about that in his book, not The Rich Dad Poor Dad. Another one of his books. He says every class seeks something different, but each class level, what they seek is important. They say the poor class, they invest in children, right? And they say, because when I get old, I have somebody I can take care of, right? He said the middle class, they invest in education, right? Because with a proper education, there's no distance to how far you can go. He says the upper class, he says they invest in real estate, right? Because that's what really means to have something to hand down to your kids. And he says all three are important, right? But just looking at one by itself can be dangerous, right? But when he said that, I read that, I was like, I see that to be generally true, right? That observation. But to speak on that lower level, which a lot of our people fall into, you kind of want to be careful with that. Because especially now that we know better, the key is to now say, okay, how do we do better? How do we actually have something that we can hand to our kids, right? Something, some kind of, asset, some kind of ownership, some kind of intellectual property, some kind of whatever. Instead of just like what our parents did. Yeah, I worked hard, bust my ass, had to, scrape and good luck. That's what most Israel gets, right? good luck. I can't help you. Hopefully you get a scholarship because I'm not paying. I can't pay for college. She's going to get a loan, and you're going to pay it back because I don't have any money to pay for school. Let alone you're going to want to pay the loan with that job you get, which we don't even know. That's not even promised now, right? So it's like that's usually the pep talk Israel gets. That's the best that most Israelite parents can do, as opposed to other strange nations, right? They might have uncles and aunties, that got businesses already, so they can put their money together when junior or the daughter goes to college. So just to fall in that mindset of I'm gonna have kids so that they can take care when I get older. That's not good, right? Scriptures here are speaking against it. You don't want to be indebted to them. You want to have something to give to them, as opposed to hoping that they have something to give to you, hoping that they get top honors in school and can graduate. You want that, but just to have children as a fallback, just to have children as an insurance plan, that's not good. That's not good. That's why it's saying here, this is counsel for, he says above, the great men of the people, the rulers of the congregation, right? Because if you're going to be a man of authority or power, you want to be in a position to hand down power, right? Not to seek power, right? And hope that your children are going to give it to you, that your family's going to give it to you, right? If anything, they should be, like you said, coming to you. Just to have that mentality, to set yourself to be in that kind of position.
It's the power of the economic dictatorship. Due to our ignorance, we reject knowledge of the Most High, then we subject to the economic dictatorship to say, live it, one life to live, just live it, you don't have to do anything. We got you. We got you. Just work for me and we'll provide for you. But if people were educated as far as the scriptures is concerned, our people, then they will see everything that the Most High align here is to always leave something for your generation. Right? In verse 21, I had a comment to make on verse 21.
Okay.
It's like when I read verse 21, it says, verse 21, be not confident in a plain way. It's almost like you got in your car, you hit the highway, and it's freeway. Everything, the road is smooth, and you think, man, I can speed 100 miles per hour. Musa said, on the way to the kingdom, while you're here in this kingdom, if things appear to be smooth, you're on a smooth ride, question it.
Mm-hmm.
Question it. Because you're in a time of war, and this kingdom is not supposed to be smooth, but for some reason it's smooth, the smooth way. Question it, because it might be a snare. Right? You don't want to be paranoid, but question the questionable.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. Good parallel there. Good metaphor. So, verse 22, beware thine own children. Link it with 33:19-21 of Ecclesiasticus. 23, I'm going to link with Ecclesiasticus as well. It says, in every good work, trust thine own soul. For this is the keeping of the commandments. So 32 and 23 link this with Ecclesiasticus 37. Let me start from 13. It says, Ecclesiasticus 37 and 13, it says, and let the counsel of thine own heart stand. For there is no man more faithful unto thee than it. 14. For a man's mind is sometime wont or able to tell him more than 7 watchmen that sit above in a high tower. So you're your best. You're your own best advisor, right? Like what's the scripture saying in the New Testament? Who can know the spirit of man, but the man whose spirit it is? Right? Who can know yourself better than you? Right? You might have to go through therapy to kind of, be given a certain series of questions to figure out what you already knew, but it was there, right? You may have just been blocking it, but still, because yes, that's why I always laugh about therapy, right? You see the person sitting in the chair, right? You're sitting there like, how was your day? They never say anything declarative, right? Do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. They never do that. Oh, why do you say that? Oh, well, why do you think that is? How does that make you feel? Right? They're always just saying it. Sometimes people get pissed off because it's like, say anything, say something. It's just like, no, just why do you feel that way? Why do you think that is? Why do you feel that is? Why do you think he said that? Why do you think he did that? Right? They're asking you certain series of questions, right? Which eventually you have to ask yourself anyway, right? When it comes to sorting out what it is you might have an issue with. But all in all, you're your own best counselor. It's going to have to be you to come to that solution, even if someone else helps you to find it. It's going to have to be you to find. It's like I can lead a horse to water, I can't make him drink, right? I can show you the path, you got to walk it though. It says in 15 and 16, and above all this, pray to the Most High, and He will direct thy way in truth. Kind of like what we're reading right now in 33. In 32. Then it says finally in 16, I'll stop here. Let reason go before every enterprise and counsel before every action. So, pretty much reiterating the same thing. Anything you want to pursue, take counsel. Take righteous counsel, and then if you go to the world, okay, let them fill in the blanks. But your basis should be what? The parables of Christ, right? Asking those key questions, right? And based on what you get from those answers, or the lack thereof, when it comes to your options, option A, option B, option C, that's when you go to the world to say, okay, I need someone sort of fill in the blanks with option A, or fill in the blanks with option B or option C, to help me come back to the decision I'm making for a righteous purpose.
Right. It's almost like be your own law enforcement, right? Be your own police.
Yeah.
Right? And whatever action we taken, question it and we got to the law. So be your own policeman. Because that's what they call the police, law enforcement. Right. It's supposed to enforce the law, right? Yeah. So if we be our own law enforcement, then we already have the law of the Most High written for us to guard us in everything we do. So every action we guard ourselves. One of the scriptures that Paul says is know thyself. Right? Know thyself, what you can and can do. And know thyself means you become yourself. You become You become aware that that's where your self-esteem come in. Self-esteem is knowing your ability, right? What you can do and what you cannot do, given the present moment, right? Once that is known, then now you know your own ability. By knowing your own ability, at this point it builds confidence. If you don't know your own ability, it's easy to doubt yourself in any situation. And at that point, that's not good. And that's why knowing thyself first, then you know how to police yourself, right, and your own ability, and how to move forward in every action that we need to take.
Let me make a correction. I don't know the verse where Paul says know thyself. The only verse I know is the one where he says examine yourself.
Yeah, examine yourself. Yeah.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Examine yourself.
Just wanted to make sure.
No, you're not. That one that said, no, you're not your own self. Right?
Okay.
Right. That's another one. No, you're not your own self.
Except you be reprobates.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that's the same verse. I guess it says that towards the end. I wasn't even thinking of it.
2 Corinthians
13.
Right.
8.
13 and yeah. Okay. On down. It said, know ye not your own self. So you got to know yourself and your ability. Know yourself means knowing your ability. But also, within that is knowing your purpose. Right? Knowing your purpose. And that's a tough one that can be tricky for many of us to figure out, because sometimes in this world, because of the situation we've been put in as a nation, sometimes we're forced to be something or learn something that we don't have any passion for. Right? We go and become an engineer because that's what brings money at the time. It's convenient. But as opposed to finding your passion, what you're really passionate about, that's when you can discover yourself and your ability. Something that you would do whether or not you get paid for it or not, but that's your passion. That's what you would do. Right? Your profession in Christ, right? The profession that we all have, that's your passion. Once that is found, then your ability will come along with that. And with the ability come along with that, build your confidence. Right? So now you can speak on that situation, like nothing. Like nobody else can do it the way you do it but you. Right? So that's the key.
Right. And what he's talking about, cross-reference 1 Corinthians 12 chapter, Romans the 12th chapter, Ephesians the 4th chapter, which go into the spiritual gifts. Let's talk about operations, administrations, gifts of wisdom, knowledge, gifts of healing, different tongues, prophecy. These are all different spiritual gifts that you may find one, if not two or three, right? That you can say, oh, let me make the most out of these. And then, like you said, they'll develop your purpose. But they have a list to start from when you read those chapters, right? 1 Corinthians 12, Romans 12, Ephesians 4. Those chapters go into the spiritual gifts. So one of the verse besides Ecclesiasticus 37, 13 to 16, you can link Romans 14 and 5. And we got one more verse. Romans 14 and 5, right? Romans 14 and 5 reads, one man esteemeth one day above another esteemeth every day alike. Then it says, let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind. That last precept is what I'm really getting at. Let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind. So this is the self-counsel that you take, which, once again, if you didn't know where to look in the Bible, but that's kind of general, right? What does that mean? Where, right? That's where we can go to our basic language arts as far as questions that we ask, and then seeing how Christ addressed those questions through his different parables. When we say the parables of Christ in particular, they give us more insight into how to be better decision makers, what to look at when it comes to situations, asking key questions. Like we were talking about earlier when we speak, 5 W's, at least in English, and H, and then the 2 other H's, which are dealing with like weights and measures, right? Because those are the things we're usually going to be asking ourselves with pretty much all decisions we have to make, whether it be small on a small scale or on a greater scale, right? Whether we're just shopping at the supermarket, right, trying to figure out what to buy, right, and how much of it, to buying a house, buying a car, right, deciding on a job, deciding on an insurance plan, right, health insurance plan, life insurance plan, right? Same questions you're going to be asking, 5 W's, H's. Who, what, where, when, why, how many, how much, and then falling back on Christ's parables that give us insight on why those things are important. And then from there, we try to figure out, okay, what's the best way to go? The options that we have in any of those decisions. That's the framework, y'all. Blessed be the Most High, blessed be his Son, blessed be the Holy Spirit. Without that, we couldn't speak on any of these things. So last verse in this chapter, it says, Ecclesiasticus 32 and 24, he that believeth in the Lord taketh heed to the commandment. He that trusteth in him shall fare never the worse. So that's what we read already in Psalms 111 and 10. But there's other verses we can link with that as well. You can link Proverbs chapter 9 and verse 10, which says the same thing. It talks about the fear of the Lord being the beginning of wisdom. My favorite is also in Ecclesiasticus. It's crazy how Ecclesiasticus constantly links with itself. Ecclesiasticus chapter 19. Chapter 19 and verse 20, which reads, the fear of the Lord is all wisdom. So not just the beginning, all wisdom. Then it says, and in all wisdom is the performance of the law. So this verse is like, there's no way to escape. You're gonna get 2 or 3 link ups. It's like it's all here in one place. Fear God, not just the beginning of wisdom, all wisdom. All wisdom is what? It's not just, because you got all types of wisdom out there, right? Especially in the world. All wisdom is the performance of the law. So unless you're dealing with the law of the Most High, you're not dealing with righteous wisdom. You're dealing with the wisdom of this world, which the scriptures tell us is foolishness with God, right? And how he taketh the wise in their own craftiness. And the knowledge of his omnipotency. The knowledge of his, the Most High's omnipotency. Omni, all potent power. Knowledge of the Most High's all powerfulness. That's God fearing. But see, in the Christian church, God fearing is just, I come to church every Sunday. I pay my tithes. So I tithe my what do you call it? I tithe my gross, not my net. I tithe my gross in my check, not my net. Right? You got Christians, it's like that's not it. Truth is, part of it is there, but most of it, no, that's not it. It's got to be the commandments.
And the last one, right, kind of like get my attention, and it says, "You will not suffer those who trust in Him." And it says that trusteth in Him shall fear never the worst. It's just almost like it's an insurance policy, right? Trusting in the Most High is like an insurance policy. But the beautiful about that insurance policy, the Most High created only one creation, one individual. So, for example, He created Yakazakalat, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to when you have a vehicle, if the vehicle crashed and messed up, you can choose another vehicle, right? But the Most High is not in the business of creating another individual. It's like that same individual that's gonna be remain, right? So that's why if we trust in Him and do what He says, then, right, you get guaranteed, right, to be around, right? Because He's not gonna create another you.
You're not exposable,
right?
But it's messed up because so many of our people and the heathen choose to be disposable. That's why the scriptures tell us what. But these as natural brute beasts made to be taken and destroyed. But people read that and it's like the Most High gets off on destroying His own creation. No, not even. No, it's the choice that they made that some of us are going to make, right? Because many are called, few are chosen. So many of us that are in here now, right? Whatever camp that we're in, we might go back into the world and be part of that scripture. Made to be taken and destroyed. They know not of the things that they speak. It says they'll perish in their own corruption. Don't want to be one of them. Hopefully I'm not, but time will tell it. Time will tell it. Con. So any other things that folks wanted to say on the reading before we close out?
Let's see where it says watch every it's like guard yourself, right? It says in every good work, trust thy own soul. With verse 23.
Okay.
Right? God, and every action we take, we should watch it, every action. Because making it in the kingdom, between time and space, things are taking place as we go on advancing, as we closing up the time, right, to get to the destination. We shouldn't be focused solely on the finish line, while we should have it in mind, right? That's the finish line. The goal is the little action that we take every day that's gonna get us to the finish line that we should be watching. I should be watching that every day, the everyday action. Everything gonna add up to the finish line. So if we do that on the everyday and watch every action, then we're gonna make it to the finish line. Watch action, correct it, repent, you mess up, you get up, you do good deed, add on to it, boom, keep going, keep going. You messed up again along the line, you go, repent to the Most High, sincerely try not to do it again, boom. As you go, there's gonna be a situation again, boom, you mess up again because it was a tough one, boom, you learn from it, you move, you keep moving forward, but every action will be accounted for on an everyday basis. Then everything add up to the finish line. But if we look at the finish line alone, hoping we make it and not paying attention to the everyday action, then that's we making a mistake.
So in other words, the best way to put that is we gotta repent for everything that we do, not only concentrate on going to the finish line, the things in between we gotta watch.
Right.
Those things we don't want to carry no unnecessary baggage.
Right.
Well put. No extra baggage.
Yep. And unnecessary baggage is gonna make it heavy as we run, to the finish line. Yeah, trying to bag it out, man. It's getting heavy. So you gotta keep cleaning up. Keep cleaning up, so you get lighter and lighter.
You want to be light. You want to be light.
Right.
Yeah, got me thinking about what's that song by Drake that came out years ago? No New Friends.
Right.
No new friends. No new friends.
And I said, right? Yeah, somebody, because Scripture wants us not to have too many friends. And watch out for too many friends. You don't want too many friends in this thing. You don't want too many.
Because what people be saying in the song is like, those I've been down with since day one. That's what he's saying in the hook, right? Those I've been down with since day one, right? The guys he grew up with. That's what I deal with. Right. New friends is like, yeah, get out of here, because you hear trying to clout chase. Right. You're not my friend.
Yeah. It's like you don't want to. If you're running, you try to make it, or you get to make it, but you have so many baggage. By the time you get it, you're like, man, yeah, you made it, but you washed off. Yeah.
I seen a guy.
Yeah.
Just before I got down here, and I told him I'm going way down to the school. He said, "Well, you're pretty active." I said, "Somewhere I'm doing the best I can. I guess I can do better." And I said, "Yeah, maybe you come to school, be down to school." He said, "It wasn't for him." I said, "Okay." And first thing ran through my 2/3 there, and that came across my mind. But I said, "No, just hold on." See what his actual thoughts are. We'll make pass them off with the rest of them.
Yeah.
That's not.
We kind of come around the circle. We talked about that in the beginning of the service, right? As far as judgment, right? Without condemnation. That's what it is. We can judge, we can't condemn. But we can say it just like this when we're out there teaching, one-on-one, camp, whatever. If you stay doing what you're doing right now, Christ comes back, he'll destroy you. If you keep saying what you're saying, doing what you're doing, if Christ were to come back right now, you'd be put to death. You say it like that. Not 2/3, you finished, you're going to be in a lake of fire. Most High's going to destroy you, like. Don't do that. you know what I'm talking. You know how brothers are. Don't do that.
No, I didn't do that.
Don't do that.
In my mind,
It's a temptation, but
maybe feeling better. That's why I wasn't talking like that.
It's getting the stress out because you're dealing with Esau. As far as you work for Esau, you work for yourself. Got to deal with Esau paperwork. It's easy for you. When the Sabbath comes in, you just like, oh. He's ready to. It's like, don't do that.
You don't want that extra burden,
especially with your own people. Yeah. Especially with your own people. What did Christ do? Even Christ, right? What did he say, right? And they put hands on Christ, spit on Christ, right? He said, "Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. Father, please lay not this to their charge." Right? Stephen said that too, right? So it's like he was the first, after Christ, he was the first martyr for Christ, right? For this truth. And even he wasn't like, as they were stoning him, he wasn't like, you 2/3 Pharisees, y'all finished. he wasn't doing that. So What are we supposed to do? We can't do that.
Yeah, you get that.
Because the key is, as a matter of fact, Christ came for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christ came for them.
Yeah.
You know, as wicked you might think they are, Christ came for them.
Yeah.
Because they got a wrong doctrine. Christ don't want to, convince them of his doctrine. Right? And show them a better way. Because keep in mind, every individual, whether through ignorance, they just want to be comfortable. They just want to be in a better place. Sometimes they think this world just offered it to them. Right? And they don't understand the concept you bring in kingdom Christ. They don't understand that. What they see in front of them, they comfortable right now.
Or the when.
Right.
I want it right now. I don't want to hear about the future. You don't know when he's coming.
Right.
What y'all gonna do for me right now, brother?
Right.
Like you said, the creature comfort.
Right.
I need this kingdom of y'all. I need it right now. What you doing for me right now? You got a job, brother? You got a job? I need a job, brother.
I'm not even mentioning happy. I mean, happy is, if you tell a homeless man, sometimes you see some of the homeless people, you tell them to go to the shelter. No, they're not going to go to the shelter. They rather stay right there where they are, right? Because they're comfortable right there. Because they don't want to be there. People tell them what to do, and they got to bathe, they got to shower, they got to do all that stuff, and you got to tell them what time they got to come in. They're not comfortable with that, right? They're not comfortable with that. They want that comfort to stay right there.
Yeah. And it's so when you do deeper probing, you ask them about, do you know about programs available in the city, right? You'll get those stories. I don't go to the Eliza Shirley's anymore. Or I don't go to Our Brother's Place anymore.
Right.
I had an issue, what happened? You start finding out, which is what you just said.
And they will not tell you they're comfortable where they are. Because now you're gonna, man, you comfortable like that? They comfortable. It's not happy, but they comfortable.
And then you become uncomfortable when you don't do what they want.
Right.
When they don't like the kind of help you're willing to give.
Right.
Oh, I can get you something to eat. I don't give out money, brother, sister, but if you are hungry, I can get you some food. Or if you're cold, I can get you, something to put on.
I remember years ago, back in the 80s, I was working down Center City. Bubba came up. I think he might have been a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not sure, because he never actually announced himself. But he was talking, and I was listening, but I didn't listen to him that long. And I thought, well, maybe then you might have rejected me. Because I rejected these brothers that was over here on the corner. Erie Avenue over here, and I used to listen to him, and I used to go up against the word Christianity. But I'm just saying, sometimes the timing for some people is not right. Maybe
Everyone over there.
Yeah, it may not be the time.
At the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses.
Yeah. It wasn't the time for me at that point. And if I had not been receptive, understood, because I used to look at it on YouTube. I see some rock on YouTube over a few years, and then I just kept listening. And I liked it what they were talking about. But what I got in it for, what I'm in it for now, understand it's about saving our people. It's not so much about what you like to hear or selective scriptures you like to bring out, but it's about trying to save our people, to get them out of this wretchedness that they're involved in, and don't realize that they're in wretchedness. We want to get them out of that. That's what our mission is, to go out and teach people this word, so that way they can make a good decision, besides other than the decision that they're making right now.
That's key. You said it. To make a better decision. And that's the worst, because that's what so many of us don't choose, because we don't even know what options we got. Like, to think there would be a deficit on instructions on how to choose. But here we are, right? The most essential things, right? Like we were talking about earlier. Oh, let me give you those two verses real quick. I mentioned it earlier before we finish. One is Moses, and the other one is Christ. So Acts chapter. I'm already in the future. Put my daggone Bible away. I'm still pulling scriptures. Acts chapter 7 and verse 22. I mentioned Stephen earlier, right? Acts chapter 7 and verse 22, which reads, "And Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, and was mighty in words and deeds." The last precept in particular, mighty in words and deeds, right? Might is your strength, your power, right? That's the Allah and Yasha Allah. Words and deeds, words, what you say, how you communicate, right? Speech, seventh sense. In deeds, understanding, sixth sense, your judgment, right? Decision making. So this is what we desire, is what we should aspire to be, right? Now, it's not just Moses, but now let's get it with Christ too, right? We see the same thing with him as is described. Oh, I wrote down the wrong thing. Hold on 1 second here. All right, so Luke 24:19, right? It says, he said unto them, "What things?" And they said unto him, "Concerning Jesus of Nazareth, which was a prophet, mighty in deed and word before God and all the people." Right? That is accredited to him too. Right? And what more else is there than that? Right? To really establish yourself, to really root yourself, right? As a man or woman of God, to be mighty in word and deed. Right? We see the key things there, word and deed, right? And through that you gain power. So being able to speak and being able to choose. Look at how our people are failing all the time in those two key areas, right? Or they're trying, right? They may be following other systems out there that may go into, how to speak and how to make decisions, right? Of different kinds. But are we really using the scriptures to base that skill on? And from our people, most cases, it's not. And if we're trying to use the Bible to do it, we just don't know where to look. But yeah, those are the essentials, right? And that goes back to the beginning. What do you want to talk about? Want to being like the Most High, right? Through Christ. That's Genesis, right? Words and deeds. That's the Most High, mighty through words and deeds, right? What's Genesis chapter 1? Most High, right? The Almighty God. What's he doing? Words. He's saying, let there be. Boom. Deeds. It gets done, right? Through Christ and the angels. Second day, same thing. Words. Let there be. And it was done. He looked and saw that it was good. Right? That's our life. Right? This is the key thing that we have in common with the highest power of all, right? And other nations have it too, but their framework is something else. Whereas our framework is supposed to be with the scriptures outline, right? The commandments, the fruits of the spirit, spiritual gifts, right? The parables. Right? These are the things that we have to speak and to do. So let's continue to use those and perfect ourselves in using those so that we can be the people that the Most High intended for us to be. So we can become Deuteronomy 4 and 5 for real, right? We're supposed to be the light that's in the earth. That it's not supposed to be put away. It's supposed to be shine before men and women of the earth. So it's Acts 7 and 12, 22, and Luke 24:19. So it doesn't link with any verses, but I just was referring to them earlier. But we'll make an end there. Remember, next Tuesday, sundown, it's the class night, but we're going to be coming into the day of Simon, right? It should be June 1st, sundown. That's going to be the day of Simon for this month. And then not next Wednesday, but I think it's Thursday. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Let me make sure I have the right day of the week. Yeah, that's right. Next Wednesday, sundown is going to be the next new moon, which is June 9th, sundown. So keep that in your radar as well. And next week, we're going to be reading, according to our schedule, Judges 5 and 6, which will be the 5th. So Judges 5 and 6. Before that, day of Simon, Tuesday night. And after that, not next Wednesday, not next week Wednesday, but the week after that will be the next new moon. So keep those dates in mind. And over the next day or two, keep an eye out too for the latest update for the calendar. Which is going to have the agreed upon date for Feast of First Fruits, right? Which definitely going to be in July, if not the 10th, the weekend after that. But we just have to come to terms on what that date's going to be. But so we'll shoot that up in the next day or two. Most sides will. That's it for announcements. Hope everybody is tawab. Hope everybody is okay. I know some temperature drops around here. Some storms coming through. Hope everybody is safe as far as them getting back and forth, and the weather's not getting at them. May the Most High's protection be upon you all. I'll say it again. All praise to the Most High in Christ, but with the Holy Spirit. Without them, it wouldn't be possible for us to do what we do, know what we know, and say what we say, choose what we choose. And that will say a Shar Shabbat. We're still on the Sabbath. And Most High will talk to everybody in the Tuesday class coming up, which will be the day of Simon. So Shar Shabbat once again. And with that, we'll do the closing prayer. Someone get the blinds, Baba Kushan. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai Asherah Nathanael Par Yagapan Tuara Aman. La Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai Af Yasherah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyua, Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem. Yahweh Basham Yahushai Bakushai Shemai Lanawa Aitha Yamyan Aitha Shalak Mike Allah Walla Allahayim Tazwadakim La Shamar Al Barak Rapha Magan Wachaziak Banya Yashrala Washlak Lanawa Rabiam Kakamad Rabiam Da'ath Rabiam Mayanad Rabiam Sabalanwak Rabiam Amawan Rabiam Aqua Rabiam Abiam Rabiam Haganat Rochanaya Wasalak Kal Katanawa Akim Akiwak we are Shalatham Yad Walam Basham Yahushai the Wadatham Yad Walam Aman. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. Send to us much wisdom, knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers and sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, always and forever, thank you, so be it. Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh Basham Yahweh Shai Barak Nawe Weyash Aleph Wabat Yasaparim Shabbat Yashvile Yahweh Elohai Nawe Yahweh Echad. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. Then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. That will say a Shar Shabbat once again. Happy Sabbath. Enjoy the rest of your day. And have a blessed upcoming week. Most as we'll talk to everybody Tuesday for the day assignment. Shalom and Manachah Tawab, which is good afternoon.